Gantar kita geser kita. Ladies and gentlemen, as our warmest greeting in this conference, we will present to you the traditional welcoming dance to symbolize the gratitude and respect. Please welcome Tanggai Dance.
ladies and gentlemen, Tangai dance performed by the students of Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Sriwijaya University.
Good morning from Palembang City, South Sumatra Province, Indonesia.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. His Excellency, Rector of Sriwijaya University, Professor Dr. Insinyur Haji Anisagaf MSc IPU Asian Engineering, the Honorable Dean of Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Associate Professor Dr. Hartono MA, First Vice Dean, Associate Professor Dr. Ismet MSE, Second Vice Dean, Associate Professor Nyimas Aisyah, MPD, PhD. Third Vice Dean, Associate Professor Dr. Rizwan Jainuddin, MPD. Chair of Conference, Professor Dr. Ratu Ilma Indra Putri, MSE. The Honorable Keynote Speakers, respected guests, presenters, and invited participants.
And also in this great opportunity, we would like to say thanks to all the keynote speakers, Professor Dr. Hugh Nichols from University of South Australia, Associate Professor Dr. R.D. Roger Bos from Prudential Institute from Universiteit Utrecht, Netherlands, Professor Dr. Katie Cape Trundle from Utah University, USA, Associate Professor Dr. Siti Aisyah Yahya from College University, Islam Melaka, Malaysia, Associate Professor Dr. Masita Syahril from University Brunei Darussalam, and welcome to the opening ceremony of
the 5th Sriwijaya University Learning and Education International Conference 2022.
Big applause, everybody. And this conference is hosted by Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Sriwijaya University.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am Nurwulan.
And I am Alan Budiman.
It is such an honor for all of us to be gathered here in the 5th SULE IC 2022, reimagining learning toward equitable education as a platform to provide an opportunity for academicians and professionals from various education-related fields all over the world to come together and learn from each other.
And furthermore, this is the place for academicians and professionals with disciplinary interests related to education and to meet and interact with the members inside and outside their discipline. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to show you the history of SULE IC that will be run year by year.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 5th Sriwijaya University Learning and Education International Conference, the 5th SULE IC 2022, will be held on October 5th until 6th, 2022 in Palembang, South Sumatra, Indonesia. Big round of applause once again, ladies and gentlemen, for the SULE IC 2022. Distinguished figures, respected guests, to begin this valuable meeting, we would like to invite you to rise up our spirit of nationality by singing together the national anthem of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise up. Please be seated.
Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to invite to Professor Dr. Ratu Ilma Indra Putri, MSI, to deliver the chair's report to the conference.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Welcome to the 5th Sriwijaya University Learning and Education International Conference 2022, SULE IC 2022. The Excellency Rector of Universitas Sriwijaya, Profesor Dr. Anisagaf, MSCE IPU Asian Engineer, Dean of Faculty of Teacher Training and Education Universitas Sriwijaya, Associate Professor Dr. Hartono, MA, and Vice Dean of Faculty of Teacher Training and Education Universitas Sriwijaya, First Associate Professor Dr. Ismet, MSI, Associate Professor Nyimas Aisyah, PhD, and Associate Professor Dr. Rizwan Jainuddin, MPD. The Honorable 6 keynote speakers are from the USA, Netherlands, Australia, Malaysia, Philippines, Brunei Darussalam, and Indonesia. Also, 15 invited speakers are from the USA, Vietnam, Brunei Darussalam, and Indonesia. All presenters and all participants. Ladies and gentlemen, Alhamdulillah, thanks to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, because today, October 5th, 2022, we can do the 5th Sriwijaya University Learning and Education International Conference 2022 in Universitas Sriwijaya, Palembang, Indonesia, in a virtual conference with the theme of reimagining and redesigning learning toward equitable education. With this theme, we are redesigning learning for all students in the post-pandemic period. They can overcome learning loss during the pandemic. It is hoped that it can become a forum for scientific meetings between expert, lecturer, teacher, and student through the exchange of information, knowledge, experience, and view for improving the quality of learning and research in the world, especially in Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, there are 186 papers submitted for presentation, such as from Brunei Darussalam, Philippines, Brazil, China, and Indonesia. And totally, 723 participants are registered. Finally, we would like to thank all 2 committees who have tried their best to organize this event. Thank you to the leader and staff at Universitas Sriwijaya and the speaker and participant. Hopefully, we are in good health and full of blessing from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Enjoy the conference. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much to Professor Dr. Ratu Ilba Indra Putri as the chair of this conference for your report.
Distinguished figures, ladies and gentlemen, now we would like to invite to the podium the Dean of Faculty of Teacher Training and Education of Sriwijaya University. Please welcome Professor Dr. Hartono MA.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The Honorable Rector of Sriwijaya University, Profesor Dr. Insinyur Haji Anis Sagaf, MSCA, IPU. The Honorable Keynote Speaker, respected guests, the Honorable all speaker, presenter, and invited participants, ladies and gentlemen. This morning, I'm very delighted to welcome you to the 5th International Conference on Learning and Education at Sriwijaya University in 2022. This international conference aims to provide opportunities for academic and professionals from various fields related to education to discuss current issues in education, especially related to the theme of our activity today, reimagining learning toward equitable education. I believe what all speakers will convey at this international conference will be very important to improve the quality of education in 21st century. At this happy moment, I would like to thank all the keynote speakers. Professor Dr. Sue Nicholas, University of South Australia, Associate Professor Dr. R.D. Roger Bos, Prudential Institute, University Utrecht, Netherlands. Professor Dr. Kathy Cape Trundle, Utah State University, USA. Associate Professor Dr. Siti Aisyah Yahya, College University Islam Malacca, Malaysia. Associate Professor Dr. Masita Sahril, Universitas Brunei Darussalam, Brunei Darussalam. I would also like to thank all the invited speakers, Professor Dr. Rita Hagevic, University of North Carolina, USA, Associate Professor Ryan T. Knowledge, MA, PhD, Utah State University, USA, Associate Professor Dean Min Quang, Kanto University, Vietnam, Associate Professor PG Dr. Nurhazlin, Universitas Brunei Darussalam, Profesor Dr. M. Solahuddin, MA, MPD, University Indonesia, University of Education, Indonesia, Profesor Dr. Ati Winarti, MPD, MSc, Lambung Mangkurat Universitas Indonesia, Associate Profesor Dr. Gunawan, MPD, Mataram University, Indonesia, Profesor Dr. Haji Julkardi, MI Com, MSc, Sriwijaya University, Indonesia, Associate Profesor Dharma Wijaya, MSI, Sriwijaya University, Indonesia, Associate Profesor Dr. Rita Indrawati, MPD, Sriwijaya University, Indonesia, Associate Profesor Dr. Ajija Husin, MPD, Sriwijaya University, Indonesia, Associate Profesor Rahmi Susanti, MSI, Sriwijaya University, Indonesia, Associate Profesor Dr. Didi Suhendi, SPD, M.Hum, Sriwijaya University, Indonesia, and Associate Profesor Dr. Dedi Irwanto, MA, Sriwijaya University, Indonesia. And of course, thanks all presenter and participants who will contribute and share idea at this international conference. As the Dean, I sincerely thanks all the committee members of this international conference who have worked hard and made international conference as we are now. Finally, I would also like to express my deepest gratitude to the Rector of Sriwijaya University, Profesor Dr. Insinyur Haji Anis Sagaf, MSCE, who has helped us to make this international conference as we have scheduled it. On this opportunity, I also request Mr. Rector to welcome all keynote speakers, invited speakers, presenters, and participants of the international conference and open this 5th Sriwijaya University Learning and Education International Conference, SULE IC, officially. Ladies and gentlemen, now this 5th Sriwijaya University Learning and Education International Conference, SULE IC, is your international conference. I hope everyone will find this international conference encouraging and fruitful. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much to the Dean of Faculty of Teacher, Training and Education of Sriwijaya University for your warm welcome for all of us today.
Excellency, distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen, it is our honor to have Rector of Sriwijaya University, Professor Dr. Insinyur Haji Anis Sagaf, MSCE, kindly be invited to deliver his welcoming speech and to officially open this conference.
Thank you, Moderator Nurwulan and Alan Budiman. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning to everybody. The Honorable Dean of Faculty of Teachers, Training and Education, Vice Deans of Departments, Coordinator of Study Program, Faculty of Teachers Training and Education Universitas Sriwijaya. Respected keynote speakers, Chair of the conference, Professor Dr. Ratu Ilma Indra MSI, distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, let me express my warm welcome all of you. This International Conference on Education, SULE IC 2022, Universitas Sriwijaya, an international conference held by Fakultas of Teachers Training and Education, FKIP Universitas Sriwijaya, topics reimagining learning toward equitable education. Especially grateful address to Minister of Education, Culture, Research and Technology, Republic of Indonesia. I would like deep appreciation and welcome to all experts of education from various countries all over the world, from USA, Australia, Malaysia, Brunei Darussalam, Vietnam, and Indonesia. The keynote speakers, Professor Dr. Sue Nichols from University of South Australia, Associate Professor Dr. F.D. Rogers Boss, Telp Institute, Universitas Utrecht, Netherlands, Professor Dr. Kathy Q. Tunggal, Utah State University, USA, Associate Professor Dr. Siti Aisyah Yahya from University Islam Malacca, Malaysia, and Associate Professor Dr. Masito Shahril, University Brunei Darussalam, and 15 invited speakers mentioned by Dean just now. I would like also to appreciate the Dean of Faculty of Teachers Training and Education Universitas Sriwijaya, Professor Dr. Hartono, MA, all professors, lecturers, and organizing committee, the paper presenters, and all respective participants from contribution in the conference to improve our education quality and strengthening the global competitiveness. I see more than 500 people present. Is spectacular conference with 186 papers. In this situation, we are facing the era of activities with revolution of Industry 4.0 and Society Life 5.0. Using advanced technology of information, quality of education become absolutely important for the future life and civilization of human beings. Education would be one of the important instruments to improve the quality of human beings for life and the quality of thinking that can bring them equal opportunity to enhance global competitiveness. Education can bring people to the state of thinking that can positively contribute to the quality in the community, society, and in the country. In this global era, situation with high competitiveness of life, the quality of education is very important and crucial. For the improvement of the quality of education, the effort from academicians and professionals in various fields are really needed. I believe and optimist this conference will have warm discussions from presenters and participants until we come up to the same conclusion to some conclusion and recommendations for the future of education. Distinguished guests, members of the conference, ladies and gentlemen, at the end of this speech, let me give the grateful appreciation for the success of all us during this conference and hope you all are in good health and enjoyable time. By saying the word Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, in the name of Allah, God Almighty, the most gracious and the most merciful, the 5th International Conference SULE IC 2022 Universitas Sriwijaya begins. Best regard for you all. Always stay in good health. Thank you very much and very good morning. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Big applause, everybody. Thank you very much for His Excellency, Rector of Sriwijaya University, Professor Dr. Insinyur Haji Sagaf and MSc, IPU ASEAN Engine. And this conference is officially open, ladies and gentlemen.
Now, before we start all the given agenda in the presentation section and also in this conference, let us pray together. We would like to invite Bapak Dr. Nur Hasan MAG to lead the prayer.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, let us bow our head for a moment. Pray to God Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that our international conference can be precious to all of us. I will let this prayer based on the teaching of Islam, and those who are not Muslim. You are placed to pray according to each of your beliefs. A'udzu billahi minasy syaithanir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Hamdan yuafi ni'amahu wa yukafi'u mazidah. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu kama yanbaghi li jalali wajhikal karim wa 'azimi sultanik. Allahumma salli wa sallim ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Allahumma inna nas'aluka salamatan fid din wa afiyatan fil jasad wa ziyadatan fil ilmi wa barakatan fi rizqi wa taubatan qabla al maut wa rahmatan indal maut wa maghfiratan ba'da al maut. Allahumma ja'al jam'ana jam'an marhuma wa tafarruqana min ba'dihi tafarruqan ma'suma. Oh Allah, today in this beautiful place we gather here to bring about an international conference on Sriwijaya University Learning and Education. Make this international conference as a school science assembly, as a medium of sharing school ideal, knowledge and experience of scholar, research and student of various disciplines. May the conference we organize today benefit to our life, broaden our knowledge, science of ideals, and lead us to be successful products, person within to turn will prosperity of our nation. O Allah, guide and bless our head and our mind with the light of your guidance. Infectious prime wisdom, open our activities, help us to speak to men clearly, help us to listen to each other, respect and other, love each other so that we are included to the blessed person. O Allah, protect us from united temptation, show us the right faith and give us knowledge and strength to perform good things equally. Show us and make it clear and the bad thing and give us knowledge and strength to avoid them. O Allah, You are the one who can fulfill your prayer. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzabannar. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun wa salamun alal mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. I'm sorry, thank you for your Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and participants, also the invited speakers, now we move on to the photo session. We would like to invite to the Dean of Faculty of Teacher Training and Education and the Vice Deans to rise up for a moment. We would like to do the photo session, please. We also would like to invite the VIP guests at the front of the chair here. Please, ladies and gentlemen, to come forward to the podium.
And also, we would like to invite
Director
our
of Sriwijaya University.
It's time. One of the favorite moment is taking
Yes.
a picture at the end, you know.
And posted on social media, of course, yeah.
Hello. We are ready to open the, the SULE for this year's. So please, for all, the leader and as all the speakers.
For the first session, we would like to invite also the Director of Sriwijaya University to join virtually.
The first picture is going to be in the formal pose.
And the second
one.
Please show us your sarangi.
Now we see. Oh, you have our own sign.
And also, we would like to say thank you to the invited speakers and the keynote speakers who are join us virtually. Who join us virtually, as you already mentioned the name. And also this time, today, the speakers, the invited speakers, the keynote speaker will present the presentations related to the aspect or the professional fields.
That's great. And do you still remember when did you the first time coming to the conference? On what year?
It was in 2016, if I'm not mistaken, when I was the student.
On what semester?
I think third semester, yeah, ma'am, yeah, third semester. And Marita is our long-term favorite lecturer and inspiration. Yeah, thank you so much.
Oh, great.
Marita.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the honorable, all the keynote speakers, presenter, participant, and all the respected guests, it is time for us to close the opening ceremony.
Once again, on behalf of the organizing committee, we would like to thank all the distinguished guests for being here in the 5th Sriwijaya University Learning and Education International Conference 2022, hosted by Faculty of Teacher Training and Education Sriwijaya University. I am Wulan.
I am Alan.
We wish you have a fruitful and meaningful moment during this conference. Goodbye and wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Have a big and a great applause for all of us. And the next and the further directions, I would like to invite the co-host for today's agenda. Thank you.
delapan. The Honorable keynote speakers, moderators, and all participants. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 5th International Conference on Learning and Education at Sriwijaya University in 2022. Now, it is time for us to continue the plenary session as our next agenda. Dear all participants, there will be 6 keynote speakers that will present today. First, Professor Dr. Sue Nichols from University of South Australia, Australia. Second, Associate Professor Dr. R.D. Roger Bos from Verdental Institute, University Utrecht, Netherlands. Third, Professor Dr. Kathy Kep Trundle from Utah State University, USA. Fourth, Associate Professor Dr. Siti Aisyah Yahya from College University Islam Malacca, Malaysia. Fifth, Associate Professor Dr. Masita Sahril from University of Brunei Darussalam, Brunei Darussalam. And last, Associate Professor Dr. Hartono, MA from University of Sriwijaya, Indonesia. Well, to start our first plenary session, I'm going to invite the moderators to begin the session. Please welcome Sari Silviani, MPD, PhD. For Sari Silviani, time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the MC to welcome us here all in the first session of our keynote speaking presentation. I would like to welcome Kathy, our first keynote speaker today. Hello, Kathy. Okay, I think Kathy is already with us today.
Yes, selamat pagi.
Selamat pagi, Kathy. Welcome back to Sriwijaya University virtually.
Thank you.
All right, so today we're going to have 6 keynote speaker presentation, and I will start off with the first keynote speaker from United States. With us today, Kathy from Utah State University already here. And Kathy is actually not a stranger to our university. Back in 2018, Kathy was here with us at the Sriwijaya University Learning and Education Conference. So we are very happy to welcome you again, Kathy, even though it's virtually. And before your presentation today, I would like to introduce Kathy to all of us attendees of the conference today. Kathy Cape Trundle's leadership in science education spans almost 40 years and includes 10 years of public school teaching in the state of Tennessee, United States. Before joining the faculty at Utah State University, she served as a department head and professor at North Carolina State University, and as a professor in the early childhood science education at the Ohio State University for 13 years. Grounded in conceptual change theory, her research includes misconceptions, conceptual change, and conceptual durability in response to the instructional interventions. Her current work includes the integration of the art into STEM, and recent United States Department of Agriculture funding allows her to explore school garden-based learning, biodiversity, and sustainability. With more than 200 scholarly publications, which include research articles, book chapters, books, several textbooks, series with the National Geographic, she has delivered more than 60 invited presentation and keynote address at the national and international level, including in Indonesia. Her numerous awards include Outstanding Teacher Educator of the Year and the Outstanding Long-Time Service Award presented by the Association for Science Teacher Education, and 2 Fulbright Fellowship supported her work in Indonesia. Everyone, I would like to welcome Kathy to present her keynote address today. Kathy, you have about 35 to 40 minutes, and then we will continue with the Q&A. Time is yours, Kathy.
Terima kasih. Can you see my slides, Sari?
Yes, very well. We can see it very well.
Okay, thank you. So today I'm going to talk to you about some work that I've done, international work that we've collaborated on with faculty at universities in the United States, Indonesia, and Turkey. And we're focusing on eco-justice as a matter of equity, and we're looking at eco-justice and climate change as a way of educating for a more sustainable future. And I'm very delighted to be here with you. So as I said earlier, Selamat pagi. I have worked in Indonesia with friends and colleagues on Java, on Sumatra, and then also on Kalimantan. And my daughter and I were there about 12 years ago when we worked in Java. And I love my work there. And I've hosted colleagues here in Utah. So thank you for inviting me to be with you again. And these are images from the last time that I was at your university and conference. And then also you'll notice some of the people in here and recognize them. Pak Hartono and I have worked together and known each other for about 20 years, dating back to Ohio State. And then Pak Sofindi, we worked together with a group of deans the last time that I was with you. So the overview for my topic today is we'll look at climate disasters first, and then look at what is eco-justice, and then how does that relate to social justice, and then what are the global implications of climate disasters and climate change, and then what specifically are the local implications for Indonesia. And then I'll share the research that we've been doing, that collaborative international project that I mentioned. And that the part we're focusing on today is Indonesian pre-service teachers' beliefs about climate change. So the images I'm going to show you first focus on climate disasters over the past 5 years, and these are directly related to climate change. The first one is an image of the tragic and widespread forest fires, the wildfires in Australia. And as you probably know from news events, wildfires across the globe have become more numerous, more frequent, and more severe, as you can see in this image. The second image is from wildfires in the western part of the United States. This image comes from California, but the wildfires have been in most of the western states up and down the west coast of the United States, including Utah, Idaho, Colorado, Oregon, Washington, and California. Climate change has also impacted South Asia with more frequent, widespread, and more severe flooding. And this is an additional image from the flooding in Southern Asia. Climate change is associated with severe droughts. So droughts are becoming more frequent, more long-lasting, so the duration is greater and they're more severe. And this is impacting our crops, our wildlife, and our livestock. And it also affects our drinking water, fresh drinking water. Climate change is associated with the melting of the ice sheets, which is directly related to sea level rise, which is related also to the more frequent flooding. And that's also impacting wildlife, as we can see. And the last one that I want to share with you in terms of global implications are the melting of the glaciers, which also are impacting sea level rises and influencing the flooding that we've seen. Now I want to talk about what this means locally, and I'll start with where I am. I'm in Utah in the United States, and Salt Lake City is our capital city, and it's the city that's nearest. It's where our major airport is for where I live. So this is looking at annual snowfall from 1970 to 2018, and those were the most recent data that we have. And as you can see, the trends are on a downward trajectory. So we have less total snowfall in terms of inches. And what that means is we have less snowpack. And snowpack is the snow that hangs around and then melts in the spring. And that's important to us in terms of the droughts. So if we have less snowfall and less snowpack, then we have less snow melt in the spring, and we have less water available to us for drinking water and for crops. And also that impacts, again, wildlife and our livestock. And the next image is from near Salt Lake, and this is showing evidence of the severe droughts that we've had. So droughts across the globe in some areas, including in South Africa and then in Utah. The droughts are more frequent, the droughts are more long-lasting and more severe. And this shows images, aerial images of the Great Salt Lake and how that has changed since 1986. And this is related to global climate change as it relates to less snowfall and as that relates to decreased amounts of available water. So we have less water draining into our bodies of water, and the boundaries of the Great Salt Lake have shrunk. And related to climate change in Utah, as I mentioned earlier, we have more frequent, more severe, and more widespread wildfires. And this is an image from wildfires in Utah. So while we have an issue with not having enough water, in Indonesia, at times you have too much water. So this is an image from flooding in Jakarta. And this is directly related to climate change. And as we saw, those melting ice sheets and the melting glaciers and the rising sea level. And as many of you know, the flooding is so severe in Jakarta and the sea level is rising that Jakarta is sinking, and there's exploration in terms of relocating the capital because of the flooding. So not only is it damaging property, it's also displacing people. This is an image from flooding in Jakarta, and this is happening globally, where we're losing land, we're losing homes. That's impacting wildlife and crops and our livestock, but also it's affecting the land that we have available for homes. So people who are losing their homes due to climate change are called climate refugees. So it's greatly impacting our lives as well as our livelihoods. And this is an aerial image of flooding in Jakarta. So it's not only causing the loss of property and the loss of available space for living, it's also impacting available fresh drinking water. So in this context of global climate change and with looking at those environmental issues, our research study is focusing on eco-justice. And the first question I'd like for us to think about is, what is eco-justice? So we hear about environmental science and ecology. Well, ecology looks at environmental concerns. Eco-justice looks at environmental concerns, the quality of the environment, and it connects it with social justice issues. And we're going to talk about social justice issues in the next slide. Eco-justice also links we looked at local ecosystems with those images from Jakarta and then also from Salt Lake in Utah. So those are local ecosystems. And it's linking the local and the global ecosystems. They're all interconnected. And those ecosystems, locally and globally, are important for sustaining life. And that means human life, wildlife, our plants, and then also our crops and our livestock. Eco-justice also looks at the Earth's health as it relates to community well-being. So then, what is social justice? Social justice is the understanding that the belief and the value that all people deserve to have equitable access to food, a healthy environment, fresh water, and adequate living space. A social justice issue means that those resources are not equally accessed by all people. So there's unequal access, inequitable access to those life-sustaining resources. And what that means is one group is advantaged and another group is disadvantaged. So we're going to look in the next few slides at how climate change is impacting these resources. So the resources that we need to have quality of life and to sustain life, global climate change is impacting these. And we'll look at how that happens. And we're going to look at social justice and eco-justice as it relates to climate change in some specific examples. So our study, our collaborative research team with Sriwijaya University, Utah State University, and North Carolina State University. I didn't mean North Carolina State, that's where I was. Excuse me, Rita. Our friend Rita, our friend and colleague, Dr. Rita Hagovic, who is also an invited speaker. She is at the University of North Carolina at Pembroke. So it's University of North Carolina, Pembroke, Utah State University, and Sriwijaya University, and then Balıkesir University in Turkey, and Middle Eastern Technical University in Turkey. So all 5 of those universities are working together in terms of looking at global climate change and pre-service teachers' ideas and beliefs, attitudes, and behaviors related to climate change. So that's what we're focusing on, is the environmental issue and the eco-justice issue. So looking at the catastrophic climate disasters, this graph shows us climate disasters from 1980 through 2021. So very current data. And this is looking at the United States, that the information and data that I have from the United States as one example of the impacts of these climate disasters. So the different colors represent different climate disasters. For example, drought is the light brown, the flooding is dark blue, the severe storms are the green, the wildfires are the orange, the cyclones, the tropical cyclones are the yellow, and the winter storms are the purple. So if you look from left to right, from 1980 to 2021, you can see that we've had more climate disasters, and the cost of those climate disasters have gone up. So there are several ways that climate change impacts us. One way is economic cost. So this is representing what the United States spends in billions of dollars on disaster events, not just in the United States, but helping in other countries as well. So when you look from left to right, when you look on the left side, the United States spent $3 billion in 1980 on climate disasters, and those were primarily tropical cyclones, the flooding, and then droughts. As you move from left to right, from 1980 to 2021, you see that we start adding in the severe winter storms. We also add in about the severe storm count becomes a variable. Then starting in 1991, that's when you start seeing the extreme wildfires, where they're enough. It's not that we didn't have them before, but we didn't have enough to where it registered on this graph. But as you move toward 2021, we're spending more money on wildfires. And also, if you look, the severe storms are increasing, the greens are increasing, and the yellows are increasing, the cyclones are increasing. So the number of events and the amount of cost have dramatically increased from 1980 to 2021. In 2020, the United States spent $500 billion compared to 1980 when the United States spent $3 billion. So it's you can see, number one, the climate disasters are increasing, and the types of climate disasters are also increasing, and the economic impacts are dramatically increasing. So that's one way for us to look at this. Also, the message there is that wherever these events are happening, they're impacting all of us. So the cyclones are typically in tropical areas, so those are impacting everyone. When it impacts water, when it impacts livelihood, when droughts impact livelihood, that impacts us all globally. And one way is economic, and that's only one way. Another very dramatic way that the climate crises and the climate disasters are impacting us are with human cost. On the top two circles represent deaths by climate disaster. These are deaths that are directly related to climate disasters. So it's over 2 million deaths due to climate disasters. And the light blue on the left represents deaths related to climate disasters in developing economies. So 91% of the deaths related to climate disasters happen in developing economies. That's a social justice issue. That's an eco-justice issue. So the fact that the climate disasters are more dramatically impacting developing economies where there's higher poverty is an eco-justice issue. And when you combine that with economies in transitions, that's 94% of the deaths related to climate disasters happen in economies in transition and also developing economies. And when you look at the bottom, these are the economic impacts, and these are reported in US dollars, but it's costing $3.6 trillion to address climate disasters. And that has a greater impact on developed economies, that's the dark blue. However, when you have developed economies, you have more resources, so you have greater loss and greater expense related to that. But the message here is that the climate disasters are disproportionately impacting developing economies in terms of loss of life. Okay, what does this mean for Indonesia? And this is the context of the research that I'm reporting today on behalf of our research team. We have data from Indonesia, Turkey, and the United States, and I'm talking about Indonesia today. Those are the data that we have. We have more data from the Indonesian pre-service teachers, thanks to our wonderful collaborators in Indonesia, including at Sriwijaya University. And they are leading this effort. But we've already analyzed those data, and we're going to report on those today. So the context is, and why does this matter to Indonesia? So why study this with Indonesian pre-service teachers? Indonesia is the largest island nation with 270 million people on more than 17,000 islands, and those are big and large islands. Indonesia is located in an extreme weather region, so it's a very volatile, extreme weather region. Indonesia is vulnerable to climate disasters, as we saw in those images with Jakarta. We're having more frequent and widespread flooding, as we saw with those images. Rising sea level is creating climate refugees, and again, those are displaced people from their homes. That not only has a physical impact, that has a psychological and emotional impact. That's impacting adults and it's impacting children. So those are things we need to be thinking about. And we already mentioned the issue of Jakarta and the capital being vulnerable. So our climate research collaboration involves Sriwijaya University, which is our lovely host university, and Utah State University, where I am. And we have hosted 13 deans from the Deans Consortium, including Pax Sofindi, for a Deans Consortium here at Utah State. So we have a very strong collaborative relationship between Sriwijaya University and Utah State. And then, as I mentioned, our friend and colleague, Dr. Rita Hagevic, one of your speakers at this conference, is at the University of North Carolina at Pembroke. So the rationale for our study is that we have increased frequency and severity of climate disasters. So this is summarizing what we just talked about with the images. We have a heightened need for climate change in curricula. So this is impacting our current generations, but also future generations. So we need to be looking at educating children so we can be prepared to deal with these climate disasters and the climate change issues. Climate change education is important for climate change mitigation. So we need to be looking at problem solving. What can we do to address climate change and to help prevent or mitigate the climate disasters? And then also, what does this mean in terms of the human impacts? And our Indonesian colleagues looked at the Indonesian curricula, which does not focus on climate change in the primary and secondary levels. So the purpose of our study is to examine pre-service teachers' attitudes about climate change, including awareness, uncertainty beliefs, values, and behaviors. The research question that guided this study that I'm reporting on today, and again, we have more data. It's a large part of the data, but it's a part of the data, and it's addressing only our first research question that I'm sharing with you today. So the question is, how do Indonesian pre-service teachers' attitudes about climate change compare between elementary education, science education, mathematics education, social studies education, language education, pre-service teachers? So we did a broad survey of pre-service teachers, and then we looked at them by major. And I'll share more information on that in the next slide. So our participants, as I mentioned, include over 2,300 Indonesian pre-service teachers. And this is a direct credit to our Indonesian collaborators. This is an amazing result for a survey study. So we had colleagues across Indonesia giving the survey to their pre-service teachers. The majority of the respondents were in science education or social studies education or the languages. We did have respondents in elementary education, language arts and reading, that's literacy, and mathematics. Some respondents put themselves in an other category. Some of them probably belonged in the categories above, like science, but they were majoring in chemistry or physics education, so they put themselves into other. But there's an other category, and it's a pretty diverse group in other. But we reported out the data based on these categories. So this is a graph that shows our participants by major, and you can see, as I mentioned, science, social study, and the languages are the top 3 areas for majors, with mathematics at second. I'm back up. Our first 3 categories are science, social studies, languages. Mathematics is 4th. It comes in next, is what I meant to say, not second. So it's 4th. Okay, the instrument we used is the International Climate Change Survey. We also had questions on there about civic engagement. That's for an upcoming study that we'll do, linking climate change attitudes to civic engagement. But we adapted a survey by colleagues in Turkey, and one of the collaborators on that instrument is one of our collaborators on this research study. And Elvan is at Middle Eastern Technical University, but she helped develop and validate that International Climate Change Survey, and they validated it and developed it with Turkish pre-service teachers. And this study is focusing on data that we gathered with Indonesian. So our Cronbach alpha range was 0.88 to 0.74. We had 12 demographic questions and 125 mostly Likert type questions. These items focused on general attitudes toward the climate change and the environment. For example, we can do our part to reduce the effects of climate change. There were 47 of those items. There were 14 items that were pro-environmental behaviors, like deliberately purchased food produced locally. There were 18 items that were knowledge in a true-false form with a scale of 1 to 5 based on how confident they were, from very confident to very unconfident. There were 18 items on the belief section, and those included a 1 to 10 scale from strongly agree to strongly disagree. An example of a belief question was the knowledge about issues concerning climate change is constantly changing. And then 23 questions were related to value orientation, and those were from anthropocentric to ecocentrism. So anthropocentric means that focusing on nature as it provides for us, that nature provides enjoyment for us, nature provides for our needs. So it's from a human perspective on nature benefiting us. That ecocentrism means that we value and care for nature. And this one is, I can enjoy spending time in nature settings just for the sake of being out in nature. And that would be ecocentrism. And then there were 5 questions, as I mentioned, on civic engagement, and those were rank order. And then there was one open-ended question based on the international study of teachers' beliefs about the aims of civic education. We are not reporting on the civic engagement part today, but I wanted to mention those in terms of the instrument. So the methods that we used were exploratory factor analysis, EFA, and we used factor analysis to look at attitudes, behaviors, and values. So we use factor analysis on the questions related to attitudes, behaviors, and values. We used Roche, item response theory modeling, on the knowledge questions. Then we used an ANOVA, an analysis of variance, to compare across the content areas. So our results, and this is from the factor analysis. So I'll report first on the factors related to attitudes. These fell out into 2 categories. So the strongest single item correlation for belief was that the effects of climate change are likely to be catastrophic. That's a belief. They believed in climate change and that climate change was an issue and that it could be catastrophic. The strongest item for denial, the single item for denial, was that I consider information about climate change to be irrelevant to me. For the factor analysis related to behaviors, the strongest item correlation for activism was, I encourage others to take actions on behalf of the environment. So I'm actively trying to encourage others to take care of the environment. On the advocacy side, the strongest item was that I turn off lights I'm not using. And the strongest for participation is that I've purchased products in reusable or recyclable packages. For the views, the factors on views, these are the factor analysis again. The strongest item for ecocentrism, and this one is, it makes me sad to see the natural environments destroyed. That's caring for the environment. Anthropocentrism, the strongest item was that one of the most important reasons to keep rivers and lakes clean is that so that people can have a place to enjoy water sports. So it's using nature for our pleasure and benefit rather than caring for nature. That's the difference between ecocentrism and anthropocentrism. Okay, from the item response theory, and that's the Roche analysis, and this is looking at knowledge about climate change. The most influential item was negative health impacts caused by climate change will affect humans who live in the country or rural areas. The weakest impact for the items was an increase in air pollution is one of the most important reasons for climate change. And then look, this is looking across the majors. These are the pre-service teachers majors. These are the ANOVA results, looking across their different beliefs, attitudes, values, and knowledge. And I think I did say behaviors. So for the least denial, the majors that had the least denial about climate change were language education majors and science education majors. The strongest with denial were in the other category. The highest activism came from mathematics and other, and the least activism came from language, arts, and reading. And something that is interesting to note here, and I'm going to come back to this when we talk about, when we do the conclusions and the discussion, or the discussion then the conclusions. If you look at the strongest denial, they were in that other category, but they were also the strongest for highest activism. So what we speculated on with that is that that was a very mixed and varied group. So they fell out into those two strong opposing areas. So on the left, the column on the left really relates to positive behaviors and attitudes and activism and knowledge related to climate change. And on the right are the ones that would be, they don't believe climate change, they're climate change deny, or they're not as active in doing things to protect the environment and address climate change. The strongest in terms of participation were elementary majors. The least participation were the language, arts, and reading. So that's consistent with least activism and least participation. Those are students in the same category, the same majors. And then the least anthropocentric were the social studies people. And we can speculate, we haven't done the analysis, but we can speculate that they know more about civic engagement. So they are going to be more concerned about community and more concerned about the environment. The strongest anthropocentric were the elementary majors. So what do these results mean? So we had high degree of variability across the majors. The other category, as I mentioned on the previous slide, the other category had the highest degree of denial and the highest level of activism. But again, it was a very diverse group of people in very different majors. They weren't all in the same majors. The elementary and the language arts reading were the most anthropocentric, and the science, math, and social studies majors tended to recognize the issues with climate change, and they made connections between their attitudes and behaviors related to climate change. So the last one is encouraging. So the conclusions. Remember that these pre-service teachers are in Indonesia. So they are witnesses to sea level rising. They live on islands, that their capital is flooding, and they're witnessing the sea level rising and those consequences, but they do not necessarily connect those sea level rises with climate change. Our results call for changes to curricula and that the curricula should include climate change education. It seems clear from our results that teachers need courses in their pre-service teacher programs, and we need professional development for in-service teachers on how to teach climate change. And we must start at early grades with those elementary teachers. Remember, they had the highest level of denial. We cannot wait until children progress through elementary to secondary schools before they receive effective climate change education. We need to start with younger children, and we'll talk about why that's important. It's important in terms of addressing the climate disasters, but it also is important in terms of emotional and health and mental well-being. And that's our last point here. We must prepare children to understand the effects of climatic disasters and develop resiliency. To do that, we need to start at those younger grades, and we need elementary teachers who can help the children. As I mentioned in the slide about climate refugees, when people are displaced from their homes and they experience these climatic disasters, either from flooding or wildfires, then that is very traumatic, and that trauma impacts children in terms of their learning and in terms of their emotional health and well-being. So we need to be helping them to understand climate disasters and to develop resilience at a young age. So this is not my own study. This is a collaborative study, as I mentioned. These are our illustrious colleagues at Sriwijaya University. Pak Hartono, Pak Sofendi, have been longtime friends and collaborators, and this is the team of individuals, and I'm very grateful for the work that they've done, and as you can see, it's an amazing study. And we have presentations at 3 major international conferences coming up. We'll be presenting this research in Utah at an international conference, and then also in Chicago at National Association for Research and Science Teaching and the Association for Educational Research, which is the top, AERA is the top education research conference. So I'm very grateful for the work they've done. And I'm grateful for the collaborators in Turkey at Balıkesir, Mesut Saçkis, and Elvan is at Middle Eastern Technical University, and she's an expert in pre-service teachers and climate change. And then our colleagues, Dr. Brian Knowles is one of your invited speakers. He's my friend and colleague here at Utah State University, and he's worked with Pak Sofendi and Pak Hartono on several things, and we're happy to be collaborating. And then our friend and your invited speaker, Dr. Rita Hagevic, and my dear friend at the University of North Carolina, Pembroke. So I want to say terima kasih for inviting me to speak to you. Thank you for listening and your interest in our work. And I encourage you to ask questions. Thank you. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih. Thank you very much, Kathy, for this insightful presentation. And you have shown us interesting data or analysis regarding the survey to the pre-service teachers' education. So the climate-related disasters that you mentioned in your presentation are devastating and affect many people. And many of these disasters affected certain communities more severely than others. However, we haven't really addressed the eco-justice issues as the topic that you talk about today. We are more concerned with the science aspect rather than the socio-cultural aspect. What do you think about this, and how the eco-justice awareness can be promoted when we address climate change issues?
Yes, well, and it's interesting that you bring this up. We need to do more, but right now there are international groups who are looking at eco-justice issues as they relate to climate change. The World Health Organization, because as you mentioned, these climate disasters do impact some communities more than others, and that is the eco-justice issue. So who, and then also the United Nations has special task force working on these issues. We must also, those are on the global scale, and the World Bank is working on this issue. But we must work individually in our communities and in our schools to educate teachers and children about climate change and about the impacts on the environment and about the things that we can do, and then also to be prepared to deal with those climatic disasters. They are happening and they are getting worse. So we need to emotionally and psychologically prepare children. And one way to do that is through education. And that we need to be educating through science and also through social studies. But also we need to start in those very early grades with elementary.
All right, thank you, Kathy. And your results regarding the denial as well as participation and activism is interesting, particularly in language ed pre-service teachers. And that reminded me of a study conducted by Panos and D'Amico in 2021, saying that they're looking at whether literacy field is engaging with this issue of climate change. And they found out that less than 1% of the literacy organization and the literacy journal engage with climate change issue. And I think that's really connected to what you have, what the analysis show, right? What do you think about this? Language education, maybe they think that they're not really into this issue, but when we can see that we need the multidiscipline addressing this issue. What do you think about that, Kathy?
Oh, I certainly agree with that. But you know, the results were encouraging for the language education. They were with science education in our study, and in terms of having the least denial. So that is important. The social studies, mathematics, languages, and science education were the areas where we had more hope in terms of understanding attitudes, behaviors, beliefs, and and values. Values is the last one. So they are at the higher end. At the more challenging end, with the strongest denial, were the elementary. So you know that I think we've got to work on language arts and reading literacy. So the literacy had the least activism, and it also had the least participation. So in terms of literacy, I think we have a lot of work to do. In elementary, we have a lot of work to do.
Right, so they have the knowledge, but not really into the application, right? Like more on understanding what the concept looks like, I think from your data, but from our data, we can say, but actually not translated into activism.
Right, yes.
Okay, I think I will check with the committee. I think the committee would like to give you a token of appreciation virtually. So I'm going to check with my colleagues if they are ready to prepare. Winnie, are we ready? Okay. We are going to, okay, here you go. I hope you can see it, Kathy, in your screen.
Yes.
All right,
Yes.
So right behind me in this big screen, we can see the certificate of appreciation for you, Kathy.
Yes.
We really hope to see you here in person. Meanwhile, this virtual conference is very encouraging for us to have and to talk with you. And this is the certificate of appreciation from Sriwijaya University, Faculties of Teachers Training and Education, to you, Kathy. And I will get the copy and send it to your email. Thank you so
Terima
much.
kasih.
Terima kasih,
Thank you.
Kathy. And we are really hoping to have more collaboration in the future so we can do some more work on this important issue in climate change education. And I wish that this issue that we talk about today will inspire all pre-service teachers in our university, in all studies, in all fields of study in education, to be more aware of climate change issue and find ways to connect with this issue and to engage our pre-service teachers to think about this and relate it to our own discipline. Again, thank you very much, Kathy, for joining us today to spend your evening with us. This is early, morning for us, but I believe it's getting late maybe in Utah.
It is. It's about bedtime in Utah.
It's about bedtime for you, and this is the beginning of the day for us. So thanks again, Kathy, for being with us today. Really appreciate your presentation. And everyone in this room, give applause to Kathy. Thank you. And we'll see you. Terima kasih. Talk to you soon in other meeting. Thanks, Kathy. Have a good evening.
Thank you. You too. Thank you.
So, dear ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your attention. And as the moderator, Sari Silviani, I would like to say thank you to everyone for your great participation today. And I'm going to hand it back to the MC. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
All right, thank you very much for Professor Dr. Kathy Kep Trundle and Sari Silviani MPD, PhD. Now, dear all participants of 5th SULE IC 2022, we are going to continue for the next plenary session. I'm going to invite the next moderator to begin the session. Please welcome Dr. Ariansha M.A. For Dr. Ariansha, time is yours.
Okay, good morning everybody, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
First of all, I would like to say thank you for the MC who has appointed me to be the moderator for our second plenary session. Okay, in this occasion, please, let us invite our second presenter, our keynote speaker, Professor Susan Nichols. Susan Nichols, hello.
Hello.
Okay.
Hello.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Professor Su. So you are already here. Let's have our warm greetings from Sriwijaya University. Welcome to our PIP Sriwijaya University Language and Education International Conference. Okay, before we start Professor Su's presentation, I would like to tell you briefly about Professor Su's biography. Professor Su, she is a professor of education at the University of South Australia in Australia. She is a literacy researcher and also teacher educator, and she has led many projects inquiring into learning in diverse range of contexts. Her interest is in learners from early years through adult life and the resources they use to communicate and make meaning. Professor Su has regularly partnered with educators as co-researchers, work which is described in the book Impactful Practitioner Inquiry that has been published by Teachers College Press in 2017. And her upcoming book will be entitled Traversing Old and New Literacies that will be published by Springer in this year, 2022, where in this book she looks across historical and contemporary literacy practices in many contexts around the globe. Okay, Professor Su, here we have around 35 to 40 minutes for your presentation, and your presentation here will be about integrating digital media into literacy, teacher education. And I'm Ariansa as your moderator to handle this forum to you. Time is yours now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm honored to be part of this conference. It's very nice for me to come back and meet you all again because I have been a speaker at a previous conference, and that's how I know that you are listening with attention. And last time I got some really good questions from the audience, so I'm hoping that I will get some really good questions again this time. So I'm going to share my screen with you so I can commence this presentation that I have created to share with you. And it is called Integrating Digital Media into Literacy Teacher Education. So before I begin, I just want to explain that I am a teacher educator, and I have been integrating digital tools into my courses and into my student assignments for a long time now, like probably about 20 years. The University of South Australia was at that time a member of a group of universities called the Australian Technology Network. So this university was an early adopter of digital technologies into its learning environment. And that's how I was able to have an opportunity to build my skills in delivering learning with the use of a range of digital tools. So I also conduct research in literacy, and over the years, of course, a lot of the things that we do to communicate, to express ourselves, to have fun, to organise our lives, a lot of those things are happening in the digital domain. So as a literacy researcher, then it was important for me to move into that domain and begin to have a really good look at what was happening there. So this is the basis of the knowledge that I'm going to be sharing with you in the presentation today. And I hope that it will be particularly relevant to people who are training to become teachers, and those of you who are teacher educators, as well as people who conduct research into literacy, and people who are interested in digital technologies. So let's begin. So I'm going to first of all begin by showing you the schematic, which is how I'm going to be organising ideas for this presentation. So we're putting digital tools into the middle of our model, and around it I have three elements that I want to focus on. The first is multimodality, the second is inclusivity, and the third is authenticity. Now, I don't know what those terms mean to you at the moment, but what I'm going to do throughout this presentation is I will take those one at a time, and I will have a look at what's been happening in teacher education and in the literacy research area in relation to these three aspects of digital tools. Let's start with multimodality. So the term multimodal is used to refer to a text constructed from different kinds of meaning-making resources. Excuse me. So what you can see in front of you here is an iPad screen, and on this screen is part of a story. Please do excuse me. The story was created by a 4-year-old girl with the aid of her grandparent, and they were participating in an e-book making session in a public library. So this little girl said that she wanted to make up her story to be about a princess and a dragon. And you can see here that she has created this story on her iPad in a bookmaking application. And she has integrated into that the drawing that she has produced. So she's done this drawing using her finger directly onto the screen. And you can see there that there's also a recording of some spoken word, which is her herself narrating part of her story. You can see there's some written language there as well. This was not typed up by this child, but it was typed up by her grandparent. So you can see here that this is a multimodal text, and it has been created with the aid of a digital device and digital applications. But the idea of finger painting, I don't know any of you who are parents or perhaps work in early childhood and might give children that enjoyable activity of dipping their fingers into some paint and then drawing with that. So this is a bit like digital finger painting. Finger painting is not new. The digital device is just another way of being able to create this type of a text. Now, I'm going to just take a small break because I can feel that my asthma is playing up, and rather than just keep on coughing and spluttering, I'm just going to stop my video just momentarily while I can take my medication. I'll mute myself as well. So this will just be about 20 seconds. Excuse me. so apologies for that break, but I would rather take some medication and be able to speak clearly than to just keep wheezing and coughing. So let's go on. So when we're talking about multimodal text, we're talking about being able to bring together a whole lot of resources to create texts. And those might include written language, spoken language, visual images, graphic symbols, sound effects, moving images, hyperlinking, concrete materials, and embodied movement. So all of these resources can be worked with through digital means of different kinds, or many of them can be just part of the conventional and familiar ways of creating text using materials like paper and pen. So you can see an image there of some children, and they're collaborating to produce a diagram that shows important people in their lives and records information about those peoples. So you can see that they have got photographs that they've taken from home, and possibly these photographs were taken on digital cameras and then printed out. The children are writing. You can see they're using their own writing symbols. Some of them are using alphabetic symbols, others are using very simple, simplified forms of writing. You can see that there are lines and boxes there, which is the graphic symbols. So they are collaborating to create a multimodal text, and you can't really see the digital tools there, but this image was taken on a digital camera and perhaps was even part of a video about this event. And as I said before, digital photography was most likely involved in the production of those images. So the thing is, we can't always see the ways in which digital texts and tools are being used. I think there's a tendency to think that it's always so easy to tell the difference between a digital tool and a material, a digital text and a material text, but not so. Now, I'm going to introduce you to the Australian curriculum context because I don't know the Indonesian curriculum and I can't speak with any authority about that. But for your information, the national curriculum in Australia for subject English states that multimodal text should be used. And that means that literacy teacher education programs are required to prepare graduates for working with multimodal texts. And I'm now going to show you some of these statements from the curriculum. Here we have a content descriptor for the early years, that is foundation, which you might know of as preschool or kindergarten, foundation through to year 2. So you can see for this stage, students are going to be engaging with a variety of texts for enjoyment, and they're going to be listening to, reading and viewing spoken, written and multimodal texts. Then next we have the content description for years 4 and 5. So we can see that that is very similar, except the term and interpret is added. So here we are expecting students to have the tools to begin to analyse these spoken, written and multimodal texts. And then we have in years 5 and 7, 5, 6 and 7, what is added here is the term evaluate. So now children are being expected to evaluate these texts, and that includes multimodal texts. So we, when I say we, the teacher educators that I work with use this English curriculum framework as our guide when we are creating curriculum for our trainee teachers. And as you can see, this does require us to ensure that our students are prepared to work with spoken, written and multimodal texts, and to also, as children go through the stages, to increasingly help them to interpret and then to evaluate these texts. So now let's think about digital tools and multimodality, because the digital is where I am focusing on in this presentation. So first of all, I want to emphasise that multimodality is not a new thing. The idea of combining modes to create a text has been with us for a very, very long time. We can think of, the very beautiful and extremely old illuminated manuscripts, which were religious texts that were created by people in monasteries that had extremely beautiful illustrations as well as the biblical text. So those are hundreds of years old. However, digital technologies offer new ways of producing and also consuming, or that means reading, viewing, and otherwise using multimodal texts. And digital technologies can make it easier to combine and work across modes. And they can also create options for transmediation. Now, this term transmediation means to shift text from one medium to another, and you will see some examples of that later on in this presentation. So when we think about trainee teachers as multimodal text producers, we believe that to support children to produce multimodal text, our teachers need to be confident with multimodal text production themselves. So teacher educators at UniSA, that's myself and my colleagues, have incorporated multimodal text production into university assignments that our trainee teachers are doing. So our students learn about how different modes contribute to meaning making. For instance, how words and images work together to create meaning in picture books, or how sound and spoken word add layers of meaning to digital media productions. So our students, in one course, they create portfolios of text that they have produced. So this multimodal portfolio is an assignment. And in producing the text within this portfolio, students can choose whether to use digital or non-digital resources. So we don't say to them, it must be digital. They have the option to create non-digital text also. And what we find is that students use a wide range of forms and applications. Some of the examples that we've seen have taken the form of slideshows, movies, comic strips, picture books, podcasts, leaflets, ebooks, scrapbooks. There's many, many different kinds of texts that our students choose to produce. Now, one year, I asked students permission to retain their portfolios for analysis, and 55 students gave me permission to do that. Of those 55, 54 of them included at least one digital text. So in other words, only one of the students chose to create a completely non-digital portfolio. 32 of them included at least one non-digital text. So that means that many of the students still wanted to continue to use those kind of non-digital text production options. And many of the students had also engaged in transmediation, which is transforming a text from one media into another. We're going to have a look at some examples. So in the next couple of slides, I'm showing you some excerpts or pieces of text that were produced by my students, that is, they were produced by trainee teachers. So this particular example was produced by someone who we will call Charlotte. It's not her actual name, it's a pseudonym. And this is a page from a picture book that she has created. And I can see somebody's drawing on that at the moment, which is pretty unusual. I would prefer if people didn't draw on the screen. If you could avoid doing that, that would be great. So we can see that Charlotte has created the illustrations for her picture book on paper. And she chose a particular type of paper, which is like an art paper, which has a certain texture to it because she wanted that particular effect. So having created these non-digital illustrations, she then scanned the images and she inserted those scanned images into a digital slideshow. Then she added the written text in the digital slideshow application. So you can see the box there, that's a text box that has been added within PowerPoint. And I'd also like to draw your attention to the fact that she's used different fonts as well to increase the kind of expressive quality of the text. So she can see it says, "I looked up the street, the trees loomed over the path toward the dark mouth of the alley." Loomed and dark mouth are in different fonts. Then having created this slideshow, she then converted the whole thing to a PDF, which meant that if she wanted to, she could then print it out. So we can see here that to create this multimodal text, Charlotte has used both digital and non-digital tools, and that the text has gone on a journey where it started out as non-digital illustrations, it became a digital slideshow, and then it was able to be created as a non-digital text by printing it. So this is what I was saying before, it's not always so easy to separate out the digital and the non-digital. And in fact, there's no particular reason why we should want to do that. The point is it a good picture book? And it is, it's very successful at that. Here's another example. This is part of a, whoops, I'm sorry about that. Let me just go back to where I was last viewed. This is part of a movie that was created by one of the students, who I'll call Dan. So Dan created his narrative in the form of a poem. So he wrote a poem or a kind of song, and it was about a monster who loved to play music. Dan also composed the music and he recorded it. He is himself a musician, so he recorded himself playing this music. Those pictures he drew himself, so he created them as non-digital illustrations and he scanned them. And then he recorded a spoken narration and he put the whole thing together as a movie. So he used his many different talents to create this multimodal text. Now, when we think about children's literature, we often think that nothing very much has changed there. But in fact, multimodality has a long history in children's literature. The idea that we put pictures and words together has been with us for a very long time in children's literature. Picture books are multimodal texts, and that's the way we treat them in our course. But these days, many authors are creating content in multiple forms using digital media. And that means that educators need to be aware of these developments and ready to move across media. So here is an example of an author. His name is Neil Gaiman. You might be wondering why he didn't comb his hair for that photograph, but possibly he wants to look very creative and windswept. However, what I'd like to draw your attention to is the fact that on his website, he has links to audio, films, books, television, comics, and theatre, all of which he has produced himself or has done this in collaboration with other creative artists. So the world of children's literature is increasingly a multimedia world. That's something that educators need to know about, particularly if they're going to be working with children's literature. Film adaptations are multimodal texts. So this is where a book is turned into a movie, and I'm sure you're very familiar with that. Many popular children's and teens novels are turned into movies or television series. In fact, I can hardly keep up. Every year I check to see whether the books that I have set have been turned into TVs or movies, and very often they have done. Now, some teachers tend to think that working with movie adaptations is some kind of easy option and it's something that you would use with children who don't like to read. But what we say is that this using a film adaptation should happen with the book, not instead of it. And students need to be thinking about this in terms of transmediation, in terms of having one text or product, this narrative that appears in two different forms. This requires students to give serious thought to both the printed text and the audio-visual text and the relationship between them. So transmediation, which I've been referring to, one way of understanding that is that it maps the content of one communication system onto the expressive plane of another. So the content might be the story that might appear in a book, and video or film or theatre gives us some different expressive resources that we can use, and so we're going to see some different types of meaning making happening when we transmediate. Here's an example which I use in one of my courses. The book is called Wild Cork and Watercress, and it was written by a New Zealand author, Barry Crump. Now, this book has been turned into a movie, which is, I think it's a PG movie, which is called Hunt for the Wilder People. Now, what's interesting here is that the book now has got a scene from the movie on it, which it didn't used to have, obviously. It was a much older book than this movie. And the director of this movie happened to find this book and thought it would be a good one for a film. Now, if we have a look at a still from the film, this is from the movie Hunt for the Wilder People. And it's interesting to see that the director has used the chapter 1 caption here. It's a way to acknowledge that this film actually started its life as a book. Now, as I've said, it's not an easy option just to work with a film adaptation. Here is an excerpt from the book. And let's take a little while to have a look at this, and then I'm going to show you some stills from the movie. And I want you to think about, what do you notice? What's different? What is the director doing with this text? What is happening in the transmediation? So this is from the first chapter of the book, and this is where we introduce to the main character. It's written in the first person, so this is the main character's voice that we're hearing. My proper name's Richard Morehu Baker, but they always call me Ricky. I always had trouble fitting in. I could read miles better than most of the other kids, but I wasn't much good at anything else, and they decided I was a slow learner. So that's what we hear, that's what we learn about Ricky. He's an interesting character, partly because he's a really good reader, but he's not very good at school, and that's very thought-provoking for our teacher trainees. Now, here are some examples from the movie. These are some still images from the movie Hunt for the Wilder People. This is where we get to see the character of Ricky Baker. We don't get to read this description, we don't get to hear the author's voice, but we do get to see the character. So what I'd like you to do is just take a little bit of time, not too long, let's say, 10 to 20 seconds, and try to notice something about these still images and try to think about how this director has worked with this material from the book to present us this character. And I'm going to stop talking now. If you happen to have somebody with you, you could talk to that person. If you happen to be on yourself, you could just have a little bit of thinking time. I wonder what you are noticing here. I can see something's just popped up in the chat. Okay. Does anybody want to be brave and say, give their response? You don't have to, but if you would like to. This is the thing about being a teacher educator. We have to take our own chances as well. If we're asking our students to try something, we have to be willing to try it ourselves. And that means we have to be willing to, be challenged, to be questioned, and so on. What I'm seeing when I look at these images is a boy who's not very old, he's not very tough looking, but he's trying to look tough. He's trying to present himself like a man. You know, he's got his arms folded across his chest. He's all on his own. We see this boy without any people around him. We see him looking quite small in the overall screen. We can also see in that top image, that letterbox is on fire. So that's telling me that this boy is a little bit of a naughty boy. He probably set that letterbox on fire. Nobody's getting hurt, but he's a bit of trouble, this kid. So these are some of the meanings that come through in the way that the director has visualised his character. Those choices could have been different. We could get close-ups on this boy. We could see him in a gang. You know, there's many different ways that this child could have been portrayed. But what the director's trying to do is to combine a couple of characteristics about this boy. One is his vulnerability, and the other is his attempt to be tough. And both of those are very important qualities for this character in the narrative. So that's an example of working with transmediation. All right, let's keep going now. I said I was going to talk about inclusivity. That's where we're heading right now. So I'm going to talk about inclusivity in relation to digital resources. Now, we know as educators that children and students have different learning strengths and abilities. And I include my trainee teachers as well. They also have different learning strengths and abilities. So when learners can combine written language with other modes, such as speech and drawing, some children will perform better. Digital tools can support this. Now, here's somebody who has made that observation. Mills and Levido say that they saw reluctant writers approach writing tasks on the screen with significantly greater enthusiasm and a readiness to produce text than when writing with pencils on paper. So one of the elements in this inclusivity is supporting student motivation. If students aren't motivated, then they're not going to participate. They probably aren't going to achieve as much. And students who have struggled tend to be less motivated as well. Students who have learning difficulties tend to struggle, and this affects their motivation. Here's an example of a multimodal text that was created using a digital application which you can use to create something that looks like a comic book. Now, this was created by a child called Lee, not her real name, and Lee experiences autism herself. She has created a comic book on the theme of autism, where she is attempting to help people to understand what it is like for her as a person with autism. So you can see also, though, that she has used the different skills of creating the comic book. For instance, she knows that you can have close-ups and you can see, the subject from further away. She knows that you're going to be organising your narrative from left to right and from top to bottom, and that you need to plan it so that you have got something in each of those boxes that will progress your narrative. So she's using some really important skills. So by creating this digital comic, she was able to involve her peers and help them to understand and accept her. What's really interesting here is that you can see there are children who participated and they're acting out parts in this comic book narrative. In the frame that says the other kids didn't invite me to play with them, you can see the peers are acting that out. And by doing that, they are gaining some insight into what it's like to be excluded because you're different from other people. So there's a lot of benefit going on here for this particular child of being able to work with digital tools and also to be able to work in a multimodal manner. Here's another example. This is from a project called Talking Drawings, and it was carried out in the area of STEM. So you can see a couple of images here. One is an image of a drawing, and then below it is an image of, it's coming out of an ebook that has been created by a student. Now, educator Nikki McCann has been investigating the talking drawing approach for her master's study. So she is a primary school teacher who is doing her master's by research with me at UniSA. What she wanted to achieve was to improve children's communication of STEM knowledge. She was concerned that children, particularly some children, seem to be very reluctant to talk about their understanding of concepts in STEM, and they used a very limited vocabulary to do that. So she asked children to create a drawing to communicate their knowledge on the topic of flight. Now, this was after she had been teaching the module about flight. So the children had been engaging in that module, and they had been learning about flight. So the children recorded themselves talking about their drawing. They first produced the drawing, then they recorded themselves talking about it, and then they created ebooks. So there was 3 steps in that process. And they didn't all use digital tools. The first step was a non-digital text, the drawing, and then the second 2 steps utilised the digital resources. The learning outcomes were positive. This initiative resulted in improvements in the amount, specificity, and relevance of children's language. And when she compared the ebook and the talking drawings to a written-only text, like a conventional science report, the multimodal text was not only more popular, but it had more content. There was more of the science knowledge in that text. Children who were usually most reluctant to write made some of the greatest gains in this project, and it's not a one-off. Similar findings have been made by other educators. I've got a group of educators at the moment that are particularly focused on improving children's oral language and their vocabulary, and many of them are using digital resources and finding similar outcomes. Now, another aspect of inclusivity is including family and the community. Many families these days use digital tools such as mobile phones in their daily life. And we know from the statistics that even families in financially difficult circumstances often still do have mobile devices. Digital resources can provide ways for educators to connect with families and to share literacy and language practices. So the image that we can see is a page from an ebook, and it shows a photo of a child at home. So she is showing her favourite book, and this is her favourite book to read at home. So by the parent taking this photograph, or the carer taking the photograph, and that being dropped into the ebook, it helps the educator to understand more about the child's literacy resources in the home environment. Also, you can see that we've got some print language there, and also the child's handwritten language as well. So there's the adult and the child have been collaborating to create the linguistic part of the text. And this project took place in a culturally and linguistically diverse community, and members of the community were able to use their first language and to create bilingual text as well. And finally, the point I'd like to make about inclusivity relates to online learning. So online learning makes teacher education available to students located at a distance from campus. I do quite a lot of my teaching online, and I've been doing it since well before the pandemic. And one of the things I notice is that students who are meeting online, many of them are carers, so they have got responsibilities for children, or they might have responsibilities for a family member with illness or with a disability. They might themselves have an illness, it could be a physical or mental illness, and so it's difficult for them to come onto campus. And being able to meet together in the online environment means that we can include these people in teacher education. And as a result of that, we can try to diversify our teaching workforce. And that's something that has got a value because it means that children in schools will get to see a more diverse array of people from different backgrounds and with different personality types and experiences coming into the teaching profession. I use the virtual classroom a lot, and so I find it a very flexible environment. It's a place where we can read books together, we can discuss ideas in writing or through talking to each other, we can collaborate on presentations, we can share texts that we have produced in different media. And what this author has spoken about is digital read-alouds in the virtual classroom. It's something that a lot of teachers have been doing during school lockdowns when they engage children in online learning at home. Sturzel and Shedrow say that engagement in a digital read-aloud can take place before, during or after reading. And if you do a ready-made read-aloud, which is a pre-recorded one, it can be paused, it can be used synchronously or asynchronously, and it can engage students in the types of interactions that would take place during face-to-face read-alouds. So if it's important in teacher education that we model good practice to our students, we have to make sure that we model that in the virtual classroom as well as in the on-campus environment. And my final point was about authenticity. So digital tools can be used to bring authentic resources into the literacy education classroom. And I'm going to be particularly referring to literacy teacher education, where it's very important that we give our students opportunities to connect with what's happening in the real world outside of the university. So I'm going to really be referring to a project that was called the Authentic Literacy Data Project. It's completed now, but in this project, teacher educators went into schools to gather materials, and the materials they gathered were recordings of children reading to teachers, scanned copies of children's workbooks, assessment records, and interviews with teachers. So all of those resources were digitised. They were compiled into digital casebooks, which were available to students on the course website. And we made sure we had parental permission and that children were given pseudonyms to protect their identities. Our teacher trainees were required to use these resources in their case study assignments.
Professor Nichols, you have 5 minutes to go.
Sorry?
You have 5 minutes left for your presentation.
5 minutes, no problem, that is perfect. So this is just showing you an example of some of these resources. So this is what our students could see, right? Here's the child reading, so that's a video. This is what the child is reading, so we can see the text there. And here is the teachers running record of the child reading. So our students can view these resources and they can make their observations and interpret what's going on. So here is what the teacher educators had to say about this. We interviewed the tutors and asked them what was happening when the students used the digital casebooks. Here's some of their thoughts. Students were able to hear what was happening and see what was happening. They saw that this is the kind of thing that goes on in classrooms, which is what I was referring to as authenticity. It really gave them an entree into the world they're going into. The students made a really good go at analysing the data and then matching instructional practice, which were goals of the case study assignment. And the students themselves, here's some of their excerpts from their assignments. We can see how they use the resources. So in one essay, this student wrote, when asked about these interests, Jane's voice seemed to spark and get louder, showing some excitement. Another student said in the video of child 2, she's still utilising finger pointing to assist with her reading, which may be holding back her development. And then this student wrote that the teacher states that James' comprehension is quite good, but looking at the running record, it's quite poor. So you can see here that our students are using their skills of observation and interpretation, and they're also making critical evaluations of what they can see in those digital casebooks. So I'm now going to conclude with some final points. In terms of multimodality, increasingly English curriculum frameworks require students to read and create multimodal texts. So teacher trainees should be prepared to work with these texts in the classroom. Digital resources help to facilitate the production of multimodal texts, but this doesn't mean that students will stop creating paper-based and material texts. In relation to inclusivity, children and students have different strengths and learning needs. Opportunities to use digital tools and to work in multiple modes could support learners who could be disadvantaged by print-only activities and assignments. There's some evidence of improved learning outcomes for children using digital tools to create multimodal texts. And finally, access to the virtual classroom is inclusive of teacher trainees who are not able to participate on campus. Finally, authenticity. Multimedia documentation and immersive simulations can give teacher trainees access to more authentic examples of practice than conventional textbooks can do. And students can practice their observation, interpretation, and analysis by accessing these resources. And finally, for children and young people, the digital world is their world, and the classroom is just part of it. I thank you for your attention. Here are the references in case you would like to follow up on any of those. And I will now close my presentation.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Su, for your very interesting presentation. So it really inspires us how we can basically use digital media and integrating students' literacy in it. So far we have two participants asking you question. So we have the first question from Widya. Widya is a student from PGR University in Palembang, Indonesia. So she asked you about what she would like to know is what's the meaning of the multimodal text and when we can use this. So that would be the first question. And the second question is from Ahmad Fauzi. This from Ahmad Fauzi. How to make students' attention span in reading, especially the hard copy material, longer. So far that the first two questions asked by the participant. It's your time to answer them. Thank you.
Okay, referring to the first question, which is what is the meaning of multimodal texts? As I said, multimodal texts are not new and they do not have to be digital texts. It would probably be easier for me to talk to you about what is not a multimodal text. If we pick up a book and that has only printed language in it, it does not have any images in it. We are not going to be reading it aloud. We are not going to be hearing any voices reading this text. We are simply going to be reading that text with our eyes. That would be a unimodal text. Many people believe that that is a traditional text, but in fact, it just depends on where you look in history, because historically there have been many texts that utilize images and also that can be converted into spoken word text. Indeed, in the oral tradition, we don't even have to necessarily have the text written down. We can just be hearing them and we can be watching a performance. Another way to think about a unimodal text is how many of my senses do I use when I am working with this text? If it's just my eyes, then most likely that is a unimodal text. However, I also use my eyes to look at images as well. If we look at the screen, if you look at the screen right now and you listen to my words, this is a multimodal event. This means that you are hearing my spoken language. You are seeing my gestures. You are reading the print that is on the screen. You are seeing the visual images on the screen as well. So what we have in front of us is a multimodal text. Now, in the curriculum, when we incorporate multimodal text, what we can do is to be more conscious in the way that we analyse all of the different elements that are going into making the text, instead of ignoring everything that is not printed language, which is what sometimes has been happening in the English classroom. Now, the second question was about how to retain students' attention on reading hard copy texts. Why are we insisting that students only read hard copy texts? What's wrong with reading aloud? We know that the more channels that we use to get information, the more likely we are to be able to retain that information. If I read the text, I will retain some of it. If I take notes while I'm reading it, in other words, if I write as well, I will retain more of it. If I create a concept map or a diagram in which I'm using graphic symbols to help me to organise my thinking about that text, I will retain more of it. If I read that text aloud to myself, I will retain more of it. If I hear someone else reading it to me, I will retain more of it. So the more different channels that we use, the more likely we are to actually retain more of the text. And if we're not retaining it, then we're not actually learning anything. And then we will lose our motivation and it will be difficult to keep going. I'm sure many of you have had some very boring stuff to read and you have found yourself drifting off and stopping paying attention while you're reading it. If we do that as a teacher, then we just keep it to ourselves. If our students do it, then we might chastise them or discipline them for doing something that is something we probably would do ourselves as well. It's up to us as educators to find more ways to engage our students.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor, for your very informative explanation related to the questions asked by our two participants. Here, basically, I myself, as a teacher teaching digital literacy, the ICT, what I have in my mind when you talk about the literacy, how we can integrate it with digital tools. Yeah, my question here is how we can teach our students about the digital literacy first, because as you may find that mostly in our country, yeah, the students, especially those in primary school level, they are still digitally illiterate. So it is also a challenge for us. So how could we integrate the digital tools to develop their literacy while they themselves are still digitally illiterate? Thank you.
That's a really good question. Thank you very much for your question. And so I would say that the key word is integration. That's why I use that term in my presentation. Integration means to bring together what people currently do, what they currently know how to do with what is new. Now, if children or adult learners already know some things about digital text, then we can work with that. If what they currently know is more about non-digital texts, maybe about oral storytelling, or maybe if they're children, they might prefer to draw or to play with their toys. These would be little children. We work with what they know. So for instance, if I'm working with very young children and they prefer to play with their toys, and what I want them to do is to create a digital text, I will use a very simple application, such as a simple stop motion animation application, of which there are many that you can use on an iPad. And we don't need an iPad for every child, by the way. One is enough. Children can then plan out the story using their little toys. And they can take the photographs of their toys and in a sequence that then the application will put those together and create an animation of their story. All of a sudden, we have a multimodal text that is also a digital text. But we started with what the children could know and currently can do. The other thing is that although certainly in this forum amongst ourselves, we can use terms like literate and illiterate, I try to avoid those terms when talking with learners, talking with children or talking with their parents, because I would rather look at what people can do and what they would like to achieve and what they would like, how they would like to express themselves, and then we can think about, well, how can digital tools play a part in that? I hope that is a helpful answer.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Su, for your explanation. Yeah, that will be very useful information for us, especially to develop our student digital ability and how we can integrate them to develop their literacy. Okay, I think our time is already up, and on behalf of the committee, I would like to express our deepest gratitude for your participation as the keynote speaker in our PIP Sriwijaya University Learning and Education International Conference. Before we close our meeting today, so we would like to deliver our certificate to you as the keynote speaker. As you can see on the screen, so it is already printed out, and soon we will send it to your email. Okay, again, on behalf of our committee, so I would like to say thank you very much for your participation in our international conference this year. And we hope that in the near future, we will meet again. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
See you.
And goodbye.
Bye-bye.
All right, thank you very much for Professor Dr. Sue Nichols and Ariansha MA PhD. Now, dear all participants of 5th SULE IC 2022, we are going to continue for the next plenary session, and I'm going to invite the moderator to begin this session. Please welcome Dr. Rita Indrawati, MPD. For Dr. Indrawati, time is yours.
Thank you, dear Master of Ceremony, for giving me the floor and the Zoom stage. Well, let me say hello to the participants of the 5th SULE IC in 2022 with a pantun in Indonesia, I think. Dayang merindu kehilangan cawan. Sinuhun, Kartini Palembang abad ke-16 adalah seorang ratu. Selamat pagi, salam sejahtera bagi kita sekalian. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The honorable keynote speakers, guest speakers, presenters, dear heads of department, study program coordinators, all lecturers who are present here in this room and online on Zoom, and all participants from other universities. Welcome to the 5th SULE IC, Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Sriwijaya University. Dear participant, our third keynote speaker is from Chemistry Education, the Dean of Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Sriwijaya University. Please welcome Associate Professor Dr. Hartono, MA. Please give applause for him. Thank you. Well, before the speaker present the material, let me introduce himself. Dr. Hartono, MA is presently an associate professor in Mathematics and Science Education Department, Faculty of Teacher Training of Sriwijaya University. Dr. Hartono, MA has various positions in Sriwijaya University, from the heads of unit, the department, vice dean, and now he is a dean in our faculty. He is also a researcher in teaching and learning. Some of his recent engagement in research with Utah State University and teaching learning in the 21st century, collaborative research with Omdurman Islamic University, Sudan. There are also many other things, many other research, books, workshop that he became the speakers or the resource person. Dear participant, Dr. Hartono will present an up-to-date topic. The title is Experiencing the 21st Century Education, Pre-Service Teachers' Voices of Two Teacher Education Program. Well, Dr. Hartono, you have around 40 minutes to present, and after that we have 20 minutes for question and answer. And we will hold a discussion and question answer session after you present the material. Well, dear participant, you are also allowed to submit questions by writing in the Zoom chat room when the speaker conveys the material. Amrita Indarati, as the moderator, will lead the discussion. Well, Dr. Hartono, time is yours. Thank you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thanks for moderator Dr. Rita Indrawati, MPD. I'm so proud today as a keynote speaker in the SULE IC 5th 2022. This the title, my title of the research is Experiencing the 21st Century Education, preserve teacher voice of the two teacher education program. This is the collaborative research between Indonesia and Sudan. This is the second years. The first year is talk about the lectures voice, and now the second years talk about the student voice. Yeah, preserves teacher voice in the two teacher education program between Sriwijaya University and Omdurman Islamic University, Sudan, Khartoum. Okay, let's talk about the 21st century. This era, the information explosion is a hallmark of the 21st century. This affect many factors, including education. Society needs to have the ability to filter positive information that is beneficial for education. So it's very important to internalize in education field. Learning for the 21st century articulates a vision of how school can best prepare students to success in the 21st century. Many researchers of research funding said that in terms of the 21st century, its emphasis is on what student can do with knowledge rather than what unit of the knowledge they have, which is the essence of 21st century skill. That's the skill of the 21st century is developed every time that we now from the 5C through to 6C. In particular, our level of education need complex thinking and analytical thinking. This based on the Brentford et al. 1999 and OECD 2004. So the learning activity at the school are designed to educate students skillful for labor force. That in our university have running well in terms of the independent study and the freedom campus. So we facilitate our students to go to the labor, go to the school, go to the society to learn much about the what happened in the school, what happened in the society. It's independent study. Partnership for 21st century skill has also argued that the labor force required by an increasingly globalized economy requires an altogether different model of education, one that accommodates 21st century demands. So actually the need market for the future is not predictable. So we need prepare our students, especially the 21st century skill that may be useful for our alumni that they go to the society to work in the society. This belief makes sense since it will help in deciding what students need to learn and what teacher need to teach. what required then is to determine the framework of 21st century learning to accommodate knowledge and skills students need to have. Let's see the framework of the century learning. According Keguruan et al. 2014, proposed a framework of 21st century learning of the three significant categories of knowledge: fundamental knowledge, meta-knowledge, and humanistic knowledge. So the three categories is very important, and it should be utilization in our education. Fundamental knowledge, how to know. So about the digital ICT literacy, about the core content knowledge, and about the core cross-disciplinary knowledge. The third thing is very important because problem cannot solve by just one discipline subject, but the problem should be solved with the different discipline subject. So we have to know about the cross-disciplinary knowledge. Core content knowledge is very the principle. So we must know our own core content knowledge based on our discipline. And digital ICT literacy, this must we know because the era, revolution industry 4.0 and society 5.0. And about the humanistic knowledge, how to value life, job skill. This very important what we know, and we have to learn about the future, the job that need the manpower for the future. So we have to give our student information about the job skill that we have that come up the future. Awareness is very important as the human being. So we must to dedicate our student to awareness in terms of the environment, in terms of the society. So it is important. And the culture competence, especially Indonesia, a lot of the cultures. Yes. So we know many culture in Indonesia, and the global culture, global citizen. We have to know culture in not only in our own country, but also in other country. And very crucial for the category is the meta-knowledge, to X. This based on the Keguruan, we have at least 4C. It is about the how to dedicate our student to be creative, innovation, and our student can solving, can do problem solving, can do critical thinking, can do communication and collaboration. This is very important. Then this the point our research to know about the meta knowledge. As part of the global world, Indonesia must be ready to face the challenges of the 21st century. Preparing qualified teacher candidate with the knowledge and skill to answer the challenge of the 21st century is very important. The Indonesian government has issued some document to meet the demand and qualified teacher for the 21st century. It's like the system of national education and about the teacher and lecturer law, about the government regulation, national education standards, and then the teacher competencies and academic qualification standards. Indonesian have already provided the regulation. To prepare qualified teacher, educational institutions need to collaborate in the field of education. International cooperation with the university abroad must also be carried out through student exchange, guest lecture, and international research collaboration that we did. For example, international research collaboration between the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Sriwijaya University, that we call FTTESU, with the Faculty Education Omdurman Islamic University, that we call FEOIU. As both teacher education program prepare prospective teacher in this 21st century, is worth investigating to find out the typical characteristic of each. This my research goals, yeah, is not about the chemistry, right? Yeah, it is general. How previous teacher of the two programs perceive the 21st century education. Second, what knowledge and skill they learn and train for the implementation of the 21st century education. Third, how they respond to the implementation of the 21st century education. Fourth, what challenges they encounter in the implementation of the 21st century education. And the fifth, what opportunities they are likely to have in the 21st century education implementation. This my method of the research. This comparative study involved the participation from two teacher education program. This is a case study adopted Keguruan 2014 framework of the 21st century education. The data will were collected using survey and focus group discussion. The survey used the questionnaire entitled A Survey for Measuring 21st Century Teaching and Learning, West Virginia 21st Century Teaching and Learning Survey. It was adopted from RAFID 2014 and consisted of 35 items with 5 respondents. It has 4 construct, critical thinking skill, collaboration skill, communication skill, and creative and innovation skill. It also has very good reliability. Cromba Alpha more than 60. More than 270 respondents fill in the survey, while 16 respondents participate in the focus group discussion, each group. So the total 32 respondents participate in focus group discussion. Data obtained from the survey were analyzed using descriptive statistics, whereas data from focus group discussion were analyzed based on the thematic analyzed through coding process and triangulation. This is the result from the survey. This table 1, teaching practice that support 21st century learning. This focus question about the student critical thinking skill, collaboration skill, communication skill, creative and innovation skill. Data in table 1 reveal that the previous teacher at the both university education experience the skill of 21st century learning. More than 60% previous teacher at the both these institutions showed positive perception toward the teaching practice that apply 21st learning. Result from the focus group discussion. In relation to the research question, number 1 through 5, focus group discussion was conducted to a group of respondents from the both teacher education programs. Objective number 1. How previous teacher of the two programs perceive the 21st century education. It was discovered by perceived positively the 21st century education framework. They understood that someone needs to have life skill needed in the 21st century if he or she wants to survive in it. Knowing and practicing of the 21st century life skill, they can meet the demand of the 21st century living. This is still a focus group discussion. Objective 2, what knowledge and skill they learn and train for in the implementation of the 21st century education. It was found that basically the two institutions, faculty teacher training education Sriwijaya University and faculty education Omdurman Islamic University have accommodated two kind of knowledge based on career week. Framework of 21st education into their curriculum, foundation knowledge and humanistic knowledge, whereas they vary in their response to metacognitive knowledge. FTTESU has put the metacognitive knowledge to a certain extent in its curriculum, while FEOIU has not, as indicated in the following focus group discussion excerpts. Objective 3, how many respond of the implementation of the 21st century education? It was found that their response are in line with their perception about the 21st century education framework. Since they perceive positively the 21st century education framework, they also respond positively to the 21st century education framework. Objective 4, what challenge they encounter in the implementation of the 21st century education. The finding end into themes: digital literacy, technical support, limited facilities, big class, students' mindset change, and life skill-oriented subject, as shown in the following focus group discussion excerpt. Finally, objective 5, what opportunities they are likely to have in the 21st century education implementation. 3 themes can be sought from the finding: becoming autonomous learners, becoming professional future learners, and ICT literate, as indicated in the code below. The survey finding revealed that both previous teachers at the FTTE SU and FEOIU had experienced the 4C in their classes during the teaching and learning process to a certain extent. When compared, FTTESU pre-service teachers were slightly more frequent in practicing 4C skill compared to FEOIU pre-service teacher. In contrast, FEOIU pre-service teacher perceive their effort for positively in practicing 4C skill than FEOIU pre-service teachers. The focus group discussion findings. First, both FTTUSU and FEOIU pre-service teacher had been exposed to foundation knowledge and humanistic knowledge as taught in the Keguruan et al. 2013 framework of 21 first education into their teaching and learning processes, whereas they vary in their response to metacognitive knowledge. FTTUSU has put the metacognitive knowledge to a certain extent in its curriculum, while FEOIU has not. Second, pre-service teachers at both institutions perceive positively the 21st century education framework. They realize that living in the 21st century required someone to have life skill needed to survive in. They report that by learning and practicing the 21st century life skill and experiencing them in classroom learning made them accustomed to apply those skills. Moreover, they were expected to be able to respond to the demand of the 21st century living. Third, pre-service teachers of both institutions encounter challenges related to digital literacy, technical support, limited facility, big class, student mindset, change and life skill-oriented subject. So far, they were not ready yet in responding to 21st century learning. It was due to their habit in maintaining passive learning. They prefer to be sponge-filled rather than proactive in searching for the information needed. Fourth, pre-service teachers of both institutions believe that by possessing 21st century learning skill, they had opportunities to become autonomous learners, professional future learners, professional future teachers, and ICT literate teachers which are useful in carrying out their job as professional teacher in the future. Okay, this little picture when we are in the Khartoum, Sudan. So that's all my research. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Dr. Hartono, please give big applause for him. Thank you for the participants in this room and also on the Zoom. Well, talking about technology is very interesting, actually. So Dr. Hartono has investigated the pre-service teacher's voice in experiencing the 21st century learning education at FKIP Sriwijaya University and teacher education in Sudan. So, dear participants, we learn many things, very essential things from this presentation. So, as we are now in the 21st century learning, we have to develop at least the skills of the century from communication, collaboration, critical thinking, and also the creativity. So I didn't see any question from the Zoom. So actually, we open the first term of 2 questioners. So please press the reaction button if you have question. Since in the Zoom there is no question, so I invite the participants in here, in this room and also in the Zoom, to push the reaction button to ask the questions. Is there any? Okay, no one. Perhaps. Oh. Oh my God, it's too small, yeah. Yeah, just we are waiting for your question in Zoom meeting, but here there are questions. Oh, it is too small, yeah. What kinds of, Pak Artono, there are questions from, yeah, in the handphone I got here. What kinds of learning activities should be done so that the goals of achieving the 21st century competence skill is achieved? And the second question is, what do teachers need to prepare to face the challenges of the 21st century learning? So I repeat, there is the question from someone, Pak Artono. The second question, I think. The second, number 2.
Repeat.
What do teachers need to prepare to face the challenges of the 21st century learning? So I think these 2 questions are very great, Pak Artono, to be responded. Okay, we just wait for the response from Dr. Hartono.
Okay, thank you for the question and response. First question, what's of the learning activity should be done in terms to achieve the 21st century learning skill? Yeah, this is a good question about the learning activity. Yeah. The important thing, the kind of the learning is like the student centers is very important. Not only the student center, student engagement. So student will be involved by their own intrinsic. So there is no force for the student to follow the learning. This very essential to create by in the learning, teaching and learning activity. How to involve the student with the engagement approach. And about the other learning activity, teacher as a lecturer or teacher as the model in learning, teaching and learning. So as the teacher or lecturer should be the model to teach the category of the 21st century learning. For example, the humanistic knowledge, special for awareness, special about the culture competence. So this is very important to lecture to create the learning environment in their class, yeah. So can the facilitate the activity based on the differentiate learning. We know that our students have the different learning style, different entry level behavior, different level of cognitive. So we need to set our learning activity to facilitate our student. And ask the student to be active, of course. In the creativity, we give the challenge for the student to demonstrate their creativity, demonstrate their invention, demonstrate their communication. Yeah. In the classroom, in the seminars and other. Give the time for our student to demonstrate their ability in terms of the 21st century learning. And the second question, what do teachers need to prepare to face the challenging the century learning skill? So preparation is very important. This a little bit difficult for the teacher or lecturer to educate about the higher order thinking skill. That is very needed for the 21st century learning in terms of the problem solving, critical thinking. So this to be prepared for the teacher and the lecturer to learn much about the higher order thinking skill. This skill is very useful, is needed for our student to be survive in the society. So, and teacher or lecturer should be a model that I said before. They must master the knowledge that based on their own field. And to deliver their knowledge to their students. Many approach that be used by the teacher or lecturer. Many lesson plan that we have to prepare to teach in terms of the 21st century learning. So preparation is very important. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hartono. Yes, I agree with you that when learning activities must initiate in the process of teaching and learning activities. And if I'm not mistaken, you mentioned that kinds of model can be used in order to prepare all the students in order to achieve the target to be good students in the 21st century learning with communication, collaboration, critical thinking, and also the creativity. And the other question that have been posed by someone here from this, that the teachers should learn more about the 21st century, I think. Yeah? So to keep in touch with the students. Our students in this era, really, it is their time. Therefore, teachers, lecturers have to keep in touch with the students, learn at least from the students. And again, the readiness of the teacher is very important. Okay, Dr. Hartono, there is a question from the Zoom, the chat room from Devriansyah Safei. Yeah, I don't know where are you from, Pak Devriansyah, but at least you ask very good questions. Well, Pak Artono, the question is, what are the challenges of integrating technology into teaching? And the second one, how does empowerment technology help both students and teachers in the 21st century?
Empowerment?
Yeah, how does empowerment technology help both students and teachers of the 21st century? It is from one of the students in PPG Prajab UNSRI. Wow, great. Thank you, Pak Devriansyah. You will be very good teachers later on, yeah, with us at Sriwijaya University. What are the challenges of integrating technology into teaching? Yeah, it is the first question from Devriansyah. And the second question, I think perhaps later you can see the things just the same. For example, it is from Ahmad Afrideni Kurniawan. So in finding number 4 of your research, prospective teachers believe that it is important to have digital literacy skills, but in finding number 3, they still face challenges related to this. What kinds of challenges are faced? Thank you.
Okay, thank you again for the question. What challenges? What those challenges integrating integrating technology into teaching? Yeah, this right now we always use the technology in our teaching learning process. So there is a challenges about school regulation, about the classroom regulation, about the student regulation in the school. So in positively, we use integrating technology in our class is must, because with the technology we are very easy to collect the information in the internet, to get our teaching material in internet, and to give the concrete view to our student, rather than instead of we use the traditional media. So this the positive of the integrating technology in the classroom. But many schools have regulation is forbidden to take or to bring the gadget in the classroom. Yeah. So, and forbidden to take the gadget to the school. So this regulation, many conducted in the school in Indonesia, and there is the school also. If the teacher have to need the student bring the cell phone, it's okay. Yeah. but in the certain schedule, bring the cell phone in the classroom. And beside the schedule, the cell phone must be kept in the certain room at the school. So, yeah, this is the regulation. Because the teacher will the focus of the teaching learning rather than the student play their cell phone in the classroom. Yeah. This is the challenging to integrated teaching. So if in teacher side, this more positively using to integrating technology in the class, our class. But we need the regulation, to our student. Do not use cell phone, if there is the relation to searching, browsing something, teaching material in the internet. So we have the regulation in our class. And the second question about what does empowerment technology have both student and teacher. That I mentioned before, technology is very helpful for the teacher and the student to easily to searching something in the internet, to make something with the animation, with make a graph, so the analyze data, analyze processing mode, demonstrate the picture, so make something a picture, so our presentation, our paper is comprehensive, is very good information. So this is the empowerment of the technology. So make the teaching and learning process easily. And for the question from the Ahmad, this is the research finding number 4. Okay. Number 4, what challenge they encounter in the implementation of the 21st century education? Okay. Instead of number 3, what kind of the challenging are faced? Okay. In number 4, the finding and into theme: digital literacy, technical support, limited facilities, big class, student mindset change, and life skill oriented subject, as shown in the following focus group discussion excerpt. And in the objective number 3, how they respond to the implementation of 21st century education. It was found that their response are in line with their perception about the 21st education framework. Since they perceive positively 21st century education framework, they also respond positively of 21st century education framework. So,
Okay, so Dr. Hartono has answered all the questions from Pak Ahmad and Pak Devriansha. So as you said that regulation not to bring gadget to school is not correct, I think, especially in this new era, in the 21st century. Students can bring their handphone actually and will be used if the teachers ask them to utilize the handphone. So teachers need students' attention when learning. And the other one, technology is essential for teachers and students to find data easily. So technology is powerful, as the question from Pak Ahmad, but it must be the friends of teachers and students, so hand in hand together with the technology. Okay, Pak Hartono, actually we still have other question. Do you want to answer the question? Because you still have time, Pak. So it is, it is directly sent to me. Dikirim langsung ke saya ini from Pak Zaka Oki. So sorry I use bahasa Indonesia, katanya how teachers in the remote area we survive in the learning. In remote area, teachers in remote area to survive in the learning in this century. And I think it is the last question from the audience. Please respond that question, Pak. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Jaka, for your question. Yeah, this is a great question, I think. This is a challenging for the teacher that teach in the remote area, in the suburb area. Yeah, with the lack of the internet, lack of the electricity, it could be in lack of the facility. Yeah. In the 21st learning century that I mentioned before, there are three categories. Is about the core of knowledge, about the meta knowledge, about the what is called about the humanistic knowledge. Yeah. In the fundamental knowledge is to know this category. There is the basic element in terms of digital ICT literacy. So it's difficult for the teacher in the remote area to use the ICT, with the limited signal, and it could be your student don't have a cell phone. Yeah. So you can tell your student at least that you have a cell phone. You can demonstrate how to use the cell phone. Yeah. Because one curriculum, in Indonesia is we have the archipelago island, many islands in Indonesia. So we have limited signal, limited internet. So at least the teacher introduce the cell phone, how to use that. This is very important. This, as the professional teacher, we want our student be survive in the century learning, 21st century learning. So this is very important about the ICT literate. Sometime you can bring your student to the area that we provide the internet, and you learn computer or using cell phone with the internet in the certain area. Yeah, field trip is very important, I think. Yeah, field trip, go to the area that provide the internet. Field trip to show the best school. Yeah, yeah. Study a field trip, compare study. This important that teacher must do in teaching learning for the remote area. And I think this obstacle for the remote area teach digital ICT literacy. But other indicator in the 21st century learning, teacher can facilitate, can educate your student. Like the core content knowledge, like cross-disciplinary knowledge, creativity, innovation, problem solving, critical thinking, communication, collaboration, and so on. You can do best, although you are in the remote area. Thank you.
Okay, so the answer is very great, Pak. Okay, dear participants, we have followed the discussion very well. So finally, I would like to conclude that, again, I would like to emphasize that technology is very important for teachers, students, at least in order to find the data easily. So technology is powerful also, but it must be the friends of us, our friends. So we hand in hand together with technology in order successful in the 21st century learning. Okay, so Pak Hartono, thank you very much for your worthy presentation dealing with the 21st century learning. Once again, let's give a virtual round of applause by pressing the reaction button for the speaker.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. So for the appreciation to you, Pak, as the keynote speaker, we have prepared the token, the virtual token for you. It is a certificate of recognition. So here is the certificate. You can see here. Okay, you're welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, we have accomplished doing the keynote speaker presentation very well and enthusiastically. Before I accomplish the worthy discussion this morning, I want to give a pantun to the speaker. Dr. Hartono is from Sriwijaya University. The university is in Palembang City. Thanks a lot for sharing the knowledge of the 21st century. It is very worthy. So, one for our, the head of SULE IC 5. Professor Ratu Ilma is the head of the 5th SULE International Conference. Dr. Hartono is the Education Faculty Dean. If in my role as moderator make some mistakes, please forgive me then. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, now it's time for you, the Mother's of Ceremony, to say some things about our next meeting. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for Associate Professor Dr. Hartono, MA, and Dr. Rita Indrawati, MPD. And now, dear all participants of 5th SULE IC 2022, the next agenda is the special performance of Zapin Baladens Dance that from students of Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Sriwijaya University. This performance is specially given for you, so please welcome Zapin Baladens Dance. Well, what a great and interesting of Zabin Balades dance from students of Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Sriwijaya University. We hope that all the participants enjoy and love the performance. Now, dear all participants of 5th SULE IC 2022, the next plenary session will begin at 1 p.m. Indonesia region time. So please enjoy your time, your break time. See you at 1 p.m. Indonesia region time. Thank you.
English education is one of study programs at Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Sriwijaya University, a state university in South Sumatra, Indonesia. English education study program has received an A for its accreditation. Vision: English education study program, Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Sriwijaya University, FKIP UNSRI shall be a leading research-based study program that excels in English language education by 2025. Mission: First, conducting innovative education so as to produce educated people who are competent in the field of English. Second, conducting innovative research in the field of English education to improve the quality of learning. And the last, conducting community service by implementing the development of science and technology. Lecturers: Professor Dr. Andes Sofendi, MA PhD,
Dr. Andes Soni Mirizon MA PhD, Dr. Andes Musli Hambali MLIS, Dr. Ismail Petrus MA, Dr. Rita Indrawati MPD, Dr. Margareta Dinar Sitinja MA, Arian Shah SPD MA PhD, Magdalena Fianti MED EDD, Sari Silviani MA PhD, Amrullah MED PhD, Dr. Randa Zuraida MPD, Dr. Randa Rita Hayati MA, Ida Rosmalina SPD MPD, Erlina MPD MED, Hariswan Putrajaya SPD MPD, 50 Nova SS MPD, Dedi Kurniawan SPD MPD, Lingga Agustina Suganda SPD MPD, Hesti Wahyuni Anggraini SPD MPD, Alhenry Wijaya SPD MPD, Nova Lingga Pitaloka SPD MPD, Dwi Maharani SPD MPD, Dimroh Ihsan MA PhD, Huzaimah Dedim MLS EDD, Dr. Andes Bambang Apriadi Loneto MA PhD.
English Education Study Program is not only leading in the field of English education, but also excellent in non-academic field, such as developing the 21st century skills, including communication, collaboration, creative thinking, creativity, and many other skills. English Education Study Program always strives to improve the quality and quantity of research. A large amount of research has been published in various national and international journals indexed in Google Scholar, Sinta, and Web of Science corpus. English Education Study Program also conducts various programs of community service in schools across regions in Indonesia, particularly South Sumatra. English Education Study Program is also active in having national and international collaboration with various universities and institutions to improve its quality. Facilities. Many kinds of facilities are available for students to support both academic and non-academic activities. Students of English Education Study Program are active in joining many competitions and events in regional, national, and international levels. Join us and be a part of English Education Study Program, Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Sriwijaya University.
Selamat datang di program studi Doktor Pendidikan Matematika FKIP Universitas Sriwijaya. Program studi Doktor Pendidikan Matematika terletak di kampus FKIP Pascasarjana di Jalan Sriwijaya Negara Kota Palembang.
Halo. Oke. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya Zulkardi, Profesor Zulkardi, Koordinator Program Studi Program S3 atau Doktor Pendidikan Matematika FKIP UNSRI Palembang ya, Sumatera Selatan. Program studi ini baru dimulai sejak 2016 yang lalu dan sudah terakreditasi unggul atau B oleh Bandikti dan sudah menamatkan 4 orang doktor ya. Ada yang dari guru dari Oki, ada yang dosen dari Kerawang, dosen dari Linggau dan juga dosen dari Muhammadiyah Palembang. Saat ini ada 16 orang mahasiswa yang sedang belajar dan beberapa orang siap-siap akan ikut ujian akhir menjadi dokter. Program studi Doktor Pendidikan Matematika ini satu-satunya program doktor di luar Jawa dan juga program doktor di FKIP UNSRI ya, yang kita memiliki beberapa keunggulan. Di antaranya satu, kita punya jurnal internasional bereputasi Trinex Scopus yaitu JME. Kemudian kita juga punya jurnal yang Sinta 2 ya, akreditasi nasional. Kita juga bekerja sama dengan Universitas Utrecht atau Utrecht University dari Belanda. Ini juga salah satu keunggulan kita. Sementara ini kita punya 2 profesor dan doktor. Ada 8 orang doktor di pendidikan matematika yang semuanya dilibatkan sebagai dosen dan juga promotor dan co-promotor. Insya Allah dalam beberapa tahun ke depan akan menambah profesor-profesor yang lain yang muda. Selain itu, program doktor pendidikan matematika juga mendapat kehormatan menjadi penyelenggara PMDSU, yaitu program magister dan doktor untuk sarjana unggul. Sudah dilaksanakan sejak 2 tahun yang lalu. Saya sebagai promotor yang pertama di Indonesia untuk pendidikan matematika. Dan sekarang mahasiswanya sudah tahun kedua, insya Allah nanti setahun setengah lagi sudah bisa selesai ya. Tepat waktu, bahkan lebih cepat dari 4 tahun, baik master maupun S3. Dan tahun ini juga ada 1 orang promotor baru yaitu Profesor Ratu Ilmu. Ya sekarang sedang menseleksi yang nanti penutupannya tanggal 8 Juni. Nah untuk program reguler atau beasiswa dari Dikti atau juga beasiswa dari Pemda, sekarang masih dibuka pendaftarannya dan nanti akan berakhir tanggal 4 Juni, tapi kabarnya akan diperpanjang juga sampai akhir dari bulan Juni. Silakan mendaftar secara online di Unsri ACID di website Unsri dengan syarat-syarat sebenarnya tidak banyak, tidak saja bisa diikuti diantaranya ijazah, kemudian transkrip. Sedangkan yang tes bahasa Indonesia, bahasa Inggris, dan juga tes TPA itu nanti menyusul. Saya kira itu informasi tentang program doktor. Silakan sekolah di sini, insya Allah lebih cepat dan bisa tamat dalam waktu 3 tahun.
Bimbingan dan konseling merupakan salah satu program studi yang ada di Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan Universitas Sriwijaya yang berada tepat di Provinsi Sumatera Selatan. Kampus bimbingan dan konseling terdapat di 2 daerah, yakni di Kampus Pusat Indralaya dan Kampus Cabang Palembang, kilometer 5.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya Dr. Anda Harlina MSc, selaku Koordinator Program Studi Bimbingan dan Konseling, yang merupakan salah satu program studi di lingkungan Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan Universitas Sriwijaya. Program studi ini muncul kembali sejak tahun 2005 setelah mengalami fase out. Sejak itu juga program studi ini berkiprah di lingkungan bimbingan dan konseling. Program studi bimbingan dan konseling FKIP UNSRI ini terus berkomitmen untuk menjadikan program studi yang unggul dalam pengembangan SDM, riset dan inovasi dalam bimbingan dan konseling, sehingga mampu bersaing di kancah nasional dan internasional. Dalam proses pembelajaran, kami menekankan pada kreativitas dan inovasi yang mengaplikasikan ilmu di bidang bimbingan dan konseling. Dalam penelitian, kami berusaha untuk menghasilkan informasi dan inovasi dalam bimbingan dan konseling, serta menyelenggarakan pengabdian kepada masyarakat yang bermanfaat serta berguna sesuai dengan kebutuhan masyarakat dan selalu berorientasi pada perbaikan layanan bimbingan dan konseling. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Program studi bimbingan dan konseling memiliki 12 dosen yang bekerja secara profesional, membantu dan membimbing para mahasiswa dalam mengikuti kegiatan belajar serta pembelajaran di kelas secara tatap muka maupun secara virtual. Bimbingan dan konseling mengimplementasikan pendidikan dan pengajaran, penelitian dan pengembangan, pengabdian kepada masyarakat ke dalam proses belajar dan mengajar. Di kampus Indralaya terdapat sarana dan prasarana yang menjadi tempat atau wadah bagi mahasiswa BK untuk mengasah kreativitas dan meningkatkan skill ilmuwan BK, serta menjadi tempat belajar dan mengajar. Kira-kira apa aja ya yang dipelajari di BK? Di BK, kita akan dilatih untuk berpikir kritis dan kreatif dalam pengembangan media layanan. Contoh pembuatan media yang dikembangkan itu seperti booklet, pembuatan film dokumenter, dan ada juga pelatihan bimbingan kelompok yang akan membuat kita lebih memahami peran dan tugas sebagai calon guru bimbingan dan konseling. Program studi bimbingan dan konseling aktif dari Fakum sejak tahun 2005 dan mempunyai sebuah wadah pengkaryaan yang dikhususkan bagi mahasiswa BK yang disebut Himpunan Mahasiswa Konseling atau HIMAKS. Mahasiswa bimbingan dan konseling yang juga termasuk dalam Himpunan Mahasiswa Konseling Universitas Sriwijaya memiliki segudang prestasi loh. Di HIMAKS ada berbagai macam kegiatan menarik yang diselenggarakan loh. Antara lain, Habili atau HIMAKS Berbagi dan Peduli, Counselor in Action atau CIA. Ada juga inaugurasi atau HIMAKS Leadership Training. Selanjutnya ada sport keakraban dan ada juga HIMAKS Go to Sanggar Belajar. Bimbingan dan konseling Universitas Sriwijaya semangat berkarya dan mengangkasa di program studi Bimbingan dan Konseling Universitas Sriwijaya. Bimbingan dan konseling berilmu, berkarakter, profesional.
Universitas Sriwijaya dikenal sebagai kampus terluas se-Asia Tenggara dengan luas kurang lebih 712 hektar. Universitas Sriwijaya memiliki dua lokasi kampus utama, yaitu di Palembang dan Indralaya, Kabupaten Ogan Ilir, Sumatera Selatan. Salah satu program studi yang ada di Universitas Sriwijaya adalah program studi pendidikan luar sekolah yang didirikan berdasarkan SK nomor 57-FKIP-1984 yang sampai tahun 2020 merupakan satu-satunya LPTK yang menyelenggarakan pendidikan luar sekolah di Sumatera Selatan dan mendapat kepercayaan dari Dikti berupa penyelenggaraan kelas reguler. Tahun 1999, program studi pendidikan luar sekolah menerima mahasiswa alih program dari D3 ke S1 dan pada tahun 2014, program studi pendidikan luar sekolah Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu dibukukan kembali. Pada akhir tahun 2019, melalui SK Rektor nomor 0265-UM9-SK program studi pendidikan luar sekolah mengalami perubahan nomenklatur nama, yaitu dari program studi pendidikan luar sekolah menjadi program studi pendidikan masyarakat dengan predikat akreditasi B.
Program studi pendidikan masyarakat Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan Universitas Sriwijaya pada tahun 2025 adalah lembaga profesional dalam pembinaan tenaga penggerak pendidikan dan pemberdayaan masyarakat. Menyelenggarakan, membina dan mengembangkan yang pertama, pendidikan yang menghasilkan tenaga penggerak pendidikan dan pemberdayaan masyarakat yang mampu berkiprah pada level regional, nasional, dan internasional. Yang kedua, penelitian di bidang pengembangan pendidikan dan pemberdayaan masyarakat dalam percepatan pembangunan masyarakat, desa, dan kota. Ketiga, pengabdian kepada masyarakat dengan menggunakan pendekatan teknologi inovatif yang berorientasi pada peningkatan kualitas sumber daya manusia.
Keunggulan dan ciri khas kurikulum program studi pendidikan masyarakat. Program studi pendidikan masyarakat memiliki ciri khas dan keunggulan sendiri dari program studi lainnya. Hal ini dapat dilihat dari kurikulum program studi pendidikan masyarakat. Kegiatan pembelajaran tidak hanya teori saja, melainkan lebih banyak menekankan pada skill dengan praktek langsung ke masyarakat, seperti dengan menggunakan model pembelajaran problem-based learning, sehingga lulusan yang dihasilkan memiliki skill dalam bidang pendidikan, pelatihan, pemberdayaan masyarakat, dan perancangan program pada satuan pendidikan masyarakat dan dapat bersaing di dunia kerja. Hal tersebut terlihat pada sebaran mata kuliah yang menjadi ciri khas dan keunggulan program studi pendidikan masyarakat, yaitu 1. Pendidikan seperti pada mata kuliah andragogi dan pendidikan kesetaraan yang membekali lulusan untuk menjadi pendidik di lembaga pendidikan nonformal seperti Telp dan pamong belajar. 2. Pelatihan seperti pada mata kuliah dinamika kelompok, pengembangan sumber daya manusia, dan manajemen pelatihan yang membekali lulusan untuk menjadi seorang pelatih, instruktur, dan media suara. 3. Pemberdayaan masyarakat seperti mata kuliah teori motivasi dan persuasi, konsep dasar pemberdayaan masyarakat, metode dan teknik pemberdayaan masyarakat yang membekali lulusan untuk menjadi agen perubahan seperti penyuluh di masyarakat. 4. Perancangan program seperti pada mata kuliah perencanaan program dan evaluasi program dan membekali lulusan untuk menjadi perancang dan pengelola program pendidikan masyarakat. Fasilitas gedung Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan, ruang kuliah, laboratorium. Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan memiliki berbagai fasilitas guna mendukung kegiatan perkuliahan, seperti ruang kelas yang berada pada 2 gedung C dan D, musola, ruang baca, gedung serbaguna, 15 laboratorium pendidikan pada setiap program studi yang berada di Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan, dan lain-lain. Program studi pendidikan masyarakat memiliki 3 ruang kelas yang berada di gedung C dan gedung D Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan Universitas Sriwijaya. Ruang kelas dilengkapi dengan infokus atau LED TV di dalamnya, serta WiFi di setiap ruang kelas. Memiliki Studi Pendidikan Masyarakat memiliki satu laboratorium pendidikan dan desa binaan yang berada di Ogaden sebagai tempat bidang praktikum mahasiswa. Organisasi mahasiswaan yang ada di Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan yaitu Badan Eksekutif Mahasiswa, Dewan Perwakilan Mahasiswa, DO Cundia, DO Barokah, DO Kepala Waris, DO Madanikers, dan 15 dari mahasiswa program studi di Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan. Salah satunya adalah himpunan mahasiswa program studi pendidikan masyarakat atau jumlah dosen pada program studi pendidikan masyarakat pada saat ini berjumlah 9 orang, yaitu Dr. Budi Tahmidi MPD, Dr. Andus Imron A. Hakim MSI, Dr. Randa Evi Ratna Kartikawati MPD PhD, Dr. Aji Jamhusin MPD, Yanti Karmila Nengsi SPD MPD, Somedran SPD MPD, Mega Nuri Jalia SPD MPD, Dian Sri Andriani SPD MSc, Ardi Saputra SPD MSc. IPK rata-rata yang berhasil dicapai oleh mahasiswa sebesar 3,20. Indeks prestasi ini diharapkan meningkat secara bertahap pada tahun-tahun mendatang. Berbagai beasiswa yang sudah didapatkan mahasiswa program studi pendidikan masyarakat seperti beasiswa PPA, nutrisi, BPPDN, beasiswa afirmasi 3TBI, beasiswa Pemda, beasiswa Kader Surau, beasiswa Basnas, beasiswa Sampurna Foundation, beasiswa Aktivis Nusantara, beasiswa Pemuda Bangkit Cona Copilis, dan beasiswa lainnya yang memiliki kuota cukup besar. Prestasi mahasiswa program studi pendidikan masyarakat seperti juara 2 pencaksilat nasional, juara 3 desain grafis tingkat provinsi, juara 1 kaligrafi tingkat provinsi, juara 1 desain poster di IT Kantas, juara umum Kambigus, dan juara-juara lainnya di tingkat fakultas maupun universitas.
Program Studi Pendidikan Guru Pendidikan Anak Usia Dini adalah salah satu dari 15 program studi yang ada di Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan Universitas Sriwijaya. Berdiri pada tanggal 19 Januari 2011, Program Studi Pendidikan Guru Pendidikan Anak Usia Dini FKIP Universitas Sriwijaya saat ini telah terakreditasi A oleh Badan Akreditasi Nasional Perguruan Tinggi. Adapun visi dan misi dari Program Studi Pendidikan Guru Pendidikan Anak Usia Dini FKIP Universitas Sriwijaya yaitu menghasilkan alumni yang berdaya saing tinggi, Program Studi Pendidikan Guru Pendidikan Anak Usia Dini FKIP UNSRI didukung oleh para pengajar yang berkualitas dengan berbagai kompetensi dan pengalaman di dunia anak usia dini, sehingga mampu mencetak tenaga terampil di bidang kepautan dan sekolah dasar menengah. yang menjadi wadah bakat serta minat yang dimiliki oleh mahasiswa program studi PGKU.
English education is one of study programs at Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Sriwijaya University, a state university in South Sumatra, Indonesia. English education study program has received an A for its accreditation. Vision: English education study program, Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Sriwijaya University, FKIP UNSRI, shall be a leading research-based study program that excels in English language education by 2025. Mission: First, conducting innovative education so as to produce educated people who are competent in the field of English. Second, conducting innovative research in the field of English education to improve the quality of learning. And the last, conducting community service by implementing the development of science and technology. Lecturers:
Profesor Dr. Andes Sofendi, MA PhD, Dr. Andes Soni Mirizon, MA PhD, Dr. Andes Musli Hambali, MLIS, Dr. Ismail Petrus, MA, Dr. Rita Indrawati, MPD, Dr. Margareta Dinar Sitinja, MA, Arian Syah, SPD, MA PhD, Magdalena Fianti, MED, EDD, Sari Silviani, MA PhD, Amrullah, MED, PhD, Dr. Randa Zuraida, MPD, Dr. Randa Rita Hayati, MA, Ida Rosmalina, SPD, MPD, Erlina, MPD, MED, Hariswan Putrajaya, SPD, MPD, Fifty Nova, SS, MPD, Dedi Kurniawan, SPD, MPD, Lingga Agustina Suganda, SPD, MPD, Hesti Wahyuni Anggraini, SPD, MPD, Alhenry Wijaya, SPD, MPD, Nova Lingga Pitaloka, SPD, MPD, Dwi Maharani, SPD, MPD, Dimroh Ihsan, MA PhD, Huzaimah Dedim, MLS, EDD, Dr. Andes Bambang Apriadi Loneto, MA PhD.
English education study program is not only leading in the field of English education, but also excellent in non-academic field, such as developing the 21st century skills, including communication, collaboration, creative thinking, creativity, and many other skills. English education study program always strives to improve the quality and quantity of research. A large amount of research has been published in various national and international journals indexed in Google Scholar, Sinta, and Web of Science Scopus. English education study program also conducts various programs of community service in schools across regions in Indonesia, particularly South Sumatra. Education Study Program is also active in having national and international collaboration with various universities and institutions to improve its quality. Facilities. Many kinds of facilities are available for students to support both academic and non-academic activities. Achievements. Students of English Education Study Program are active in joining many competitions and events in regional, national, and international levels. Join us and be a part of English Education Study Program, Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Sriwijaya University.
Selamat datang di program studi Doktor Pendidikan Matematika FKIP Universitas Sriwijaya. Program studi Doktor Pendidikan Matematika terletak di kampus FKIP Pascasarjana di Jalan Sriwijaya Negara Kota Palembang.
Halo. Oke. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya Zulkardi, Profesor Zulkardi, Koordinator Program Studi program S3 atau Doktor Pendidikan Matematika FKIP UNSRI Palembang ya, Sumatera Selatan. Program studi ini baru dimulai sejak 2016 yang lalu dan sudah terakreditasi unggul atau B oleh Bandikti dan sudah menamatkan 4 orang doktor ya. Ada yang dari guru dari OKI, ada yang dosen dari Kerawang, dosen dari Linggau dan juga dosen dari Muhammadiyah Palembang. Saat ini ada 16 orang mahasiswa yang sedang belajar dan beberapa orang siap-siap akan ikut ujian akhir menjadi dokter. Program studi Doktor Pendidikan Matematika ini satu-satunya program doktor di luar Jawa dan juga program doktor di FKIP UNSRI ya, yang kita memiliki beberapa keunggulan. Di antaranya satu, kita punya jurnal internasional bereputasi Trindex Scopus yaitu JME. Kemudian kita juga punya jurnal yang Sinta 2 ya, akreditasi nasional. Kita juga bekerja sama dengan Universitas Utrecht atau Utrecht University dari Belanda. Ini juga salah satu keunggulan kita. Sementara ini kita punya 2 profesor dan doktor, ada 8 orang doktor di pendidikan matematika yang semuanya dilibatkan sebagai dosen dan juga promotor dan co-promotor. Insya Allah dalam beberapa tahun ke depan akan menambah profesor-profesor yang lain yang muda. Selain itu, program doktor pendidikan matematika juga mendapat kehormatan menjadi penyelenggara PMDSU, yaitu program magister dan doktor untuk sarjana unggul. Sudah dilaksanakan sejak 2 tahun yang lalu. Saya sebagai promotor yang pertama di Indonesia untuk pendidikan matematika, dan sekarang mahasiswanya sudah tahun kedua. Insya Allah nanti setahun setengah lagi sudah bisa selesai ya. Tepat waktu, bahkan lebih cepat dari 4 tahun, baik master maupun S3. Dan tahun ini juga ada 1 orang promotor baru yaitu Profesor Ratu Ilmu, ya sekarang sedang menseleksi yang nanti penutupannya tanggal 8 Juni. Nah, untuk program reguler atau beasiswa dari Dikti atau juga beasiswa dari Pemda, sekarang masih dibuka pendaftarannya dan nanti akan berakhir tanggal 4 Juni, tapi kabarnya akan diperpanjang juga sampai akhir dari bulan Juni. Silakan mendaftar secara online di Unsri ID di website Unsri. Dengan syarat-syarat sebenarnya tidak banyak, tidak saja bisa diikuti, diantaranya ijazah, kemudian transkrip, sedangkan yang tes bahasa Indonesia, bahasa Inggris, dan juga tes TPA itu nanti menyusul. Saya kira itu informasi tentang program doktor. Silakan sekolah di sini, insya Allah lebih cepat dan bisa tamat dalam waktu 3 tahun.
Bimbingan dan konseling merupakan salah satu program studi yang ada di Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan Universitas Sriwijaya yang berada tepat di Provinsi Sumatera Selatan. Kampus bimbingan dan konseling terdapat di 2 daerah, yakni di Kampus Pusat Indralaya dan Kampus Cabang Palembang, kilometer 5.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya Dr. Hardina MSc, selaku Koordinator Program Studi Bimbingan dan Konseling, yang merupakan salah satu program studi di lingkungan Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan Universitas Sriwijaya. Program studi ini muncul kembali sejak tahun 2005 setelah mengalami passing out. Sejak itu juga program studi ini berkiprah di lingkungan bimbingan dan konseling. Program studi bimbingan dan konseling FKIP UNSRI ini terus berkomitmen untuk menjadikan program studi yang unggul dalam pengembangan SDM, riset dan inovasi dalam bimbingan dan konseling, sehingga mampu bersaing di kancah nasional dan internasional. Dalam proses pembelajaran, kami menekankan pada kreativitas dan inovasi yang mengaplikasikan ilmu di bidang bimbingan dan konseling. Dalam penelitian, kami berusaha untuk menghasilkan informasi dan inovasi dalam bimbingan dan konseling, serta menyelenggarakan pengabdian kepada masyarakat yang bermanfaat serta berguna sesuai dengan kebutuhan masyarakat dan selalu berorientasi pada perbaikan layanan bimbingan dan konseling. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Program studi bimbingan dan konseling memiliki 12 dosen yang bekerja secara profesional, membantu dan membimbing para mahasiswa dalam mengikuti kegiatan belajar serta pembelajaran di kelas secara tatap muka maupun secara virtual. Bimbingan dan konseling mengimplementasikan pendidikan dan pengajaran, penelitian dan pengembangan, pengabdian kepada masyarakat ke dalam proses belajar dan mengajar. Di kampus Indralaya terdapat sarana dan prasarana yang menjadi tempat atau wadah bagi mahasiswa BK untuk mengasah kreativitas dan meningkatkan skill ilmuwan BK, serta menjadi tempat belajar dan mengajar. Kira-kira apa aja ya yang dipelajari di BK? Di BK, kita akan dilatih untuk berpikir kritis dan kreatif dalam pengembangan media layanan. Contoh pembuatan media yang dikembangkan itu seperti buklet, pembuatan film dokumenter, dan ada juga pelatihan bimbingan kelompok yang akan membuat kita lebih memahami peran dan tugas sebagai calon guru bimbingan dan konseling. Program studi bimbingan dan konseling aktif dari Vakum sejak tahun 2005 dan mempunyai sebuah wadah pengkaryaan yang dikhususkan bagi mahasiswa BK yang disebut Himpunan Mahasiswa Konseling atau HIMAKS. Mahasiswa bimbingan dan konseling yang juga termasuk dalam Himpunan Mahasiswa Konseling Universitas Sriwijaya memiliki segudang prestasi loh. Di HIMAKS ada berbagai macam kegiatan menarik yang diselenggarakan loh. Antara lain, Habili atau HIMAKS Berbagi dan Peduli, Counselor in Action atau CIA. Ada juga inaugurasi atau HIMAKS Leadership Training. Selanjutnya ada Sport Keakraban dan ada juga HIMAKS Go to Sanggar Belajar. Bimbingan dan Konseling Universitas Sriwijaya, semangat berkarya dan mengangkasa di program studi Bimbingan dan Konseling Universitas Sriwijaya. Bimbingan dan konseling berilmu, berkarakter, profesional.
Universitas Sriwijaya dikenal sebagai kampus terluas se-Asia Tenggara dengan luas kurang lebih 712 hektar. Universitas Sriwijaya memiliki dua lokasi kampus utama, yaitu di Palembang dan Indralaya, Kabupaten Ogan Ilir, Sumatera Selatan. Salah satu program studi yang ada di Universitas Sriwijaya adalah program studi pendidikan luar sekolah yang didirikan berdasarkan SK nomor 57/KEP/1984 yang sampai tahun 2020 merupakan satu-satunya LPTK yang menyelenggarakan pendidikan luar sekolah di Sumatera Selatan dan mendapat kepercayaan dari Dikti berupa penyelenggaraan kelas reguler. Tahun 1999, program studi pendidikan luar sekolah menerima mahasiswa alih program dari D3 ke S1 dan pada tahun 2014, program studi pendidikan luar sekolah Fakultas Keguruan dan Untuk, lebih dihidupkan kembali. Pada akhir tahun 2019, melalui SK Rektor nomor 0265/UN9/SK BAK AK 2019, program studi pendidikan luar sekolah mengalami perubahan nomenklatur nama, yaitu dari program studi pendidikan luar sekolah menjadi program studi pendidikan masyarakat dengan predikat akreditasi B.
Program studi pendidikan masyarakat Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan Universitas Sriwijaya pada tahun 2025 adalah lembaga profesional yang mampu berkiprah pada level regional, nasional, dan internasional. Yang kedua, penelitian di bidang pengembangan pendidikan dan pemberdayaan masyarakat dalam percepatan pembangunan masyarakat, desa, dan kota. Tiga, pengabdian kepada masyarakat dengan menggunakan pendekatan teknologi inovatif yang berorientasi pada peningkatan kualitas sumber daya manusia.
Keunggulan dan ciri khas kurikulum program studi pendidikan masyarakat. Program studi pendidikan masyarakat memiliki ciri khas dan keunggulan sendiri dari program studi lainnya. Hal ini dapat dilihat dari kurikulum program studi pendidikan masyarakat. Kegiatan pembelajaran tidak hanya teori saja, melainkan lebih banyak menekankan pada skill dengan praktek langsung ke masyarakat, seperti dengan menggunakan model pembelajaran problem-based learning, sehingga lulusan yang dihasilkan memiliki skill dalam bidang pendidikan, pelatihan, pemberdayaan masyarakat, dan perancangan program pada satuan pendidikan masyarakat dan dapat bersaing di dunia kerja. Hal tersebut terlihat pada sebaran mata kuliah yang menjadi ciri khas dan keunggulan program studi pendidikan masyarakat, yaitu 1. Pendidikan, seperti pada mata kuliah andragogi dan pendidikan kesetaraan, yang membekali lulusan untuk menjadi pendidik di lembaga pendidikan nonformal seperti tutor dan pamong belajar. 2. Pelatihan, seperti pada mata kuliah dinamika kelompok, pengembangan sumber daya manusia, dan manajemen pelatihan yang membekali lulusan untuk menjadi seorang pelatih, instruktur, dan media suara. 3. Pemberdayaan masyarakat, seperti mata kuliah teori motivasi dan persuasi, konsep dasar pemberdayaan masyarakat, metode dan teknik pemberdayaan masyarakat yang membekali lulusan untuk menjadi agen perubahan seperti penyuluh di masyarakat. 4. Perancangan program, seperti pada mata kuliah perencanaan program dan evaluasi program, dan membekali lulusan untuk menjadi perancang dan pengelola program pendidikan masyarakat. Fasilitas gedung Fakultas Keguruan.
Welcome back to all the keynote speakers, moderators, and all of participants of the 5th Sriwijaya University Learning and Education International Conference, SULE IC 2022. After the short break before, it is time for us to continue the next plenary session of SULE IC 2022. To begin the session, I'm going to invite the moderator for this session. Please welcome Dr. Rita Indrawati, MPD. For Dr. Rita Indrawati, MPD, time's yours.
Okay, thank you, Master of Ceremony, for giving me the floor and the Zoom stage. Okay, let me check, Ibu Dr. Siti Aisyah, are you there?
Ya.
Halo Ibu.
Ya, saya di sini.
Okay, thank you Ibu. So, yeah. Before we start, I would like to say hello to the participants. Thank you for all the participants who still be here with us, yeah, in the Zoom and also in this room. So it is a pantun for you. Ratu bagus kuning, memang menawan. Putri kembang dadar, semanis madu. Selamat siang, selamat sejahtera bagi kita sekalian. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, dear, the Honorable Dean of Faculty of Teacher Training and Education and all the Vice Deans, the Head of Department, Study Program Coordinator, all lecturers who present online on Zoom, all the students and all the great participants, guest speakers, and presenters from other universities. So welcome to our 5th SULE International Conference, Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Sriwijaya University, today, 5 October 2022. Well, dear participant, our 4th speaker, keynote speaker, is from Social Science Faculty, University Islam Malacca, Malaysia. Please welcome Dr. Siti Aisyah binti Yahya. Okay. Hello?
Hello,
Yeah.
Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam, Ibu. So, welcome to Sriwijaya University, even though it is in virtual meeting. Well, I would like to introduce you to our audiences. So, Associate Professor Dr. Siti Aisyah binti Yahya is a lecturer in the Social Science Faculty at College University Islam Malacca. She completed her undergraduate school in 2007 at Universitas Kebangsaan Malaysia. Starting from 2010, she has been working at College University Islam Malacca. She completed her master's and doctoral degrees in 2010 and 2021 from University Kebangsaan Malaysia. The interest in research about educational psychology. Furthermore, her expertise is related to motivation for teenagers and employees. So since 2021, she has been occupying the positions of Timbalan Dekan at Institute Pengajian Siswazah College University Islam Malacca, Malaysia. She ever became the best presenter, wow, in 2015 as pensyarah category at Seminar Kebangsaan Kor Sispa Jabatan Pertahanan Awam Malaysia at University Malaysia Sabah. Similarly, she also became the best presenter at Seminar Kolokium Penyelidikan Kebangsaan 2018 Anjuran UPI QIM. She has some achievement in innovation, research, book, and others. Well, dear participants, Dr. Siti Aisyah binti Yahya will present a very interesting topic. The title is Relationship Between Support Social by Depressions Among Students When Pandemic COVID-19. So, Ibu, we provide around 40 minutes for you to present, and the rest is 20 minutes for question and answer. Well, we will hold a discussion and question and answer session after the speaker has finished presenting her material. So, dear participants, you are also allowed to submit your questions by writing in the Zoom chat room when the speaker conveys the material. So, we invite our distinguished speaker, Dr. Siti Aisyah binti Yahya, to present your insight presentation. So, time is yours. Amrita Indrawati as the moderator will lead this discussion. It's time for you, Ibu. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ibu, Dr. Ritawati. Okay, now I sendiri buka slide atau panitia yang buka slide saya?
Ya, silakan Ibu. You can.
Okay.
Yeah, you can share screen.
Okay. Okay, boleh nampak
Yes, we can see that.
Okay. Okey, testing suara. Boleh dengar Ibu ya?
Ya, Ibu.
Boleh?
Ya, boleh.
Okay. Hi, Assalamualaikum and good afternoon to all of you. Thank you so much to all keynote speaker and especially to organizer invite me for Sriwijaya University Learning and Education International Conference, the 5th SULE IC 2022. From University Sriwijaya, Palembang, Indonesia. I'm sorry can't together from starting program because I have urgent task and the weather not good in Malaysia. Di Indonesia okey ya cuaca di sana?
Tidak terlalu oke, actually.
Okay, my name is Dr. Siti Aisyah binti Yahya. Actually, I'm from negeri Mat Kilau. The virus story at Netflix now. You all, I think must be watch the story. Okay, I'm from Fakultas of Social Science, University Melaka. So before this, the university name is College University Islam Melaka and upgrade now to university and now University Melaka. Okay, my expertise all about psychology and counselling. Psychology and counselling, Islamic and modern perspective. And before this, I tengok ada fakulti yang menawarkan counselling. So saya sangat teruja, so excited. Okay, today I'm happy because I want sharing about you to all of you relationship between support social and depression among students when pandemic COVID-19. So now I'm upgrade also as a Dean Faculty of Social Science University Melaka. Okay, so saya rasa saya minta maaf lah jika saya ada campur bahasa English, bahasa
Malaysia.
Indonesia dan bahasa Malaysia. So Malaysia dan Indonesia kita satu rumpun ya. So saya tak boleh lari daripada bahasa ibunda kita. Betul tak Puan Rita? Okay, now actually during the pandemic COVID, I always get many invited lah from school, from organisation and banyak sangat jemput saya yang berkaitan dengan depression, berkaitan dengan kesihatan mental. So memang disebabkan itu jugalah yang menyebabkan saya bersama dengan sahabat saya membuat satu kajian yang berkaitan dengan social support, iaitu sokongan sosial dan kemurungan dalam kalangan student ketika pandemik. So saya yakin di semua negara all country mengalami keruntuhan ataupun kebimbangan dari sudut kesihatan psikologi yang sangat rendah ketika COVID-19. Okay, so for introduction, the spread of the COVID-19 epidemic in Malaysia, my research focus in Malaysia has a great impact on the country, among them the education sector. Nozaini and Noria 2021, all educational institutions in this country has been ordered to close and switch to online learning. Therefore, the sudden change requirement society to quickly adapt to the new norm. There are some obstacles and issue lack of social support and mental health problems such as depression. So many mental health contohnya lah for example depression, anxiety, apa lagi suicide, maksudnya cuba membunuh diri memang banyak berlaku ketika pandemik COVID-19. So what means social support? Social support menurut Brandon and Fries, material and emotional, his presence can have a great impact on the life of an individual. And what the means in depression? In depression merupakan salah satu daripada penyakit-penyakit mental. Okay, emotional instability or in oneself in the cause of behavioral disorder and symptoms of depression vary. So sebenarnya kita ni sebagai manusia memang ada sebenarnya tahap depression kita, stage of depression dalam kalangan diri kita. Tapi kadang-kadang kita sendiri tak cuba ataupun tak tahu di mana tahap kita. Okay, research problem, the aspect of social support is less related with depression. Inconsistent research finding for depression level based on gender. There is a lack of studies examining the level of depression in teenagers during the COVID-19 pandemic. So, what the research hypothesis? There is a significant relationship between social support and depression among students during the COVID-19 pandemic. There is a difference in the level of depression based on the gender of the student. There is a difference in the level of depression based on the age of the student, and there is a difference in the level of depression based on the number of student siblings. After this is what the literature review. Okay, from Subai 2019, the level of social support received and the level of depression affect the quality of life. Okay, from menurut Muhammad Ashraf 2019, student views of the meaning of life are closely related to the social support they receive. And from Nurul Hanan and Zanaria 2020, depression and social support factors a significant relationship with life certification. So you all boleh tengok dekat saya punya full artikel yang berkaitan dengan kajian lepas ataupun kajian yang memang daripada since 2019 until now, memang banyak sangat kajian yang berkaitan dengan kesihatan mental terganggu. Okay, research methodology, quantitative study design, the questionnaire was distributed to 130 respondent among students in Form 1, Form 2 and Form 3 at Sekolah Menengah Kebangsaan Datuk Muhammad Yusof Linggi, Negeri Sembilan, Malaysia. And we get 56 male students and 57 female students and give Google Form and hard copy, certificate random sampling method, and data dianalyze dalam SPSS version 25. Okay, what the study instrument? Section A, demographic information is about gender, age, nation, number of siblings, number of family members, dan parents' income. Okay, section B, inventory of social support behavior, ISSB, by Birera, 1981. 20 items measuring the level of social support, and section C, bad depression inventory, BDI, by BED 1999. 21 item measuring the level of depression. Okay, we get the findings. Okay, descriptive study. For the male, we can get 56 frequency. Okay, ini saya rasa boleh tengoklah dia punya finding yang dapat daripada latar belakang kajian background of the respondent. Ni all the background of the respondent, and we can look about hypothesis 1. There is a significant relationship between social support and depression circle student when pandemic COVID-19. And we can get negative 0.449, so it's significant. So the correlation value between aspect of social support and depression are some negative 0.449. A significant value is smaller than 0.05. So the hypothesis is expected. So my hypothesis 1, there is significant relationship between social support and depression circle student when pandemic. COVID-19 hypothesis expected. Hypothesis 2, be for different level depression based on gender student. So male 56, female 57. The mean value of depression level of female student is higher than of student. So the significant value is smaller than 0.05. Okay, so the hypothesis is expected. So we are finding for hypothesis 2 is expected before different level depression based on gender student. Okay, after this hypothesis 3, before different level depression based on age student. Depression between group 2 in group 110 and sama dengan 112. So F value 3.223, the significance is smaller than 0.05, so hypothesis is accepted. Okay, and after this hypothesis 4, before different level depression based on number sibling student. So memang kalau anak yang pertama kebiasaannya akan rasa tinggi dia punya tahap depression dia, tapi anak yang bawah-bawah dia punya tahap kemurungan dia agak rendah. So F value between group 2 in group 110 and some 112, F value 2.017, the significant value is greater than 0.05, therefore the hypothesis is rejected. So kat sini ini menunjukkan bahawa hypothesis ini tidak diterima. Rupanya untuk kajian ni bilangan adik-beradik itu tidak memberi kesan kepada kemurungan. Not expected, not rejected, is rejected lah. Okay, so trustworthiness ataupun keboleh kepercayaan. So for instrument inventory of social support behavior ISSB 0.854 sufficient alpha, and bad depression inventory BDI 0.893. So we can look the reliability value for the inventory of social support behavior ISSB is 0.854, while the bad depression inventory BDI produce a reliability value of the 0.893. Both test tools obtain a high reliability value exceeding 0.7. So this proof that the test tool used in the study is acceptable and reliable. So untuk keboleh kepercayaan kedua soal selidik ini sangat tinggi dan memang sangat boleh digunakan untuk tajuk yang saya gunakan hari ini. Okay, for the last proposal from research, okay, for the ini pengkaji akan datang, maksudnya the new researcher to be, so must be expanding the scope of the study according to the location of the school, distribute questionnaire using approximate. Okay, for parents concerned about the current situation of the children, and at school provide a medium for student to share problems, and for individu ataupun orang perseorangan be more aware of your own mental health status. So if you feel not health, you feel worry, you feel anxiety, you feel loneliness, you must be see the counselor. So okay, be aware. So for the last conclusion, in conclusion, the issue of depression can happen to anyone. Moreover, the lack of social support from people around can further increase the risk of experiencing this problem. So this study proves how important it is to take care of these two aspect in daily life. Maksudnya di sini kepada kita semua, kita perlu menjaga dari segi social support dan depression, sebab keduanya ada kesinambungan, keduanya ada relationship yang sangat kuat. So kita perlu aware. well, sama ada kepada diri kita atau kepada jiran-jiran ataupun kepada orang lain. Okay, that's all. Thank you. So any question, please direct call Dr. Siti Aisyah. 017-952-9991. Oh, email. Saya suka kalau email lah. So saya boleh jawab panjang juga nanti. So email to sitiaisyah@unimail.edu.my. And I also as a counsellor, register counsellor from lembaga counsellor di Malaysia. So if you have symptom mental health or you have a problem, anything problem, you can share with me. Okay, thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. Well, thank you, Dr. Siti Aisyah binti Yahya. You have delivered a very interesting topic. It is about the support social by depression. So talking about support social, it is very interesting. So from your presentation, we learn many things, many important things from the presentation. Something like adolescence. It is the period of transition from children to adult. Yeah. So changes that occurred during adolescence can trigger the emergence of mental health disorder, as you mentioned before, and one of which is depression. Yes, especially after coronavirus 19 pandemic era. So I invite questioners. Yeah. I open the first term, yeah, if there are many, so I will open the other term to questioner. So you can also press the reaction button if you have question. The participants in Zoom, and how about this room, whether you have question, you can raise your hand.
Boleh tanya soalan juga dalam bahasa Indonesia ya?
Ya, oh ya, boleh dalam bahasa Indonesia, silakan. Ini sangat menarik ya karena memang current issue tentang depresi after coronavirus kemarin. Banyak sekali yang mengalami depresi ya, terutama anak-anak kita yang sedang bersekolah. Silakan Bapak Ibu. Kenapa jadi Indonesia? Yeah, no question I found here. And how about, okay, good. There is someone who raised hand, Ibu Nila Kesumawati. Okay, Ibu, you can directly ask to the presenter, to the keynote, I mean. Hello, okay. Silakan Bu Nila, you can also use bahasa Indonesia or bahasa Malaysia. Ya, yeah. Still mute Bu. Bu Nila, open your mic please. Ya. Yeah.
Oke, terima kasih Bu Rita, Bu Dr. Rita Indrawati. Selamat siang kepada Ibu Aisyah Yahya. Saya tertarik sekali dengan judul artikelnya, yaitu tentang depresi. Nah, kita tahu kalau depresi pasca pandemi ini kan dilaksanakan sebelum waktu COVID. Pada waktu COVID itu mahasiswa-siswa pada saat pembelajaran ataupun mahasiswa mereka selalu pakai daring, jadi belajar pakai internet, semua seperti itu. Nah, selanjutnya untuk yang sekarang pasca pandemi ini, mereka kan banyak lost learning. Nah, bagaimana upaya supaya siswa-siswa kita untuk tidak ketinggalan dan juga supaya mengejar ketinggalan itu, bagaimana upaya kita sebagai tenaga pendidik dan juga mahasiswanya harus kita bagaimanakan agar depresi untuk mengejar ketinggalan itu tidak tertinggal jauh, karena 2 tahun kita tertinggal, sekarang dikejar, sedangkan mahasiswa kita yang sudah semester 4, mereka baru masuk sekarang, sudah 2 tahun selama online, jadi seperti mereka mahasiswa baru. Nah, bagaimana? Begitu saja Ibu, terima kasih.
Okey, terima kasih Ibu Nila. So bagaimana kita nak buat kepada pelajar yang dah tertinggal daripada pandemik. So sekarang kita dah status endemik. Okey, kalau yang tertinggal tu, sebab itulah dalam kajian saya tentang support, social support, iaitu sokongan sosial. Sokongan sosial ni bukan sahaja daripada ibu bapa. Kalau pandemik tu of course daripada ibu bapa lah yang banyak, sebab mereka sama-sama each together at home kan, dekat rumah. Tapi bila sekarang ni memang sokongan support tu daripada persekitaran, hatta guru-guru lah. Guru-guru ni merupakan ibu bapa yang pertama, ibu bapa yang kedua yang memberi ilmu selepas ibu bapa di rumah. So ibu bapa bagi saya memang yang fokus kat sini, guru-guru memang perlu memberi social support yang sangat tinggi kepada pelajar. Social support tu bukan dari segi ulang kaji, revision subjek, bukan saja untuk ulang kaji pelajaran, tetapi social support adalah berkaitan dengan inner drive. What the inner drive? Inner drive ni adalah kita punya dalaman kita, kekuatan spiritual kita, kekuatan psikologi kita, mental kita. Kalau mental kita kuat, psikologi kita kuat, psikologi tu banyak berkaitan dengan emosi. Emosi tu jugalah kita perlu urus. Dan sebagai pelajar dan guru-guru lah, kalau guru-guru tu memang perlu be power and be tough untuk membantu pelajar menaikkan semangat. Tapi pelajar juga perlu ada inner drive sendiri untuk berubah. Kalau guru sahaja yang memberi social support yang tinggi, tetapi pelajar sendiri yang tak ada self awareness, tiada kesedaran ke diri, itu juga sangat susah. So bagi saya, guru-guru dah support untuk kita buat ulang kaji pelajaran apa yang banyak kita tertinggal, dan pelajar sendiri perlu ada kesedaran, self awareness yang sangat tinggi untuk dia berubah dan untuk dia tahu dia dia rasa macam, oh aku dah lama dah tinggal subjek ni, aku kena kejar. So bagi saya, kita sebenarnya macam kita lah kat sini ramai dalam kalangan pensyarah, dalam kalangan guru-guru dan bakal guru-guru kan. So kita ni sebenarnya kalau kita dapat tackle hati seseorang ataupun dalam psikologi, kita dapat switch on pada diri seseorang, memang kita dapat tackle hati dia dan kita boleh bawa dia untuk berubah. So bagaimana kita nak switch on seseorang tu? Itu kena jemput saya slot yang lain lah. Macam mana kita nak switch on, nak membuatkan orang tu rasa macam dia ada kesedaran ke diri, self awareness, the highest of self awareness dalam diri dia sendiri. So bagi pendapat saya, guru-guru memainkan peranan sebagai social support kepada pelajar untuk berjaya, tetapi pelajar sendiri juga perlu ada self awareness yang sangat tinggi untuk dia sedar, untuk dia nak berjaya. Okey, itu Ibu.
Okay, thank you for the response to Dr. Nila Kusuma. Terbalik-balik namanya. Yeah, so it is about how to avoid, the effort of the teacher to the students after pandemic. So not only from parents, right? So it is also from the surroundings, from friends and also teachers. Okay, Bu, it has something to do with psychology, because you are the expert of psychology. So how to make our students happy to learn. So it is our job as teacher, I think, as lecturers. Well, Ibu, we still have another question from the Zoom here. I see Ibu Huriah Rahma. Yeah, Ibu. Yeah, she raised her hand, and then you can ask directly to Ibu.
Baik, thank you very much. Saya bertanya dalam bahasa ya Ibu Aisyah. Terima kasih banyak Ibu Rita, dan apa kabar Ibu Aisyah Yahya? Saya Huriah Rahmah dari Universitas Islam Bandung. Kebetulan memang fokus saya itu ada di social skill. Walaupun saya dari pendidikan IPS, bukan dari psikologi, tetapi memang ini kaitannya dengan banyak berkaitan dengan psikologi ya Bu. Nah, saya hanya ingin mendengar pengalaman Ibu terkait dengan your experience about social skill in for student in high school. in Malaysia. Mudah-mudahan kita bisa sharing nanti, bisa sharing penelitian Bu ya terkait dengan social skill ini. Terima kasih Bu Aisyah. Terima kasih Bu Rita.
Oke.
Okey,
You can directly.
Ibu Huria, maksudnya fokus kepada skill sosial?
Ya, social skill, skill sosial. Social skill about yang untuk mengatasi ke depresi tadi Bu. Karena saya yakin dari situ memang siswa bisa mengatasi seperti Ibu bilang, harus ada kesadaran diri dari siswanya sendiri. Terima kasih.
Okay, thank you Ibu Huriah Rahmah from Universiti Bandung. Okay, dulu saya rasa masa saya belajar waktu ijazah sarjana muda, saya pernah membuat lawatan di Universiti Islam Bandung. Mungkin masa tu mungkin Ibu sudah ada ataupun tiada. Okey, berkaitan kepada soalan bagaimana kita nak meningkatkan kemahiran sosial ataupun skill sosial dalam kalangan pelajar. Okey, untuk pengetahuan semua, macam saya dekat Universiti Melaka, saya juga koordinator untuk kelab facilitator. So di situ saya memang selalu kita ni sebagai guru, sebagai pensyarah, kita bukan sahaja nak mengajar ilmu kepada pelajar, tapi kita cuba nak memanusiakan pelajar tersebut. Faham tak erti memanusiakan pelajar tersebut? Maksudnya di sini bukan sahaja kita bahagi segala ilmu pada dia, tapi kita juga perlu ada elemen yang lain. Contohlah macam saya lebih kepada psikologi, kita perlu ada elemen yang lain untuk kita switch on diri mereka tu supaya mereka sedar mereka adalah pelajar, niat mereka kena ubah bahawa mereka perlu belajar bersungguh-sungguh, dan banyak benda lah yang banyak kita kena terapkan elemen tersebut ketika dalam kelas. So yang lain untuk bagaimana kita nak meningkatkan social skill ni, bagi saya adalah pengurusan emosi. Sebab kita manusia ni, sebab itulah kalau kita back to Islamic perspective adalah kita manusia ni kalau kita dapat jaga nafsu kita ataupun ilmu jiwa, ilmu an-nafs ataupun dipanggil sebagai ilmu kejiwaan, kalau kita boleh jaga nafsu kita, insya-Allah hidup kita akan terurus dan akan dipermudahkan. Sebab kita tak mudah melatah, kita tak mudah marah, kita tak mudah anything happen yang terjadi pada kita, kita tak cepat marahlah kiranya kan. So bagi saya sebagai guru, kita perlu terapkan bukan sahaja dari segi ilmu, tapi kita perlu terapkan dari segi bagaimana dia sebenarnya guru ni dia ada taktik masing-masing, ada ilmu masing-masing kan. Kita kenal pelajar kita macam mana. So kita perlu cari bagaimana kita ingin menyampaikan ilmu kepada pelajar dan dalam masa yang sama kita nak memanusiakan pelajar ni. Maksudnya di sini bila kita nak menjadikan pelajar ni sebagai manusia, of course lah ada ilmu agama, kita perlu terapkan ilmu adab, kita perlu terapkan ilmu yang berkaitan dengan kebudayaan, budaya. So paling penting sekali ilmu agama dan adab lah. So di situ bagi saya bila pelajar tu sendiri disedar bahawa dia adalah pelajar dan dia dapat menguruskan emosi dia dengan sebaik mungkin, maka insya-Allah memang dia akan tenang. Sebab biasanya pelajar yang tak dapat uruskan emosi ni memang dia akan cepat melatah, dia akan cepat give up lepas tu, dan dia akan buat perkara-perkara yang negatif. Tapi pelajar yang tenang, pelajar yang yang tidak mudah melatah, yang memang jaga emosi dia, maka dia memang akan jadi pelajar yang cemerlang. Sebab itu kalau dalam kecemerlangan seseorang pelajar, bukan sahaja dia cemerlang dari segi markah dia, pointer dia, tapi dia perlu cemerlang dari segi emosi dia. Kalau emosi dia cemerlang, emosi dia dapat diurus dengan baik, maka insya-Allah nanti dia akan berjaya menjadi manusia yang memberi manfaat kepada orang lain. Kita tengok ramai kita tengok orang-orang yang berjaya yang dia hanya ada ilmu tapi dia tak ada adab, dia tak ada agama. So bila dia dah habis belajar, rupanya dia lebih teruk daripada orang manusia yang tak belajar pun masuk masuk universiti. Tapi kita tengok orang yang macam biasa-biasa saja, dia belajar sampai diploma tapi dia berjaya urus emosi dia dengan baik, dia berjaya menjaga agama, berjaya menjaga adab, maka dia memang hidup dia lebih tenang daripada orang yang banyak ilmu tapi tiada adab. So bagi saya sebagai gurulah bagaimana untuk meningkatkan skill sosial. Pertama sekali kita kena bantu pelajar dari sudut pengurusan emosi. Tu yang macam saya pun dekat sini memang waktu pandemik COVID-19 2 tahun, daripada tahun 2020 hingga 2021, memang banyak sangatlah pelajar-pelajar, guru-guru yang menjemput saya untuk bagi tahu tentang kesihatan mental. Kenapa kesihatan mental pelajar terganggu? Kerana pengurusan emosi mereka tidak dapat dikawal. So itulah bagi saya yang penting kita sebagai guru, bagaimana kita perlu ada teknik, iaitu cara kita sendiri biasanya kita akan tahulah sebab kita kenal pelajar kita macam mana, tahap pelajar kita macam mana. So kita perlu ada teknik memberi ilmu, dan satu lagi kita ni kena sentiasa menjadi kawan kepada pelajar kita, dan kita juga perlu membantu pelajar kita untuk menguruskan emosi dengan baik. Semua orang ada emosi, tapi tak semua orang boleh menguruskan emosi dengan baik. Okey, kalau misalnya dia tak dapat menguruskan emosi dengan baik, maka itu yang terjadi depression, anxiety, loneliness, dan lebih worse lagi halusinasi ataupun hallucination, dan lebih worse lagi mungkin dia akan cenderung untuk membunuh diri. So banyak kes yang lebih kepada cenderung membunuh diri. Maksudnya diorang ni menyimpan perasaan diorang, tapi secara tak sedar lama kelamaan sikap diorang yang loneliness tu menjurus diri diorang ke arah membunuh diri. So itu yang kita paling takutlah. So saya harap jawapan saya dapat membantu Puan Rahmah, lupa dah saya.
Iya, from Ibu Huriah.
Huriah Rahmah.
Yeah, I think it is good question too, Ibu. Yeah. So one keyword that we got from your presentation today is how we as teacher have to humanize our students. Yeah, they are human, but we have to humanize our student. Yeah, it is what I got from your statement. Okay, we still have time. If there is one question from the audience from here in this room, any question from you? Hello? No question from you? Okay. How about in the Zoom? One question if you have. Okay. I think it is clear enough, Ibu. So there is no more question for you. Okay, so...
Ni saya tengok ada satu daripada Amalina Jamil, teacher candidate from Sultan Hasanah Bolkiah.
The chat room. Oh, I see.
At chat room.
Okay. Sorry, yeah. I have to read. Oh, good. So the question from Ibu Siti Nur Amalina. Oh, the other one perhaps? Okay, dari Pendals Hak. Yeah. Pendais Hak. Yeah, Ibu, you have two other questions from the chat room. The first one is, dalam pemulihan masalah psikologis, depresi siswa akibat COVID-19, apakah pendekatan tertentu yang bisa dilakukan oleh guru di kelas dan sebagai fasilitator antara peran sekolah dan peran masyarakat di lingkungan atau keluarga siswa dalam upaya pemulihan siswa? Is it clear, Bu?
Clear.
Iya.
Okey, bagaimana peranan sebagai seorang guru, sebagai fesi kepada sekolah. So bagi saya, guru ni memang ialah bila pandemik berlaku memang kita semua diuji. Bukan nak kata orang yang bermasalah sahaja diuji, tak. Semua orang diuji. Baik daripada budak kecil sampailah kepada orang tua yang dah warga emas pun diuji. So bagi saya support sistem, support family, support jiran tetangga, support masyarakat memang sangat penting. So kalau kita sebagai guru, bagaimana kita cubalah buat sedaya upaya untuk memberi semangat kepada pelajar kita. Semangat tu bukan saja dari unsur fizikal ataupun dari unsur luaran, tapi semangat tu kita perlu bagi secara dalaman, indeed. Secara deep. Okey, bagaimana kita nak bagi semangat tu secara dalaman? So maksudnya kat sini kita perlu ada ilmu, contohlah ilmu psikologi spiritual, ilmu psikologi Islam ataupun ilmu berkaitan apa sajalah yang berkaitan dengan agama. Yang penting kita boleh tackle hati pelajar tersebut untuk lebih rapat dengan kita. Bila pelajar tersebut, pelajar yang bermasalah, dia rapat dengan kita, is name bonding. Bonding tu rapat dengan kita. Bila dia rapat dengan kita, maka automatik kita boleh bantu pelajar tersebut. So bagi saya, untuk soalan daripada pendais tadi, okey, kita sebagai guru dan fesi ni, peranan kita, peranan masyarakat dan semuanya perlu terlibat secara langsung untuk membantu, memberi motivasi dan sama-sama kita bangkit. Sebab kita ni setiap tahun, ialah sebelum ni pun setiap tahun kita pun diuji. Contohlah kita banyak sangat ujian-ujian sebelum ni kan. Tapi yang paling worst sekali apabila kita diuji dengan COVID-19. Dan untuk tahun depan pula, kalau untuk kita dengar berita dunia, mungkin kita akan jadi krisis ekonomi pula. So maksudnya di sini, kita sebagai ibu bapa, kita sebagai guru-guru, kita sebagai masyarakat dan kita sebagai pelajar pun, kita memang kena sentiasa kuat dari sudut dalaman kita, inner drive kita, hati kita, jiwa kita. Bila jiwa kita kuat, anything happen, apa pun yang berlaku, banjir besar ke apa-apa, contoh kat Malaysia sekarang ni tengah bersedia untuk banjir besar. Sebab itu line saya pun tak okey, hujan kat Malaysia ni. So apa-apa sahaja yang berlaku, kita dah bersedia. Okey, so sebab itulah perkara yang paling penting, kalau inner drive kita kuat, dalaman kita kuat, pegangan agama kita kuat. Contoh kalau yang Islam, sentiasa menjaga solat, sentiasa membaca Al-Quran, sentiasa berzikir. Itu semua sebenarnya akan melindungi kita dan automatik menjadikan diri kita kuat. So bagi saya, untuk mendidik anak-anak ni, macam saya sebut sebelum tadilah, kita perlu bukan sahaja bagi ilmu kepada pelajar kita, tapi kita perlu ada cara dan kita perlu memantapkan diri kita bagaimana kita nak menjadikan pelajar kita ni adalah manusia, bukan binatang. Sebab kenapa saya kata menjadikan pelajar kita ni manusia? Sebab manusia ni dia mempunyai banyak peranan, banyak peran-peran kan, dan banyak tanggungjawab. Tapi kalau kita menjadikan mereka tu seperti contoh binatang, mereka buat tak tahu saja. Sebab binatang tiada perasaan. So inner drive memang kita kena kuat lah. Okey, mungkin saya terus baca kepada soalan yang seterusnya daripada
from Ibu Siti.
Okay, soalan dia, I would like to ask on your recommendation on how to help young student to cope with depression or burnout because need to update the learning loss at fast pace. Okay, bagi saya yang pertama sekali, sebelum kita nak tahu student kita tu ada depression ataupun ada burnout ke, depression, burnout semuanya adalah simptom kesihatan mental mereka terganggu. Okay, loneliness, halusinasi, so itu semuanya termasuk dalam kesihatan mental mereka terganggu. Okey, pertama sekali, contoh kita boleh bagi pelajar kita soalan BDI, Bad Depression Inventory. Ataupun kalau lebih deep lagi, kita boleh bagi soal selidik DAS, Depression, Anxiety, Stress, Skala. Semua soal selidik tersebut ada dalam internet. So boleh cari dekat internet. DAS ni lebih mendalam lah kalau kita nak tahu pelajar kita tu memang ada depression, stress dan anxiety. So bila ada, bagaimana kita nak cope? So saya sebagai kaunselor, pertama sekali memang kita perlu bawa dia berjumpa dengan kaunselor terlebih dahulu. Tapi kalau keadaan ni sangat worse, keadaan yang memang sangat tak boleh nak kawal, memang uncontrol, memang kita pegang dia pun dia memang sepak semua orang, so itu kita perlu refer dia kepada psikiatrik. So kaunselor tu hanya merawat untuk masalah yang normal, tapi psikiatrik ni dia akan merawat kepada pesakit yang mungkin bila dia stres, dia terus macam jadi sawan, dia jadi macam keluar air daripada mulut, dia terus tak boleh kawal. So doktor psikiatrik boleh bagi dia ubat. Tapi kalau saya sebagai kaunselor biasa, apa-apa terjadi masalah kepada pelajar, kepada anak-anak kita, kepada jiran-jiran tetangga kita, so perlu berjumpa dengan kaunselor terlebih dahulu. So bila kaunselor dah diagnose, oh budak ni memang ada depressed, budak ni memang ada burnout, so kita cuba menggunalah terapi-terapi. Contoh kalau dekat Malaysia, kita ada terapi lukisan, terapi main pasir, banyaklah terapi-terapi yang kita boleh buat. Dan pernah saya pergi Universiti Medan, tak silap saya pernah belajar terapi tarian di sana pada tahun 2016 tak saya, sebelum COVID. So itu pun terapi tarian tu juga itu kiranya digunakan untuk bagaimana nak merawat orang yang depressed. Bagaimana, dan di Indonesia juga saya pernah belajar terapi melalui alat muzik. So bila pelajar tu pegang gitar, rupanya emosi dia macam ni. Bila pelajar tu pegang mic, rupanya emosi dia macam ni. So sebenarnya ada berbagai cara untuk kita nak cope, bagaimana kita nak pertama tadi saya dah ceritakan bagaimana kita nak tahu budak tu stres ke tak. So kita boleh bagi dia 2 surat sedia lah. Sama ada surat sedia yang saya bentang tadi, BDI, Bad Depression Inventory, ataupun yang kedua kita bagi dia surat sedia DAS, Depression, Anxiety, Stress Skala. So boleh cari dekat dalam Google lah. Dan yang kedua, bagaimana kita nak seterusnya bila kita dah tahu pelajar kita tu memang ada depressed, so pertama sekali kita bawa dia berjumpa dengan guru kaunselor, dan kita juga perlu panggil mak ayah, parents student tersebut, sebab parents memang sangat main peranan di rumah. Dan sebenarnya kalau pelajar tersebut dia mudah burn out ataupun dia dah halusinasi, sebenarnya masalah tu bukan masalah ketika pandemik. Sebenarnya masalah tu dah lama berlaku. Mungkin dia ada trauma masa dia kecil. Sebab itulah kita kena panggil mak ayah. Tapi kadang-kala mak ayah pun susah nak share dengan kita. Yalah, mak ayah mana yang nak cakap anak dia bermasalah kan? Memang susah nak share. Tapi kita sebagai kaunselor, contohlah kepada kanak-kanak yang sekolah rendah, mereka sukar untuk bercakap, kita boleh bagi dia kertas dan bagi dia pen. Kita boleh suruh dia lukis. Kita buat terapi lukisan. Mungkin ada masa saya terangkan.
Sorry, Bu. Yeah, because there must be 2 other keynote speakers, so we have to stop. It's okay. So there are so many actually you are going to share with us, yeah, but because of the time, so yeah, we have to stop. Well, at least, yeah, I would like to conclude what we have listened, yeah, hear from Ibu Siti, that depression, it is about depressions that occur in adolescence will affect the occurrence of major depressive episode, I think, yeah. So family, as you said before, is the closest support system for teenagers. So optimal family social support can improve adolescent adaptive behavior. So Ibu, thank you very much for the worthy information dealing with depression. So once again, I would like to everybody to give a big applause to her. Okay, thank you.
Bye.
Okay, for the appreciation to you, the keynote speaker of the 5th International Conference, Sriwijaya University Learning and Education, we have prepared a token for you. Yeah, it is a certificate of recognition. So can you see that, Ibu? Thank you very much, Ibu. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, it is yours. We are going to send to your email later on. So ladies and gentlemen, we have accomplished doing the keynote speaker presentation very well. So before I accomplish the worthy discussion this afternoon, I would like to give a pantun to the speaker. Dr. Siti Aisyah is from Malaysia. Her campus is the Social Science Faculty. Thanks a lot for visiting virtual Palembang City. See you next time in different arena. Okay, thank you, I think. Yeah. So now it's time for you to invite another. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Mungkin kita boleh berjumpa secara face to face ya, Ibu.
Alright, thank you very much, Associate Professor Dr. Siti Aisyah Yahya and Dr. Rita Indrawati, MPD. Now, dear all participants of 5th SULE IC 2020, we are going to continue for the next plenary session. And in this, I'm going to invite the moderator to begin this session. Please welcome Professor Dr. Zulkardi MECOM, MSc. For Professor Dr. Zukardi, time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, selamat petang, good morning in Netherlands. Now, the fifth speaker, the fifth keynote speaker in the fifth SULE IC, Professor Dr. Associate Professor Dr. Masita Sahril, from University of Brunei Darussalam. I already, saw him, saw her. Okay. Good afternoon, Masita. How are you?
Alhamdulillah, syukur alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah.
I'm fine, thank you, Prof.
Oh, long time not see, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, the last time I saw you when we are doing conference in Jakarta, I guess, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, dear participants, online or offline, we are going to, sorry. Okay. Well, I'm going to read or let you know who is Masita Sahril, yeah? Dr. Masita Sahril is an associate professor and teacher educator at the Sultan Hasanah Bolkiah Institute of Education, University of Brunei Darussalam. She was appointed as a lecturer at the university in August 2001, and Dr. Masita pursued her second master and doctoral studies in the mathematics education at the University of Melbourne, Australia. Yeah, that were really one of the top university in Australia. In the past 14 years, Dr. Masita held several administrative appointments, including as the academic group governor for mathematics education, program leader for initial teacher preparation, deputy dean academic and dean at the Sultan Hasanah Bolkiah Institute of Education. She also held the post of director of studies and the head of teaching and learning center for the office for assistant vice chancellor for academic affairs at University of Brunei Darussalam. Masita has about 3 national awards from the government. And the last one is, I think, she got the most blessed order of Setia Negara Brunei, the 4th class on 1st August 2022, just last month. Okay. And also Masita was promoted as associate professor, and during that time she also got special mention Teachers Day Appreciation Award for the year 2022. And also in the 2016, she got the award we call Pingat Indah Kerja Baik, or National Work Excellence Medal in the country. Okay. Masita, besides author of number of articles, about 100 article journals from Scopus Index, she also performed as a chief editor in the Southeast Asian Mathematics Education Journal, published by the CMO Regional Center for Kitab in Mathematics Education in Yogyakarta. Dulu we call PIM4 Matematika, but now it's a Kitab in Mathematics in Yogyakarta. Masita also performed as an editorial board member of Journal Pendidikan Matematika and Journal on Mathematics Education in the University of Sriwijaya, Palembang. Okay, I guess that the thing that I can see about Masita, a lot of course, and now it's the time for you, Masita, because I know that you are going to talk about looking in at the basic education system in Brunei Darussalam, yeah? Okay, the time is about 30 minutes, maybe until 40 minutes for presentation. At the last 10 or 15 minutes, we are going to Q&A, okay?
Okay.
Now
Okay.
it's time is yours.
Thank you. Let me share my presentation. Okay. Hope you're able to see it.
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay.
No.
All right.
Masita is disappear. In the beginning, it's okay, but now it's low.
Is it okay now?
Now it's blank.
Oh, now it's blank. Okay. Let me try again.
Retry it, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's working.
Okay, let me try the, PowerPoint mode. Is it okay? Can I start?
Yeah, please.
All right, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and salam sejahtera. Good afternoon, everyone. So this is looking into the basic education system in Brunei Darussalam. But first and foremost, I would like to thank Faculty of Teacher Training and Education at Universitas Sriwijaya for inviting me as one of the keynote speakers for this afternoon presentation. Just to inform everyone that with this presentation, I would like to acknowledge all the authors of this. Actually, this was a book chapter that that is currently in production by Springer. So the title of the book is International Handbook on Education in Southeast Asia by the editors Dr. Lorraine P. Simako and Professor Martin Hayden. So Dr. Ali Ahmad and Dr. Nur Azura are from my faculty, Sultan Hassanah Bolkiah Institute of Education. And Dr. Shazana Ebel comes from the Office of the Permanent Secretary and the Deputy Permanent Secretary for Higher Education at the Ministry of Education. Okay. Is it on PowerPoint mode for everyone? Because I'm looking at YouTube at the moment, it's not.
Yeah, please slideshow, Marcita.
Is it slideshow for everyone?
Not yet.
Not yet, yeah? Yeah. Let me stop share again and continue. Try this one. Okay, now it's on slideshow.
Yeah, that's great.
I hope so. It doesn't look like it in YouTube. Sorry, I have to. Okay, let me just continue on. So for those who are not aware where Brunei is, we are on the Borneo Island, just above Kalimantan, and we are in between the two Malaysian states of Sabah and Sarawak. So we're a very small country. With a land area of 5,765 square kilometers. Our capital city is Bandar Seri Begawan, and the population is less than 500,000 people. Our official language is Bahasa Melayu, actually, but English is widely spoken and also as the medium of instruction across the national education system. And our official religion is Islam, but other religions such as Christianity and Buddhism are also practiced in the country. And our main export is oil and gas. just to inform everyone as well in regards to the higher education institution, because I'll not be touching on that today. It's just on basic education for primary and secondary school context. But for the higher education institutions, we have only 5 government higher education institutions in Brunei and 2 private higher education institutions. So just to set the context for everyone's information about the education system in Brunei. Okay. Sorry, it's frozen. Okay, so the land of Brunei, there are 4 districts altogether. The one in orange is Brunei Muara district. In green, it's Tutong, Belait in blue, and Temburong in yellow. So this information I need to inform you all in order to share how many schools there are when I present this later. So how formal education started in Brunei Darussalam? Let me just share with you the history of our education system in Brunei. So according to Damit and colleagues in their book to commemorate the 100 years of education excellence, formal education was officially established in Brunei Darussalam in 1914. And the establishment of the first Malay medium primary school was, there were only 30 male students in 1914 in Bandar Brunei. That is what the capital city was known back then, Bandar Brunei or Brunei City. Yeah? However, according to a recent publication, a book chapter by Muhammad and Petra in 2021, they shared that there was formal education. The school actually started in 1912. However, it was only reported officially in 1914. And that is when the first government Malay vernacular school was opened. And vernacular meaning that it was actually held in a mosque, not officially a school building. And at that time, in 1912, there were only 53 students attending the school, but the number had fallen to 30 boys only in 1914. So these are the chronology of the schools that first started in Brunei. So in 1916, the first Chinese medium school started. 1917, if you remember the Belait district just now, that was when the Malay medium school started, primary schools. 1918 in Tutong, 1926 in Temburong, and in 1931, the first non-government English medium primary school in Belait for boys and girls started. And the Islamic religious education also started in that year in Bandar Brunei. Only in 1953, the first English medium government secondary school, Sultan Omar Ali Saifuddin College or Maktab Sultan Omar Ali Saifuddin started. And in that year as well, the English and Chinese medium primary secondary school started. So a major educational reform was introduced immediately after the country reached our independence in 1984. And there were several educational reform that subsequently came after that. But educational reform at that time in 1984, it was aimed to align the national education system with aspirations to strengthen the national identity and to develop the nation's human resources. And as I mentioned earlier, there was several evolution of our education system through systematic and structured reforms in terms of our educational policies, the Ministry of Education organizations, curriculum, assessment, qualification, academy could bring in both government and private In terms of the third challenge, the need for further improvement in educational access for students with special needs and learning abilities. It was implemented in 1997, the special education policy, where it sought to encourage students with special educational needs to attend mainstream schools in the general education sector. However, constraints continue to be experienced. So it relates mainly to the limited number of special education assistant teachers available to support a growing number of students with special education needs. So the curricular adaptations and modifications to meet the requirements of students with disabilities are still not widely implemented at the post-secondary level and also at the higher education levels. The other challenge as well is the need to increase awareness of the importance of inclusive teaching practices, because achieving tangible equity and inclusive education in Brunei education system, it remains pending. So this needs to be looked into as well. The final identified challenge would be this will be the experience worldwide as well, is to identify and address the weaknesses exposed by the COVID-19 global pandemic. The pandemic has affected the education system with the sudden changes in educational policies, leading to the closure of schools and institutions from 2020 to 2021. However, alhamdulillah, Brunei is currently in the endemic phase, and life has resumed back to normal, and hopefully there are no more any closures or sudden disruptions to the system. During the COVID-19 pandemic, the Ministry of Education and the Ministry of Religious Affairs acted swiftly to introduce new modes of learning, such as the distribution of home learning packs, home-based learning television programs for primary school students, shown on the government media and online throughout the period of the school closures. So the few major challenges faced at all educational levels included the scarcity of technological gadgets, the connectivity problems, there are unassisted learning, emotional and mental health issues, the lack of social interactions for the children, the know-how to quickly embrace the new normal, and the buy-in of online and blended learning tools and pedagogies. So in terms of concluding this, the current education system is designed to allow learners to be more responsive to changes in the society and the economy, which will eventually lead towards improving opportunities to lifelong learning. As education is embedded in the national agenda, it will remain the utmost priority in Brunei for many years to come. And we need consistent monitoring by the ministries to ensure that the current and subsequent 5-year strategic plans stay relevant in order to continually deliver quality modalities, approaches, and successful planning that will take us closer to accomplishing high education standards for the nation. So that concludes my presentation. These are the list of references that I can provide if anybody wants the PowerPoint with all the links provided. And thank you for listening to this presentation.
Okay, thank you very much, Associate Professor Masita Saril. What an interesting and fresh presentation about basic educational system in Brunei Darussalam. To summarize before question, Masita perform and present about national education system for 21st century that launched in 2009, and now some new agenda from the government, such as how to handle the education in new normal. Of course, now we are going to go to the Q&A session. We are looking for first question from the chat room. Yeah. Okay. There are two questions up to now. The first one from D. Sabta Nusantara. Yeah. Akan bertanya terkait kebijakan apa yang dilakukan pemerintah atau pihak institusi di Brunei to increase PISA score. What the academic or government regulation in order to increase the PISA score? As you know, in Indonesia, it's quite low, about ranking 5th from the below. And Brunei, you mentioned about 50 in mathematics from 70th country. Now, do you have any regulation or government regulation or strategy to increase the PISA score, the next PISA score? That's the question from Duano. And the second one from Ibu Ilma. Yeah? There are many challenges in improving education in Brunei Darussalam. And my question is, how is the education strategy in Brunei Darussalam in transforming literacy and numeracy for teachers? Okay, clear enough?
Yeah.
Okay, for this time, please, two questions.
Thank you very much. Actually, the answers for both the questions are what I will be sharing will be hopefully the same, because in terms of the transforming the literacy and numeracy for teachers, as far as I know, from the ministry, they have recruited local contract teachers, and there are the LNCP, Literacy Numeracy Coaching Program, as well in the schools. This happened more than 5 years ago. So there are many teachers, new teachers who are recruited, young teachers actually, and they were given a rigorous professional development in regards to how to emphasize the literacy and numeracy teaching in the schools. So the CFBT from Britain, I forgot what it stands for. Hang on. Not curriculum. But it's an education service provided by the British government. So they do have the literacy and numeracy coaching programs, and these teachers, the young teachers, were well trained in terms of their information in regards to literacy and numeracy. For example, they were taught how to improve on their dialogic teaching in the schools. What else do they do? Many different kinds of teaching and learning strategies as well. So we call it clinical specialist. I'm one of the lecturer who observes the teachers in schools when they're doing their master of teaching. And those teachers who were involved in those two programs earlier, the mentioned programs earlier, they are actually very good in terms of implementing what they were taught. And this doesn't just exist in the young teachers as well. This also was extended to the experienced teachers, the senior teachers, the existing teachers in schools. So there are quite a lot of improvement in terms of the teaching and learning and the pedagogies that are being taught in schools. And the effect of it has given the best advantage for our students in the schools as well. So there are a lot more in terms of interactions, the good rapport with their students, and the interactions are meant is between the students and between the teachers and the students. And also in regards to the leadership in the schools in Brunei, I've seen a lot of improvement as well, where the leaders are actually more involved in what is happening in the school setting, in the classroom settings. They're not just focusing on the administrative part of what's happening in schools, but they're actually more involved in what is happening in regards to students' assessment, students' performance, and the overall results of the school as well in the national examinations, as well as in the common examinations.
Okay, so a lot of improvement, a lot of professional development program for teachers in school, yeah, in order to improve the quality, and also, of course, about assessment, such as a PISA, yeah. So, okay.
If I may add, Prof. Zulkardi as well, the formative assessment has been heavily emphasized as well, especially in the primary school settings. So that is an advantage for our students. And when they go to the secondary school, they bring with them whatever prior knowledge that they have in terms of practicing it in the secondary school as well. So there's also good alignment between the primary schools and the secondary schools. And the beauty of the clustering of schools is the feedback that I got from teachers actually recently. They hold professional developments according to clusters, and it's not just restricted to when they have the professional development or the workshops. It's not just restricted to just secondary school. They bring in together the primary school and the secondary school, so they exchange ideas. Just like I was asking them, is this like lesson study? And they said something like that, and they are more open to it now in terms of getting feedback from each other.
Okay, well, I can imagine. I think that Bu Ilma and Pak Duano is already answered the question, yeah? Okay. Yeah. Still another question from the link Zoom or from this room? Just one more. Okay, from Mr. Sukasno, eh? Learning in elementary schools in Indonesia use a thematic approach. In one learning meeting using one theme to teach several subjects. Okay. Now, how about the elementary school learning approach in Brunei Darussalam?
Okay. Thank you very much, Pak Sukasno. As far as I know, the teachers are given, and the teachers in the schools are given autonomy in terms of what they want to share in the meetings. So they have their own way of, they are free to present the theme that they want to present. And so in terms of the elementary school learning approach, again, I have to mention, it's the clustering system was very good in terms of if the teachers, the primary school and the secondary school teachers decide on what topic they want to or strategy that they want to do. So the schools in that respective cluster will also practice it according to the sub-clustering of the schools as well. So they are given freedom to choose. So there's no specific themes that they will be practicing, as far as I know.
Okay, so it's really let the teachers free to use another or every various strategy. Eh? One of
Yes.
them, of course, using one thematic approach, for instance, like in Indonesia. Yeah, in Indonesia, grade 1 to 3 using thematic approach, but grade 4 and so on is using subject matter, yeah, like a mathematics teacher and language teacher. Okay, there is also a question from Mr. Daniel Asamoah. Yeah? Teaching at the basic school level can be daunting task. Can you share on the common teaching and learning styles that are used at the basic school level in Brunei? Thank you.
Yes. Okay, so in terms of the common teaching and learning styles, I would say the current trend now is the use of flipped classroom. So the teachers would share any videos they make or any videos they retrieve from the YouTube, which is easily available, or any other social or websites, educational websites that they found. They will share with their students well in advance, and then they bring it into the actual class or actual lesson. So the students will come with their knowledge from what they have watched, and from there they may be using so many learning strategies as well. I keep in my head. I keep thinking about the latest strategy that my MTech teacher candidates are currently researching on, such as the envoy method. What else do they use? Station rotation. And these strategies are actually introduced by the Ministry of Education, the Department of Schools. That these are the strategies that are proven to work in other countries. So why not implement it in Brunei as well? There are other cooperative learning strategies that the teachers are free to choose as well. So those are what I've mentioned are the most common teaching and learning styles that are being implemented in the schools in Brunei.
Okay, thank you. I hope Mr. Daniel satisfied with that answer. Yeah. Still, we're waiting for one last. If you want to ask question, please write down a chat or maybe just raise your hand. For your information, Professor Masita, you know, she's a mathematics education people, you know. She's graduate from University of Melbourne, student of Professor K. Stacy, the head of PISA. Yeah? And also for your information, UNSRI, especially Faculty of Teacher Education and University and Education, yeah, are going to have a joint collaboration or academic collaboration with University of Brunei Darussalam, yeah, via Professor Masita, especially PhD program in mathematics education in Indonesia, and we're really proud of we can you know collaborate with the top university in Brunei, and you know UBD, University of Brunei Darussalam, is ranked about 250 in the world, yeah, just like AITB in Indonesia, while UNSRI is about 200,000, yeah, 2,500, yeah. So it's a really, so we are really proud that we can continue later on in the collaboration the next time. Still 10 minutes. Maybe would you please say the last sentence for audience? It's about 200 audience online and hundreds for offline here. In 1 minute or 2 minutes, please.
Okay. All right. Again, I would like to thank the faculty for inviting me, and also my colleague, Dr. Nur Hazlan, as the invited speaker tomorrow. So we're from the University Brunei Darussalam. Thank you very much. It is a great honor to have known you, Professor Zulkardi and Professor Raktu, over the years. I think we've met since I was in Melbourne more than 10 years ago as well. During your collaboration with my previous doctoral supervisor, the late Professor David Clark. So I hope in terms of our collaboration in mathematics education, we can continue to, not just in mathematics education, but in other subject areas as well. So the opportunity is very much welcome, and I would support my colleagues as well, and try to encourage them to have this collaboration with Universitas Sriwijaya. Thank you, Prof. Zulkardi.
Okay, thank you very much. And I know that tomorrow is about 12 papers from Brunei Darussalam also will be presented. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay,
So
Dr. Masita, I think this is the end. On behalf of the committee and University of Sriwijaya, again we say thank you for you, and on that we are going to give you certificate like a recognition for you. You know, the conference chair is Professor Ratu Irma, and the dean is Dr. Hartono, who also ask you about how to meet you next time. Okay, thank you very much, and big hand for Professor Masita, ya.
Thank you, terima kasih semuanya.
Okay, I will send it by email. Ya. Okay, bye-bye.
Bye, thank you.
All right, thank you very much for Associate Professor Dr. Masita Sahril and Professor Dr. Zulkardi, MECOM, MSc. Now, dear all participants of 5th SULE IC 2022, we come to the end of the plenary session today. I'm going to invite the moderator to begin the session. Please welcome Professor Dr. Zulkardi, MECOM, MSc. For Professor Dr. Zulkardi, time is yours.
Okay, I'm Zulkardi. Again, thank you very much for moderator, who give the time for me to guide the last keynote speaker from Utrecht University, Frederick Institute, Mathematics and Science, Associate Professor Dr. Roger Bos. Hello, Roger.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good morning in Holland, right?
Yes, it's morning here. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, perhaps we met a number of times in Parental Institute doing my working with Michiel, also with Martin, and also with power drivers, or maybe, yeah? Okay. And yeah. The three of the professor already as a keynote speaker in the previous SULE IC. The first one is Martin Dork. The second one is Michiel Dorman. And then the last is Professor John Panjolingen, right? Okay, now you are the fourth one from Utrecht University. On behalf of the rector, the dean, also committee, we really thank you. You are really want to give a keynote speaker here about mathematics education. Before you present your, I will read it about your short CV, it's really short, yeah? Roger Bos is working at the Parental Institute of Utrecht University, Netherlands, as a lecturer, a teacher of mathematics, and also as a researcher in mathematics education. His research focuses on promoting problem solving and abstract thinking using digital tools like augmented reality. Yeah? He is also well known in the Netherlands for reaching out to mathematics students and teachers, developing educational materials, courses, and also a national mathematics competition. Yeah. In the beginning, Rogers really want to go to Indonesia, giving present offline, but due to still we have COVID pandemic, so we are going to have online right now. Okay, Roger Boss, the time is yours now. About 30 minutes or 40 minutes presentation. Later on, we are going to have a Q&A. Okay.
Thank you so much, and warm thanks to the organizers here for inviting me to give this presentation. I've never given a presentation in Indonesia, so it's a first for me. And I'm very happy to share with you some of my research about making movement mathematically meaningful. Even though the main subject is mathematics, I do hope also to inspire those of you who are present from a different subject, because I think movement can be an important part of education, whatever your subject is. So please take the examples that I give as an inspiration and try to think of how to adapt them for your own practice. So as mentioned, I'm from the Netherlands, Utrecht. Maybe you've been there once before in your life. Some of you visited our summer school, but it's there where the red arrow is pointing, and on the left you see a nice picture of the center of town here with the monumental Dom Tower there, and we're very well known for the canals, just like Amsterdam, but in Utrecht they're at least as pretty. So that's my home country, and that's where I do my research. So I'm interested in how to have movement in education and how to use digital technology to promote this. So today I will focus especially on multi-touch screens. Okay, they've been around for a while. Touch screens have been used, but really to use all your fingers at once, that's something that interested me. And also another very new technology, which is augmented reality, AR, augmented reality. I have 40 minutes. I hope I can show you some nice examples in these 40 minutes. So I'll report on joint work with some people whose name were actually mentioned just before now. Work with Michiel Doorman and Professor Paul Drijvers, and another colleague of mine who has not been mentioned before, Anna Swartz. And yes, so my plan has the general idea, which I'll start with. And then I have 3 examples, and I think it will suit the audience. There is one example from a primary school, then an example from middle school, early secondary school, you could say, and then there's an example which is more towards university mathematics. So I hope there is something for everyone, and we'll end with some conclusions. So let me first present the general idea. So the idea is to, instead of a notebook and a pen, let your lesson start with a motor problem. That means you invite students to move, to solve a problem by moving in a certain new way. So then the next step would be to take this movement, suppose the students have learned the new movement, and then they start reflecting on this new movement. How did they do it? Did they follow some sort of rule? And finally, because our subject in the end is mathematics, the idea is to make it mathematical, to mathematize it. And in a sense, this is a scheme that has been devised to make this mathematics more meaningful to the students by relating the more abstract mathematics to concrete movements, like, for example, with your hands. And let's see an example to see how this can be implemented. And my first example is for elementary school students from about 8 to 12-year-olds, and it's about quadrilaterals. Well, quadrilaterals, these are shapes with 4 corners, like square or rhombus or trapezium, and that's a bit too quickly. And the learning goals for the activity that I'm going to present to you is that Well, students have to learn about different sorts of quadrilaterals. They have to learn about properties of quadrilaterals, so the angles, or maybe that they have equal sides. And finally, a more technical notion of similarity. So they have to, each two squares, even if they have different size, are still said to be similar. And each two rhombuses, like that's the one on the left, that shape on the left, are said to also be similar if they have, if they have the same shape but maybe in a different size. So these are the goals of this activity. Now I want to make this lecture actually a little bit interactive. So I'm going to show you these videos with the activity, but if you want, you can aim your telephone at the screen and scan this QR code, and you will be directed to this activity. This activity was designed in the digital mathematics environment that was developed at my institute, but it's open for everyone to use this activity. So I'll continue talking about it, but in the meantime, you could take the opportunity to do the task yourself. So here we have a rectangle, and as I said, it's all about movement and it's multi-touch. So there are 4 fingers, and the task here is just to manipulate the 4 corners of the rectangle and trying to keep the rectangle green. Now, the lady who does it here is very successful because it stays green. But if it's not green anymore, it means you've made a rectangle that's not similar. But I assume that this task is done before a student knows about similarity or even knows a formal definition of a rectangle. So it's just to get to know the shape and informally learn about similarity. And then we have a similar task where you have to manipulate and drag the rectangle. You saw it was red for a moment, which is a sign that you've done something not allowed. So it will turn red. Here the one side, the long side, should be twice as long as the short side. The task here is to move it to the similar rectangle. So there are 2 other rectangles in the screen, and one of them is similar and the other is not. So the task is to find the right one of the 2 and then move the rectangle to the right one. And then there's the same task here, but now with rhombus. So it's really a motor problem in the sense that you could perform the task without understanding the mathematics. Because the only goal is to just try and keep it green, which you can find out by just, trying. And then the same here. But as you do it, probably some mathematical ideas are sparked inside your head immediately. I mean, it's really hard to move without thinking. And that's actually the main idea behind these tasks, that it's quite unnatural to separate movement from cognition. So the theoretical ideas behind this are really within the field of what they call embodied cognition, which says that you cannot really separate thought, cognition in the head from movement. Movement happens cognition extends to the whole body and beyond. So while solving these tasks that require movement, you'll start thinking. And here the same task to move the rhombus to the right similar rhombus, and this one we're going to look at a little bit more closely. Now I hope while I talked you also had a chance to try this yourself. It might be a little bit fiddly on your small phone. It works better on a bigger tablet. You need to have good sensitivity for your touchscreen. Okay, well, now let's have a look at someone who's actually performed this task as part of our research. This is Mila, and I'm going to tell you, well, you can see her working on the first task, trying to just keep the rectangle green. And I can hear what she's saying, but you can't, so I'll just let you know what's happening. But the first one, she doesn't talk. She's not talking, she's just trying. I asked her, So here she says, I'm trying to keep my finger stretched. Yeah, and now she does something interesting. She points and gestures at the angle. So it's all, she doesn't know about similarity, but she's developing by herself some ideas, saying one side is longer, one is shorter. She clearly gets the idea to look at the relative lengths. Now there she goes, and she drags it actually to the wrong one, to the non-similar one, and now, oops, as she tries to fit it, it turns red. Now I'm asking her, I ask her, what are you looking at? How are you performing the task? And she says, I'm trying to keep the spots on the same place with each other. So again, she formulates her ideas very informally, because she hasn't learned about the mathematics yet. This task is to prepare her for the mathematics. Because if you remember the 3 steps, she first does the movement, and then she tries to make sense of a rule, how does it work, and only then we mathematize it. And here's her last thing. She says something really interesting about how she manipulates the rhombus to keep it green, and when it's not green anymore, which really refers to an informal notion of angle that she's developing. She says, if I change the angle, but the funny thing, she doesn't have the word angle yet. She doesn't use it. And finally, she said that she enjoyed the task, which is, of course, very important too. So there are very interesting things happening in this example. So there's the movement that she does, and that comes really natural, because the dragging and rotating, these are things that come very naturally. And that are things that she does in her daily life. So she uses these movements to make sense of this task. But as she moves, she starts developing attention for certain things that stay the same. Things we call invariants in the movement. She starts developing an interest for the relative size of the lengths, or maybe even for the size of the angles. And what she does in this task where she drags it to the other one is a very important step from the point of mathematics, which is she starts saming things. Saying stuff is the same. She literally uses the word same. And this is a very important step in that step number 3, where we mathematize things. She says certain things are equal. Here they're equal proportions, or equal lengths, or equal angles. So these are things that we see as an outcome of this task that's very valuable, and that you can take as a starting point for doing more mathematics. So there you go, from movement to making sense to mathematizing it. And I'd like to give, if time allows, I think time allows, I can go and show you another example, which is for one level higher, you could say, for a bit older students, from 10 to 13, and it's about proportionality. So let's see what it's about. So what do we teach? What do we want to teach? We want to teach proportionality as a relation between 2 quantities. This is a very simple concept that you use when, for example, cooking, that if you make pancakes, very nice and well appreciated by children, a meal in the Netherlands, then you need twice the amount of flour as the amount of milk, for example. I'm not sure if that's true, but or you might need 3 times as many eggs as you need cups of water or flour. So there's these proportions of 3 to 1, 2 to 1, 3 to 2. And this is a very central subject in primary school education of mathematics. So now we'd like to teach about this subject through movement. And we of course do that by teaching it in a geometric situation. Geometry is the visual part of mathematics, and that's of course very suitable for looking for situations that allow movement. And in particular we look at this situation where you enlarge shapes. So enlarging, of course, does something to your proportions. If you have you have a photo on your tablet, and you enlarge it by dragging, just like with those rectangles before. That's a typical example where proportions play a big role. So this is the setup. This is what we'd like to teach and what we'd like to use for our teaching. Now let's have a look at the task. And again, I would like to invite you, if you have a tablet or a phone at hand, to try and try this task out as I talk. So I also have a video in case you don't have your phone at hand, but you could do both at the same time. So in this task, you just drag 2 gray points on your screen. And it's a bit set up as the previous task. This, the screen turns green at certain times, and at other times it does not. So the goal is to find a green position and then to try and keep it green as you move. I'm not going to spoil yet what the rule is, but then the question, of course, to the student is, what is the rule? How do you keep it green? And then hopefully, if they manage at some point, then the question is whether they could say that in a bit more mathematical way, how they keep it green. So let me just give you a minute to explore this task. And really, I'd like to invite you, if you have any comments, to put them in the chat, because I'm very happy to also, during my talk, give little clarifications and maybe a discussion task for after the talk. Discussion questions for after the talk. But if you have a first response to exploring this task, feel free to use the chat. Okay, well, as you explore, I will continue my talk. And let's see, how do students solve these tasks and how is this mathematical? Well, there are 2 ways we can we observe in students. And what we hear quite often is that I move the right hand with twice the speed of the left. Because actually the rule is that the right hand should be twice the height of the left side, and you keep it that way by actually having the speed by which you move your right hand. I think this might mirror in the camera, but so forgive me if it's the wrong way around. But this one finger should move at twice the speed as the other. So that's one way to explain, but how to mathematize this? Actually, this really connects to a nice way to talk about proportionality in mathematics by geometric means. So here, I'm sorry I become a little bit more technical mathematically, but this movement can be seen as a transformation. We call it a geometric multiplication with respect to a line. That means that you multiply the distance from the point to the line with a certain factor. And if you do that for both points, that means that they increase their distance to the line with the same factor, which is sort of a fancy way of saying that you move by the same speed. So that gives a way to develop proportionality from the movement, as the student might do it. Because really proportionality, one way to define it, H1 and this wriggly line H2, it's proportional whenever if H1 increases by a factor C, then H2 increases by the same factor. Or even if you don't really want to go into this mathematics, just take in mind how we let the students move. Sometimes we do it in pairs and we let them discuss the movement with each other. And then somehow you can have a classroom discussion to discuss the mathematical part of it. Yeah, there's another way to talk about this and to solve the task. And actually, I like this one best because I find it really difficult to estimate the speed of my fingers. And here I use my eyes a little bit more. Because one way you could do it is by imagining a line going through your two points where your fingers touch the screen. And this line will intersect the baseline, the line at the bottom of your screen, in a certain point, which I call the help point. And somehow, if you manage to keep your fingers aligned so that this line keeps on going through the help point, that's a really nice way to facilitate the movement. And this sort of use of an imaginary extra point is a well-known phenomenon from the field that studies movement, namely sports psychology. So, and it's the notion of attentional anchor. So the really interesting thing is when you start using movement in teaching mathematics, you actually can use terminology from this new world. At least this is a new world from me, sports psychology. You have this idea of attentional anchor, something you focus on that helps you achieve a certain task. And in this case, such an imaginary help point for keeping your fingers in the right position with respect to each other is an attentional anchor. And it helps you performing this task. And in particular, you can take this imaginary point also as a starting point to explain mathematics. Because yet another way to talk about proportionality is to say that two quantities, two variables are proportional, so H1 and H2 are proportional, is if one is a multiple of the other. So here I talk about a constant k. If H2 is k times H1, then it's proportional. And this corresponds to what we say a geometric multiplication with respect to a point, which is exactly this help point. So even if you're not so interested in this mathematics, what's really interesting here is that from sports psychology, we know that people sometimes choose or develop an attentional anchor, something that helps them perform a movement. And we take this as a starting point to develop our own learning goals from within our fields, which is in my case, mathematics. And that's really interesting, and that's something that we at the Freudenthal Institute are exploring and trying to develop for many mathematical subjects. All right, and then I think I have time to go into my last example, which is an example from university mathematics. So it will become even a little bit more technical, but I'll really try to keep everyone sort of interested and involved with this last example, which centers around the notion of gradient. So I'll spend some time also trying to explain to you what gradient is. First, let me introduce to you this beautiful technology that we use for this experiment, for this teaching experiment, which is called the augmented reality sandbox. Now, augmented reality is a technology that adds some digital information to the environment, and in this case, the environment is a sandbox. And let me just show you what this sandbox can do. It's really beautiful. So I have a sandbox, and I can manipulate the sand. And in real time, we see how the height lines that are projected onto the sand are updated. Let me show the video again. So there are height lines. These are those black lines. And on the other hand, there are the colors. And both are indicators of the relative height of the sand. So this sandbox has also been used for geography teaching. One of the nice things is you can also make it rain. If you put your hands on top of it like this, it starts raining in this environment, and you can show how water flows down. And but it can be used. Well, we explored how this tool can be used for teaching mathematics, and in particular how it can be used to teach what height lines are, and then next what the gradient is. And I have to give credit to my colleague Nico Rutten, who actually built the sandbox for our institute. But what's very nice about it is that it's all publicly available. If you go and search on the internet for augmented reality sandbox, you'll find instructions and open source software. And you could build one for yourself, and you don't need much more than a projector, Kinect, so a stereo camera, and a sandbox. I think Nico built the whole thing for about €500, which would be about similar in dollars, like $500-600. So there are possibilities there if you have funds, but okay, it's not cheap. Let's see, so what do we try to teach through this thing? It's this gradient. So let me try and explain to you what the gradient is. So you have to think of this landscape as a graph, as a two-dimensional graph. So excuse me for my bad drawing, but the gray blob in the top, that's supposed to be a graph. So think of it as a curved plane. And then below it, there would be the map. So the graph is sort of the landscape, and there below you see those lines, and that's the map. And a good map has what we call contour lines, or better known as lines that indicate equal height. So ISO lines, I'm not sure. Yes. If you draw the same lines, on your graph, they're called height lines. Now the gradient is a vector that points in the direction that is steepest in the landscape, steepest up. So suppose you walk on a mountain, then the gradient is the direction in which the mountain goes up most steeply. And one of the main features is that this direction will always be perpendicular to the direction in which the landscape is horizontal. So this I find it very mystical, and it's one of those things that I'd like to teach. So you can try to walk horizontal, that is least effort, and then the direction in which it will be most effort will always be perpendicular. So you'll have to turn yourself 90 degrees and walk straight up, and that will be most tough. Whereas straight on will be the easiest. Now, as you can see at the bottom, I've written some derivatives. It says df dx, df dy. So there is a way, you have a function, a formula for the landscape. There's also a way to compute the direction of this, where it's steepest, this gradient. And it's very mysterious why this formula, this computation gives you this direction precisely. And that's what we're trying to teach. So now I hope I've given an idea of what the gradient is and why it's important to teach, and what the mystery is of it being perpendicular to the height lines. And I'm going to throw very briefly, because my time is also limited, I think, I have another 10 minutes maybe, a little bit more mathematics at you. And if this is not your cup of tea, just sit back and relax and wait until I tell a little bit about what the students have achieved. So the first thing is that we simplified it a little bit, and we changed it to just flat landscapes that might slope up, but are completely flat. And that's more like the Netherlands, where everything is flat, although it doesn't even go up. Okay, think of a mountain that's just straight. A bit like a dike, if you want. You know, we have lots of dikes in the Netherlands, and they go straight up to stop the water. And there's also a formula for such landscapes that go straight up, and here it is. And one of the things we try to teach is why this is a formula for it. And you can think of it this way, and now I'm sorry, I'm just going to do the mathematics. You can find 2 points here. Above the x-axis you have a point 1, point 0, point A, and above the y-axis you have a point 0, point 1, point B. And actually any point on your surface will be a combination of the 2 vectors to that point. And if you add those 2 vectors up, you find exactly the formula ax plus by, which is the reason why this function, this formula really describes the plane. So this is one of the learning goals of our teaching sequence. Then another learning goal is to teach why this gradient is perpendicular to a height line. Now in the same picture, you can find 2 other special points, namely point B, 0, A times B, and 0, A times B. So there you go. And if you look at this carefully, you'll find that these points will be at the same height, A, B. So I always have a height line in this plane over there, and a corresponding contour line. And this is all we really want, because now we want to show that the gradient, which in this case would be A, B, is exactly perpendicular to this line. Well, the line from B to A here can be described by a vector minus B, A, and the gradient is A, B, and then for those of you who know it, you compute the inner product and it's 0. So this is sort of the picture that explains why the gradient, the steepest direction, is really perpendicular to the height line. And this is what we're trying to teach using this augmented reality sandbox. So far the technical mathematics. Let's look at 3 tasks. Now the first task is this. It's very nice. It tries to explain, using the body, using movement, what a height line is. So we have the sandbox, and first we ask the student simply to trace a height line following the sand with his finger. Then next, we ask the student to try the same, but now with his eyes closed. So now we really invite the student to open his senses and try to feel how he does it. And this is really interesting, because they tell you things about how they feel their own body and try to keep it horizontal. But they also tell you how they try to feel the sand and try to somehow feel whether it's steep and whether they move in a horizontal way along the sand. So they explain how they use their senses to do it. And then the next task is we give them a transparent, and we ask them to draw a height line by keeping the pen under the transparent like that. And what the student does, it's really interesting. He moves the pen underneath the surface like this, and he moves it back and forth between the transparent and the surface. And that way constantly tries to keep the same distance that he sort of bridges by moving back and forth with the pen between the landscape and the transparent. And what we say in this experiment that the student is really embodying the idea of projection, because the idea of making such a map with high lines is really that you project the heights. And what happens is that he is embodying it. He's solving the problem really as a motor task by crossing the height all the time with the pen. So this is before we really mathematize it, he finds an embodied way to solve the task. We call this sort of task an incorporation task, because something that he could first do with information that he observes, he later has to solve completely by embodying it, by incorporating it. And this is all to make stuff more meaningful to him. So let's keep this in mind, as these tasks are all meant to make mathematics meaningful. Now this is the second task, and it's about equations for lines. I'm not going to go too deep in what's written here, but we ask the students to manipulate these planes and rotate them and move them to take a certain position. And that way they learn to connect certain letters that you find in the formula to certain movements. So the A here is related to the rotation and the C is related to parallel movement. And the final task is a very nice one, and then they're invited to rotate this round plane that you see here. Each time they see the height lines updated, and we ask them to roll a little marble down the plane. And what they discover in this task, which is very nice, is that it was really a discovery of the students that the ball always rolls down in a direction perpendicular to those height lines. So they can roll the marble down the plane in various directions. Each time the height lines update, and each time they see that it rolls down in a direction perpendicular to the height lines. So these are 3 sample tasks, where in each time the sandbox plays a very important role. And in one case, it was really about feeling yourself and solving the task by movement, incorporating. In the other one, it was an action-based task, where really the action of rotating and maneuvering the plane was very important. And here is a task where maybe the observation of seeing the direction of the ball is very important. That's why we call it a perception-based task. So what are the learning outcomes here? I want to show you these 2 little fragments. Here you see that the student discovers that by only 3 different movements, namely rotation in one direction, rotation in the other, and vertical movement, he can put this plane in the same direction as the plane that is already there. So what he discovers that there are only three parameters that control the position of the plane, and he discovers it in a really embodied sort of way. And in the second task, the students discovered that the 2 things. First of all, that the proportion of A and B is very important for the position of the plane. The thing that you can't see so very well, but which is very important here, is that he uses 2 fingers on the right and 4 fingers on the left to get the right balance of this plane to position it, to have the height lines in the same direction as the rod that is already in it, as the stick that is already in the sandbox. So, okay, this is just to draw a global pictures of the possibility that you have with augmented reality. I see. Okay, I see in the chat an invitation to ask questions, which is really good, because actually. I want to give one more result and then arrive at the discussion points. So in this research, where you take movement as a starting point for learning, if you want to evaluate the learning, if you want to assess the learning of students, then it becomes really important also to look at the way they move. And one of the most informative ways they move is through gestures. And what I've learned through this project is that gestures can actually tell you a lot already about what students have learned. So for those of you who are following my discussion of the equation for the plane, I said at some point you add 2 vectors. Here in the left bottom of the screen, you can see a picture where you see those vectors and also the vector sum, the addition of 2 vectors. And I wanted to highlight this one episode of my work with the student, where he started gesturing, and he was really stumbling to explain what he meant. But the interesting thing was that his gestures were already saying a lot. And this is a common phenomenon from literature, which they call speech-gesture mismatch, where in some cases your gestures can be ahead of you, of your speech, displaying your thought process. So what happened here is that in his gestures he was already making a gesture that really showed vector addition before he could actually find words to express himself. So I find that really interesting. That's a world I had no idea of that existed before I started being interested in movement and learning, and how movement is not only for the gymnastics lesson, but could also really be useful for mathematics lesson. So let's wrap up. Conclusions and some points for discussion maybe. So I want to conclude by again formulating the general idea behind this type of task. So the idea is to make mathematics more meaningful for students. So we want to get away from just rote exercises where they by routine solve equations, add up fractions, etc. We want to make them think, and we want to make things meaningful for students. And very surprisingly, we explore how movement can be the starting point of this. So we don't set just a mathematical problem, we set a problem that is mathematical in some way, but it's a movement problem, it's a motor problem, it's something they have to learn to move in a new way. Then we invite them to reflect on the movement. How did you do it? How did you solve it? Why can you now move your fingers in such a way that the stage green? How do you manage to put the plane in the sandbox in such a way that it lines up with the other one? And then we start talking about it in a mathematical way. So we try, of course, in the end, we do want to teach them a bit more formal mathematics, and that's the last step. So what we did is we explored digital tools, namely multi-touch screens and augmented reality to develop such tasks. Now I think multi-touch is definitely ready for classroom. A lot of students, definitely in secondary school and up, have mobile phones with the touch screen, and otherwise schools have tablets very often. So there's really opportunity there. Of course, I have to admit that using augmented reality is probably what we call future music, is something for in the future. But of course, we also have to look at what teaching might look like in 10 or 20 years. So my question for you is, of course, now that I've shown some ideas, but there are probably many more. So what opportunities do you see for movement and learning in your research or classroom practice? And how do you think about, let's say a bit more general, about embodied cognition? What's the role of muscles and motor systems in thinking? Are there any other ways in which you think this can be explored for your field? And that's the end of my talk, and I would be very happy to have some discussion with you or answer some questions. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Roger Boss. Big hand for the very good presentation, I guess. Your presentation very tough. It means this is mathematics, but more on that, you use digital classroom, digital learning environment in order to more making mathematics what we call meaningful. Yeah. Okay, Roger Boss, thank you very much for your very interesting and state-of-the-art presentation. I think very innovative. Here is still about 150 online participants and also about 50 here offline. We are waiting for the question. Let's see. Okay. Number of questions already in the chat. Yeah. Maybe you can answer by one. I can read it. For the first is Fiona Adelia, is it possible we ask a teacher of mathematics, which is someone who is not advanced in designing application to design this kind of learning material, or we have to ask application developer to help us? That's the first question.
Well, generally, thank you for this question. I think it's really relevant because generally it would be nice to explore if these tasks can be implemented in classroom. And I also really like the idea that as a teacher, you would like to explore these ideas. And what you suggest is a very good idea, namely to see collaboration with maybe your own colleagues, or maybe some local university where people could help you with designing new materials. It could be really interesting to sit together and to organize small groups of teachers with maybe a researcher and try to explore how you could implement digital tools in your classroom in a way that's useful for your practice. Because what I find is I sometimes design things, but almost always it needs to be adapted to your own classroom practice. You want it a little bit different. You have your own ideas.
Okay, so collaboration.
So if you can find someone to help you with technical support, that would be wonderful.
Okay, collaboration, very good. As I know previously, you are going augmented reality and also multi-touch screen, yeah? So this is really helpful. In the last 10 years old, I think 10 years ago, in Fredenthal Institute, they use applet for simulation for digital tool environment. Okay, yeah, you want to, okay, thank you, Fiona. So you can well, collaborate with developer, application developer or programmer, but the idea of mathematics, real mathematics, of course, from mathematics teacher or mathematics researcher. The second one from Laila Sagita, your ideas is really interesting. Is it possible to implement AR in rectangle in teaching equivalence fraction? As the students find that 1/2 is equivalent to 3/6. Oh, okay.
Thank you. I think I take your comment like on AR in rectangle. I think you refer to the first task that I discussed. Yes, I see you nodding. That's really interesting. So can we use it to teach fractions? Yes, I think. Because, of course, there's this very strong link between, on the one hand, proportions, on the other hand, similarity, and yet on the other hand, fractions. Because, of course, as you mentioned, 1/2 is the same as 3/6, is related to the proportion 3:6, and the proportion 1:2, is related to the two rectangles being similar, the rectangle with sides 1 and stands to 2, or the rectangle with the sides 3 stands to 6. So what I think is sort of quite rich about this situation of the rectangle is that it could be the starting point of more than one type of mathematics. I now made it part of a task involving many sorts of quadrilaterals, but you could single out this task. Maybe I would have to add the length of the sides along the sides with it. So the students drag the rectangle and they see the lengths adjusting so that they can actually see. Or you could say, let students measure it themselves. But generally, I think of course, you're there as a student, as a teacher. Your students do the task, and then for you as a teacher, you have the opportunity to make it mathematical. And if you use it to take the direction of equivalence of fractions, I think that's very nice to take that freedom as a teacher and use whatever materials you have available, whatever situations, environments, and use them in different ways. So I want to thank you for that really nice idea.
Okay, thank you, Roger. And Laila is one of my PhD students, now doing research in realistic mathematical creation about fraction, yeah? So she can add more about technology in the research. Then from Marian Sumayika, she graduated from Ultra University also for the master degree. When your students are not familiar with the tablets or there is no technology that supports in their school, is there another alternative way to apply this embodied movement, for example, in the learning of similarity or congruent materials? Oh, okay.
Thank you. I think that's, again, a very important issue. And of course, my own research interest so far has been in the use of digital tools. But I just, to partially answer your question, I am part of a research project on teaching functions and functional thinking. And we start off with a task on a number line. Now, a number line is a subject that starts at primary school. And we developed in this project a task that we would call embodied, that doesn't require any technology. So what we did is very straightforward. We made a number line, but it's about 10 meters long. It's a very long roll of paper that you roll out on the floor. And then we do this. One student stands on the number line and is allowed to walk back and forth. And this student gets a secret function, namely, for example, ×2. So that would be actually a bit like this proportionality. There's another student, but he doesn't know what the rule is. And this student is also allowed to stand on the number line. And now this student, let's call it student B. Student B has to guess what the rule is. So student B walks to 2, and then he sees student A walk to 4. And then student B walks to 5, and student A walks to 10. So the student B has to explore how student A responds to him, and then try to explore the rule. So it's a little bit like dragging, but instead it's by walking. And the same way, at some point, you can, instead of just going to a point and standing still, one student can keep on walking and the other has to keep up. And so you start also talking about maybe speed. I have to walk twice as fast. So you can invite to a similar sort of discussion involving 2 students, but then without digital technology.
Okay, thank you. Very nice. What 10-meter blind, what you call long, number line. It's very interesting to play, with. Okay. Okay, another question from Bu Hafiza. Thank you, Dr. Roger, for sharing your research on augmented reality and movements. From your experience, what are some of the challenges in the implementing this type of learning strategy or method, and how can it be tackled?
Well, I think one of the challenges is to implement this in a full classroom, because we have a lot of experience with single or 2, like 1 or 2 students with 1 teacher, where the teacher can directly respond to what the students do. And we have less experience with a whole classroom. And of course, anything is more difficult with a full classroom. But in particular here, we have one paper by my colleagues with classroom experiences. It's a paper by, I'll write her name here. I don't have the paper ready. It's Rosa Alberto. It's Anna Schwartz. And I don't know the name of the people, but it's about classroom implementation and the challenges that go with that. And of course, why is this a challenge? Because as a teacher, actually, as with many forms that are about meaning making and realistic mathematics education, there's a big role for the teacher to connect what the students do to the mathematics. So students do something, but it's not yet exactly the mathematics as you formulated in your learning goal. So as a teacher, you have to take what they do and transform it or connect it with the students to the real mathematics. And I think this is generally also a big challenge. Yeah, and then of course a bit more trivially, but with me, if I try anything with digital tools in my classroom, there are always things going wrong. I'm actually deeply impressed by the organizers of this conference that we so far have no digital tool problems at all and that everything runs so smoothly.
Okay, that's very interesting. I wish I saw your presentation in Cerme in Italy about this one. The last February in Italy. Okay. More question, Roger, from Tria Gustini. I want to ask you, what application are used to design such augmented reality?
Okay, as I presented something that was very specific for the augmented reality sandbox. There was software developed specifically for that situation of the sandbox. Okay. But I do know, just from reading some other articles about augmented reality, that a very popular one is augmented reality facilities in GeoGebra. So if you have GeoGebra for at least the version in the Apple Store, I'm not sure about the one for Google for Android. But the GeoGebra in the Apple Store has great opportunities for augmented reality. So you can project cubes or other shapes that you've designed in GeoGebra into reality, augmented reality with that. So a quick access to augmented reality would be through this. You can just use it with your phone or a tablet.
Okay, thank you very much. The special software, and also we can use GeoGebra Plus, yeah, because only GeoGebra we can use using cursor, but in here you can use your arms, your hands. It's very interesting.
Wow, yeah, I'd like to know. I'd like to learn about it. You call it cursor?
Yeah, sorry. Okay, another one from Zuli. I really like your presentation. It means it requires advanced technology. So could this be implemented in school that don't have advanced equipment? I guess it's a similar question. Or it can be enough just with a laptop?
Yeah, this is of course a major issue for the augmented reality sandbox that was kindly built by my colleague. I would not even be able to build it myself. So I think this technology is a bit something for the future. Of course, the first two applications that I showed were made in the digital mathematics environment for my institute. It's now called NumWorks. I put a link, or at least the name I put in the chat. And it has an author environment. So anything I designed there, you could design as well in this environment. And working with this requires no more than either a phone or a tablet or a laptop for the students, and for the teacher it requires just a laptop. So I think maybe Professor Sukardi is also familiar with this environment, and could people who are local maybe help them further using this. It was developed by my colleague Peter Boon from the Centraal Institute.
Yeah, okay. Okay, the last one from Nabiha Alias. Thank you for the presentation, Dr. Roger. From your experience, how does the students able to adapt what they have learned from this learning style and relate and apply in tackling exam type of question?
This is a really, really interesting and good question, and I would definitely not be able to answer this for the augmented reality sandbox because we haven't done much research about this. But for the first task, I would like to refer you again to the work that I mentioned before by Rosa Alberto and Anna Schwartz, who have looked at classroom implementation and also later effects on maybe not effects, but influence on the learning of students. So generally, of course, what we know is that learning goals like learning about proportions are achieved. But I don't think, I think again, this is quite recent research. My two references here are 2022. So I don't think research has been done to say, okay, we do this intervention with the multi-touch screen, and then we follow students all the way up to the point of doing exams. Because usually it's part of the learning trajectory and examination will be weeks later. I don't think this has been done yet. So for everyone out there who's working on a PhD, or this research is really up for picking up.
Yeah, Nabila, it's a very good question. But of course, even though it's not doing research how to relating the activity with the final exam, but since we know from the experiment, from the activities, they are really easy to understand. The movement, the similarity, the translation, and the proportion using digital tool. How can, if you compare with just using just mathematics, for instance, just like before traditional mathematics, it's not easy to understood. Using digital tools, it's really an embodied something that really feasible for us. It's really help us, help students to more understood about the concept of mathematics. Of course, later on he can, let's say, answer the question, for instance, the characteristic of rectangle, for instance, so easier because they can say from the memory what they are seeing. Okay, you know, making movement mathematically meaningful, we can call it 4M, yeah, 4M. We call M, making movement mathematically meaningful. We are really happy, Roger, that we saw the 3 learning activities using digital tools and really give, let's say, challenges for us. Instead, just learning mathematics, realistic mathematics using real context, but of course, using technology also more student can understood and more student can learn. I think this is really good for us, challenging for us to do research, because in my study program is about PhD student in mathematics education, and I think one of them is just came from Utrecht, and all of them doing research in realistic mathematics education. And this is one of the new road that our student can follow. Thank you very much, and please make one sentence Big hand, of course. Mean one sentence for you, just closing statement for the audience. Please.
Ooh, that's okay. I just like to thank you. Then I think I had lovely questions that made me think again about things, and I hope that I've inspired you to think about movement and meaningfulness. Actually, just like Professor Sukardi just pointed out. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Roger. And finally, we are going to, you can see from the screen recognition from our department, the chair, Professor Ratu Ilma, and the dean, Professor Hartono. We are going to send by email to you as a recognition from University of Sriwijaya. Okay, thank you very much. And
thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, thank you very much, Associate Professor Dr. R.D. Roger Bos and Professor Dr. Zulkardi M. Ikom, MSc. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda is the speech from the chairman of SULE IC 2022. Please welcome Professor Dr. Ratu Ilma Indra Putri MSI. For Dr. Ratu Ilma, time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, I would like to thank on behalf of our Dean and our Rector of Sriwijaya University, really to appreciate and like to express the infinite gratitude and have a very higher appreciation to all of our keynote speakers today, especially and Roger Bos and Masita Sahril is still in our Zoom, and thank you very much. And all of you, for tomorrow we have agenda, and we can start at 8 o'clock to parallel session, and of course presentation of presenter. And I hope all of you can see in our agenda in program book. Thank you very much and see you tomorrow. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Well, thank you very much for the chairman of SULE IC 2022, Professor Dr. Ratu Ilma Indra Putri, MSI. Dear all participants, sadly we come to the end of today's plenary session. But don't worry, as what is informed by the chairman of the SULE IC 2022, this event will be continued until tomorrow, 6th October 2022. Before today's event ends, I want to give some information to all participants. First, for all the presenters for the parallel session tomorrow, you just need to join the Zoom link provided based on your room. Second, for all the participants, you can freely choose which room you're interested in. The first session will begin at 8 a.m. until the last session at 3 p.m. Dear all the participants of the 5th Sriwijaya University Learning and Education International Conference, SULE IC 2022, this is the end of our first day of the 5th SULE IC 2022. My highest appreciation is given to all the keynote speakers, committees, moderators, and last but not least, all the participants of the 5th SULE IC 2022. I do appreciate all the attendants for attending this plenary session until the end. See you tomorrow. I'm Arvini Yudhagustin. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon.